Chapter 87. Xiao Yan was unable to restrain his anger. He pulled out the sword from his chest. Just as he was about to stab again, he discovered that there wasn't a trace of blood on the sword. In that instant his mind became clear. He turned his sword. He chopped off the head of the white-clothed youth. It was easy to chop it off. However, after the head separated from the body, both sides quickly deflated, turning into a flat bag of skin. This body was actually an empty shell. He had seen this thing twice. He had always used a fake body. His real body had never come out even once. Although he wasn't surprised, Xiao Yan was still filled with hatred. The long sword stabbed randomly at the soft head and body. The sharp sword energy sliced a bag of skin into pieces, but he still wasn't satisfied. Feng Xian couldn't watch anymore. He stopped him and said, "Your Highness, this is just a shell." However, this shell was exactly the same as Xiao Yan's appearance when he was young. Thus, it looked like Xiao Yan was cruelly slaughtering himself. This scene was somewhat uncomfortable. Xiao Yan took a few heavy breaths. He threw away the sword and sat on the ground. "I know, but he actually dared to use my face." He was truly furious. The two of them squatted down in front of him. After a moment of silence, Feng Xian said, "Your Highness, are you feeling better? Don't take this thing's nonsense seriously. It's just a prank." Unexpectedly, Xiao Yan said, "No, he said some things. He wasn't pranking me, it's just..." Feng Xian was shocked. "He really told you the method to remove the curse?" Xiao Yan's right hand grabbed his hair and said, "He didn't tell me the method to solve the human-faced plague. What he told me was the method to create the human-faced plague." The two of them were stunned. "Create?" Xiao Yan nodded his head and looked around. He felt that it was better not to stay on the slope and decided to leave first. Right now, he didn't want to see the evasive gazes of the soldiers. He also didn't want to hear the wails and dissatisfaction of the patients. Thus, he returned to the Crown Prince's palace that had been empty for many years. After closing the door, Xiao Yan barely managed to calm his mind. He sat down and said in a deep voice, "Those human faces on people's bodies are all the souls of the people of Yong'an. Some of them died on the battlefield, but most of them died during the drought." Mu Qing was not surprised and said, "No wonder the people of Yong'an are immune to the human face plague. Of course they wouldn't fight their own people." Feng Xian frowned. "Those who died in the drought weren't killed by the people of the imperial city. Even if they have resentment, they shouldn't be directing it here, right?" Xiao Yan sighed and said, "That may be the case, but you all know that when a person dies, their soul will have a chaotic period. For a period of time after a person died, their soul would be like a newborn child, confused and half awake. They wouldn't know who they were, where they were, or what they were doing. This period of time could be long or short, and it all depended on the person and their fate. This state was called the chaotic period. Under such circumstances, their loved ones could guide these souls or influence them. The folk custom of calling souls on the 7th day of the month was based on this principle." Xiao Yan said, "He told me that the soldiers of Yong'an had an extremely strong resentment towards the imperial city, and many of their parents, wives, and children had died during the drought. These souls had no one to rely on, so they would be infected by the emotions of their loved ones. He used the sharp wills of these soldiers to instill hostility towards the people of Xianlu City into these souls, driving them to reside in the bodies of the living, fighting over the nutrients of the living. Because these souls of the chaotic period had already been repeatedly told one thought, if it weren't for them, you guys could have survived." Feng Xian said, "What kind of damn thought is this? Who deserves to live and who deserves to die?" Xiao Yan covered his forehead and said, "Lang Ying had previously unintentionally buried his son's corpse in the imperial city, and this became the primer for his spell. I asked him to tell me the solution, but after talking for half a day, he actually told me about this curse technique. What does this mean?" Knowing the technique wasn't enough to break the curse, so Feng Xian scolded, "He's playing a prank on you. What kind of joke is this? Fuck me." Mu Qing said, "He's not playing a prank on you. He has indeed already told you the method." Xiao Yan and Feng Xian raised their heads and turned their heads, saying, "What method?" Mu Qing said, "The solution." His eyes lit up, as if he had discovered some secret, saying, The curse on Yong'an City's side is effective because they have resentment towards Xianlu City. However, on Xianlu City's side, how could they not have resentment towards Yong'an City? Xiao Yan slightly opened his eyes, his breathing slightly stagnant. Mu Qing continued, since he told you the method of the curse, then you can use the same method, a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye, and create a human face plague that only infects the people of Yong'an City. Think about it, for the human face plague curse to be effective, there must be the support of living people. As long as they are infected with the plague, they can't even fend for themselves, or even if there isn't a single living person left, wouldn't the curse collapse on its own? Xiao Yan had never thought of this kind of method. Hearing him speak so confidently, he was momentarily stunned. After a while he blurted out, absolutely not. Mu Qing said, why not? Don't forget, the ones who placed the curse first were them. Xiao Yan abruptly stood up saying, no means no. Also, you're wrong, the soldiers of Yong'an City will definitely have a hard time being infected with the human face plague, just like the soldiers of Xianlu City. Don't ask me why, Mu Qing very quickly said. Then even if it only infects the commoners, it's still good. They don't have the complete protective equipment and manpower of the Imperial City. Once the human face plague breaks out, the epidemic will inevitably spread even faster, and they definitely won't have the strength to fight back. Using the safety of the commoners behind them to threaten them to stop the curse and surrender is the same. They can't afford to waste more time than the Imperial City. Xiao Yan immediately rejected, even more not. Don't forget when they attacked the innocent commoners of the Imperial City, what did we say to them? Despicable. If we also do the same thing as them, wouldn't we become the despicable people that we ourselves claim to be? What difference is there between us and them? Mu Qing restrained his excitement, saying, Your Highness, don't forget who it was that used death to lure you into a land of gentleness. It's the innocent commoners that you speak of. Hearing this, Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment. To tell the truth, it was impossible for his heart not to care. But in the end he still said, yes, there are indeed people like that. But that's because these people often rush to the forefront and are the most fanatical. That's why you only see these kinds of people. But in reality, even more commoners simply don't understand anything. If you go to the back slope and take a look, you'll understand. Many people don't even know why they're fighting. Wherever there's food, they'll go. Mu Qing, what you're suggesting me to do now is to kill another group of innocent people in order to save another group of innocent people. He sighed and said, I'll think of another way. Mu Qing's tone became a bit bad, saying with a bit of ridicule, why should I go to the back slope and care about how the enemy commoners live their lives? Forget it. Your Highness the Crown Prince, you're thinking of others like this, yet others have never thought of you. Aren't you being a sucker? Xiao Yan's heart felt heavy, lowering his head without saying anything. In his mind, however, the image of the leg that was still twitching after it was cut off appeared. After hesitating for a long time, in the end, he still shook his head and said, in the end, I'm not thinking for others, even if I'm only thinking for ourselves. Curses are in themselves a double-edged sword, harming others but also harming oneself. In order to curse others, the living must be filled with resentment, and the dead cannot rest in peace. They suffered so much when they were alive, and after death they still have to live in other people's bodies, becoming that kind of monster. You saw the thing on that person's leg that day, those human faces that were struggling at death's door. How much better are they compared to the infected people? Curses will eventually backfire one day, and they won't have a good ending. After being rejected again and again, Mu Qing was about to lose his patience, saying, if they don't have a good ending, you won't have a good ending here. You don't have a third way, and you won't be able to find a second cup of water. Wake up, Your Highness. You don't have time. Xiao Yan felt his head was a bit hot, closing his eyes, saying, don't say it first, let me think about it. Mu Qing finally couldn't bear it anymore, muttering and cursing, you this person. The one who is suffering and tangled is also you. Now that the solution has been placed in front of you, the one who isn't willing to do it is also you. You this person, really? Are you done? This kind of ghastly appearance, it's annoying to see. Your believer really has 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Feng Xian had been listening to their argument for a long time, but because he couldn't come up with any good ideas, he didn't interrupt. At this moment, He suddenly raised his hand and slapped Xiao Yan, scolding, "Are you done or not?" Mu Qing retreated a few steps from his slap. Xiao Yan said, "Feng Xian?" Feng Xian said, "Your Highness, don't bother with me." Then he said to Mu Qing, "What are you so annoyed about? Tell me what's so annoying about you. I've endured you for a long time, but today I can't hold it in anymore. I really fucking can't stand people like you. You're clearly a deputy general, but if His Highness didn't promote you, who knows where you'd be eating and drinking? Why are you always acting like you're the smartest, you understand the most, and you're stronger than him? If you're really that capable, why didn't you ascend?" His Highness ascended instead? Mu Qing said, "I?" Xiao Yan pulled him back. "Forget it, Feng Xian. Mu Qing is just anxious about the situation." Feng Xian interrupted him. "What's he anxious about? Your Highness, I'm telling you, he's just looking for an opportunity to teach you a lesson. He won't let go of any opportunity to show that he's stronger than you, because in his heart, he truly feels that he's more capable than you. Such a cold person, and I've never seen him love Xian Le country that much. Now he knows how to be anxious." After he finished speaking, he turned to Mu Qing. "You think I can't see that in your heart? You feel that His Highness is a fool? I've tolerated your usual sarcastic behavior and secretly rolling your eyes. I've also tolerated your actions of never standing where you should stand in the heavenly court. If you want to show off, then so be it. In any case, this isn't the first time. Fine, I'll let you show off. In any case, you only have that little bit of skill, so you can't overturn the heavens. If His Highness doesn't bother with you, then I'm too lazy to care about you. But since you've already climbed all over me, don't blame me for being impolite. Listen well. I don't find it strange that you like to use those despicable methods. However, His Highness is His Highness. No matter what he does, you better show some respect. Stop pointing fingers and pointing fingers. Don't fucking forget who you are." While Feng Xian was speaking, Xiao Yan tried to stop him several times. However, it was probably because he'd held it in for too long that he couldn't stop Feng Xian at all. Every time Mu Qing heard a sentence, his complexion would turn a shade paler. At first, it seemed as if he wanted to make a move, but after listening to the end, he didn't say a single word. Instead, he stared at Feng Xian with a cold gaze. Xiao Yan angrily said, "Are you done yet? Do you want me to kick you both down?" Feng Xian's entire face was flushed red. With one look, it was obvious that his blood had rushed to his brain. Stiffening his neck, he said, "Kick me then, I don't care. What does a heavenly official count for? If it wasn't for His Highness's order, I wouldn't even want to be one. But even if I were to be kicked down and become a mortal, I would still be loyal and devoted to His Highness. If you say one word, I'll be the first to rush up. I despise ingrates the most. But this person, if he can't bask in your light and can't become a heavenly official, he might not be willing to follow you. I reckon he probably won't even have a single good word to say. I'm done." Mu Qing originally pursed his lips and didn't say anything. However, after enduring silently for a long time, he finally couldn't take it anymore and retorted, "Bask in your mother's light. You really know how to paste gold on your own face, what do you know?" Xiao Yan went crazy and said, "Both of you shut up. Shut up." The two of them reluctantly shut their mouths. This time the ruckus was too big. He was afraid that even Jilong wouldn't be able to be saved. With great difficulty, Xiao Yan gradually suppressed his anger and said with a headache, "In short, cursing is absolutely not feasible." Mu Qing sneered, but still said, "The decision is up to you." Feng Xian then said concisely, "I'll listen to you." Mu Qing recovered his indifferent expression and said, "Whatever the consequences, His Highness will definitely bear them yourself." Feng Xian scoffed and didn't say anything. Immediately after, Xiao Yan said, "Naturally. I've already thought of." At this moment, the three of them felt a violent tremor. As their bodies swayed, Xiao Yan asked in astonishment, "What's wrong?" Feng Xian was the first to react and said, "The earth is moving." Once the earth moved, there were bound to be casualties. Xiao Yan shouted, "Save them!" Unexpectedly, just as the three of them were about to rush out, they saw a person hastily roll out from under the bed. The person stretched out his hand and said, Cousin, don't forget me. Bring me along." When Xiao Yan saw this person, he was even more astonished. Qirong, why are you in my palace? How could he understand Qirong's strange daily life? Qirong spent all day searching for everything related to Xiaolian. Xiaolian didn't know how long Qirong had been hiding here and listening, but the current situation was critical, and he didn't have time to ask. Xiaolian grabbed Qirong and ran, throwing him into an empty space. He saw that the imperial palace was in a mess, and countless palace servants were screaming and running out of the richly ornamented palace. He shouted, "Is anyone hurt? Is there anyone trapped?" Fortunately, after a while the earth stopped moving. After asking around, it seemed like there weren't any casualties. However, before he could relax, he suddenly heard another wave of screams. Many people raised their hands and pointed at the sky behind him. Xiaolian fiercely turned his head, his pupils shrinking. He saw that in the center of the imperial palace, there was a tall and gorgeous pagoda that was slowly tilting to one side. The sky pagoda was about to fall. This sky pagoda's full name was Celestial Pagoda. It had several hundred years of history, and was one of the symbols of the Xianlu Imperial Palace. It was also the tallest building in the entire Xianlu Imperial Palace. Located in the center of the Imperial Palace, it was a famous scenic spot. Once this pagoda fell, there would inevitably be countless casualties. The palace people inside the Imperial Palace and the pedestrians on the streets outside the Imperial Palace fled even more crazily. Seeing this, Xiaolian's right hand quickly formed a few seals. Facing the direction of Mount Taizong, he shouted, "Come." The pagoda continued to slowly tilt. When it tilted a third of the way down, everyone suddenly felt another tremor. This tremor was also coming from the earth. However, it was different from the tremors of the earth. This tremor had its own rhythm and was getting faster and closer. When the sky pagoda tilted a few more times, everyone finally discovered that the tremor was actually the sound of something's footsteps. A huge golden statue that was more than 5 feet tall, with one hand holding a sword and the other holding a flower, was currently walking towards the imperial palace with large strides. Immediately, someone cried out in alarm, "Isn't that the crown prince statue from Huangji-Guan Xianlu Palace?" Sure enough, more and more people recognized it. It's true. That's the golden statue. Look, it's running down from Mount Taizong. Every step of that golden statue covered several feet, yet it didn't step on a single person. Thump, thump, thump. As if it was flying, it stepped into the imperial palace. In one fell swoop, it supported the falling sky pagoda and stopped its decline. Chapter 88. This was the first statue that people had erected for him. It was also the most majestic and solemn statue. In the past, looking at himself like this, Xiaolian had always accepted it calmly. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. However, at this moment, he felt that this dazzling golden statue was extremely unfamiliar. He couldn't help but think, is this really me? On the other side, Feng Xian and Mu Qing were separately checking to see if there were any undiscovered trapped people. A trace of confusion flashed through Xiaolian's mind. Seeing the crowd gradually calm down, he let out a sigh of relief. However, before he could relax to the end, he suddenly felt a burst of pressure on his body. Xiaolian's heart immediately tightened. After all, that sky tower was too tall and too heavy. That statue also seemed to be slightly strained. Its hands trembled slightly. Its feet sank, and its tall golden body was also bent a little. Only the smile remained unchanged. Seeing this, Xiaolian immediately summoned another spell. However, the spell was repelled. His heart turned cold. Not only did the golden statue not rise, it actually bent a little more. It seemed that it couldn't hold on much longer. Xiaolian's hands also began to tremble. He had never felt this way before. As far as he was concerned, if he wanted to hit a mountain, it would fall down. He stamped his foot and the mountain fell down. He stomped his feet and the earth would shake. However, he had never felt this thing before. It was called powerlessness. As a last resort, Xiaolian clenched his teeth and flew up. He sat down at the foot of the huge golden statue and suddenly raised his hand to summon the spell again. This time he personally went into battle. As expected, that golden statue rose again. It fiercely raised its head and once again pushed up the tilting sky tower. Although he had forcefully endured it, Xiaolian's back and heart were already drenched in cold sweat. Countless people inside and outside the imperial palace didn't know that he was suffering but couldn't speak. They had already knelt in front of this golden statue and shouted, "In the face of national calamity, His Highness the Crown Prince has appeared. Your Highness, please save us. Save the people. Protect the common people." Xiao Yan gritted his teeth for a while before reluctantly saying, "Everyone, please get up and retreat. Retreat a little further. Don't surround this place, At this point he found that he was actually out of breath. His voice was drowned in the tide of shouts. The more he tried to amplify it, the more he realized how small he was. Xiao Yan took a deep breath and was about to shout when a hand suddenly grabbed his ankle. He lowered his head and saw that it was Qi Rong. He hurriedly said, "Qi Rong, quickly go down and tell everyone not to gather around here. Be careful of collapsing." These words were blurted out, and when Xiao Yan realized what he had said, he suddenly felt his blood run cold. In the past, he wouldn't even have such thoughts, let alone say such words. Even if the world were to collapse, he believed that he would be able to withstand it. But now he discovered something extremely terrifying. He didn't believe it anymore. Not only did people not believe him, even he himself did not dare to believe himself. Qi Rong casually said, "How could it collapse? Aren't you holding it up?" Hearing this sentence, Xiao Yan's heart trembled again. Qi Rong, however, did not notice his slightly pale face. His eyes were green as he said, "Cousin, let me help you." Xiao Yan stared blankly for a moment before saying, "You're helping me? How are you going to help me?" Qi Rong said without hesitation, "Didn't you say you knew how to create the human face plague? Tell me that method, and I'll help you curse the people of Yong'an. I'll help you kill them." Oh, as expected, he was hiding under the bed and had heard everything the three people said. Xiao Yan was so angry that he felt powerless. You're simply messing around. Do you know what a curse is?" Qi Rong, however, did not seem to care as he said, "I know. Isn't it just a curse? Cousin, let me tell you, I'm very talented in this area. I often curse my father, and I suspect that he was cursed to death by me." Xiao Yan couldn't listen anymore and said, "You should leave." Qi Rong hurriedly said, No. Fine, if you don't want to tell me how to curse, then tell me. How can I avoid the human face plague?" Xiao Yan's heart skipped a beat. Qi Rong then said, "You know, right? You know why soldiers won't be infected, don't you? Cousin, can you tell me why exactly?" At the moment, there were still many palace people gathered nearby, and it was unknown how many pairs of ears were listening. Xiao Yan was afraid that news would leak out and cause trouble, so he kept his mouth shut. However, there really was someone who couldn't restrain himself. He raised his head and asked, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, is this true? You really know how to cure the human face plague? Then why don't you say it?" Those people's eyes emitted the same green light as Qi Rong's. Xiao Yan tightly shut his mouth, but between his teeth, he squeezed out a few words. "No. I don't know." There was a small disturbance in the crowd, but it wasn't big. At this time Feng Xian returned. From afar, he saw Qi Rong lying beside Xiao Yan and shouted, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Xiao Yan immediately said, "Feng Xian, take him away." Feng Xian responded and came over. However, Qi Rong suddenly grabbed Xiao Yan and fervently said, "Cousin, you will definitely defeat the people of Yong'an and drive them away, won't you? You will protect us, you definitely will. Won't you?" If it was a few months ago, perhaps Xiao Yan would still be full of passion and loudly answer, "I will protect you." But now he didn't dare. Qi Rong's expression was extremely excited. Xiao Yan looked at him slightly confused, because he was very clear that Qi Rong wasn't the kind of person who would worry about the country and its people. Even if the country was in danger, he should be more afraid. Why was he so excited? After a while, he suddenly thought of something. Qi Rong's father also seemed to be from Yong'an. Seeing that he didn't answer, Qi Rong's voice suddenly became mournful. "Cousin Crown Prince, you won't really leave us like this, right? Don't tell me we are just going to let others trample on and humiliate us like this? Don't tell me we don't have any way." Hearing his question, Xiao Yan felt a wave of sorrow in his heart, because he discovered that Qi Rong wasn't wrong. Facing this kind of situation, he really didn't have any way. Feng Xian said, "I'll go ask the king to put him in confinement again." Qi Rong was brought away by him, but he still struggled and shouted, "You must hold on. You must not fall. Can't fall." Xiaolian also knew that he couldn't fall. Even if the people nearby had evacuated, this heaven tower still couldn't fall. If it fell, not only would the century-old ruins of the imperial palace be destroyed, the main trunk of Shanwu Street and many houses would also be smashed into pieces. Moreover, this tower still had countless rare treasures and century-old scrolls left behind by generations of ancestors. They couldn't all be moved at once. If the heaven tower fell, everything would be gone, and the imperial qi of Xian, the country that it was guarding, would also be completely cut off. However, his magic power, like the water source of Yong'an, seemed to be drying up day by day. In order to support this huge golden statue, he couldn't leave this place for the time being. He could only hand over the defense of the city to Feng Xian and Mu Qing, stay in the same place and meditate. Because this 5-foot-tall golden statue was originally the statue of God that guarded Mount Taizong, Xiaolian summoned it here. The original believers had no statue to worship, so they swarmed here and prayed for it under the open sky. Although this was the imperial palace and outsiders shouldn't be able to enter, the underground cave had caused the palace walls to collapse. Secondly, the current situation in Xian, the country, was chaotic, and there wasn't enough manpower to manage it. Thirdly, he was afraid that it would incur the anger of the people and cause chaos again, so he had no choice but to let them in. Xiaolian sat in one place. The king and the empress came to visit him every day. He muddle-headedly endured for a few days. On one hand, he used all his strength to support the heaven tower. On the other hand, he accumulated his strength and waited for an opportunity to leave. The king didn't have it easier than him. His hair was already completely white. He was clearly in the prime of his life, but he looked like he was over 50 years old. When the father and son met, they didn't say anything, but they were much more harmonious than before. The empress had watched Xiaolian grow up since he was a child, but she had never seen her beloved son's spiritual and elegant appearance. Now, seeing him bitterly guarding this place, weathering the wind, the sun, and the rain, yet still refusing to let anyone get too close to shelter him, her heart ached. She personally held an umbrella for him under the scorching sun. After holding on for a while, Xiaolian was afraid that she would get tired from standing for too long, so he said, "Empress Mother, let's go back. I don't need it. You all don't come near here, and don't send anyone near either. I'm afraid." What was he afraid of? In the end, he wanted to say something, but he hesitated. The empress had her back to the gathered believers. After enduring for a long time, she still couldn't help but shed tears. "My son, you've suffered. You. How can you suffer like this?" In order to cover up her haggard appearance, the empress wore a lot of makeup. Her tears washed away her makeup, further revealing that she was a woman who was no longer youthful. Her heart ached for her son, and she cried for him. However, she didn't dare to cry too loudly for fear of being discovered by the people behind her. The king held her shoulders, and Xiaolian also stared at her in a daze. When a person suffered at any time, the first person they would think of was the person who loved them the most. For Xiaolian, this person was undoubtedly his mother. Perhaps it really was useless, but after suffering for so many days, and having been cut one by one until now at this moment, he really wanted to turn back into a 10-year-old child, throw himself into his mother's arms and cry. However, up until now, he had chosen all his own paths. His parents' situation was already extremely difficult, and with so many people anxiously looking at him from below, he absolutely couldn't show a trace of weakness. If even he couldn't withstand it, then who else could? Thus Xiaolian said against his will, "Empress Mother, don't worry, I'm fine. Your son isn't suffering at all." Whether it was suffering or not, only he knew in his heart. Several palace maids supported the king and empress, and after every step they took, they left. Xiaolian was once again exposed to the scorching sun, and he drowsily closed his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, he opened his eyes. Dusk had fallen on the horizon, and the setting sun shone on the ground. Below there were only a few believers left. However, when he lowered his head, he saw that not far from him, there was a lonely little flower placed there. Xiaolian wasn't very sure when a flower had appeared there, so he freed a hand and picked it up. It was an extremely small flower. A snow-white flower, a clear green calyx, and a thin and frail stem that still carried dew, as if it was a teardrop. It had a very pitiful appearance. The faint fragrance seemed familiar. It was inconspicuous, but it refreshed the mind. He couldn't help but tightly grasp the flower, bringing it closer to his heart. Right at this moment, the sudden smell of blood covered this wisp of the quiet and beautiful fragrance of the flowers. Xiao Yan raised his head, and his vision became blurry. At the same time, a figure roared and rushed towards him. Why? Why? Xiao Yan was startled. He waved his sleeves and pushed that person away. With great difficulty he asked, "Who is it?" That person was flung away by his sleeves, and rolled on the ground several times. Xiao Yan still had to support the 15-foot golden statue. He didn't dare to get up, and he also didn't dare to approach. However, he immediately recognized who this person was. This person only had one leg. It was the youth who had given him the umbrella, and then had his leg personally cut off. That youth's entire body was covered in blood, and both of his palms were stained with blood. He had actually crawled all the way here on his hands and feet, leaving behind a frightening trail of blood on the ground. With great difficulty he sat up. Xiao Yan was stunned. Why did you come out? Weren't you cultivating in the Buyo forest? That youth didn't answer him. Instead, he used his hands and feet to crawl towards him. Because he only had one leg, he looked extremely frightening. Xiao Yan said, "You?" That youth suddenly lifted up the trouser leg of his remaining right leg and said, "Why?" Focusing his eyes, Xiao Yan saw that on his right leg, there was shockingly a distorted human face. At this moment, one of the things that Xiao Yan was most worried about had really happened. If he hadn't been sitting, he most likely would have fallen. That youth slapped the ground and roared, "Why did you cut off my leg? I still relapsed. My leg is also gone. Why? Return my leg. Return my leg." That day when he had given him the umbrella, the smile on that youth's face when he had stuffed the umbrella into his hands was still vivid in his mind. Yet, right now he looked like he had gone insane. This contrast was too tragic. Xiao Yan's mind was a mess. Muddle-headed, he said in a trembling voice, After a long while, he finally reacted and said, I'll help you. After he finished speaking, he immediately cast a spell to suppress the evil aura of the plague poison on that youth's leg. Unexpectedly, wailing sounds could be heard all around him. Another 3 or 4 people rushed over, all of them crying, "Your Highness, save me! Your Highness, save me! Your Highness, look at my face. I've cut off half of my face, but why hasn't it healed? Why? In the end, how can I be cured? Your Highness, look at me. Look at what I've become." Bloody scenes were forcefully shoved in front of him one after another. Xiao Yan's eyes stared blankly. His hands didn't know where to wave as he muttered, I won't look, I don't want to look." It turned out that after the victims of the human face plague in the Buyu forest collectively relapsed, they finally erupted into chaos. They actually broke through the guards and doctors guarding them and ran out to find him. Since they had already run out, if he didn't hurry and suppress the plague poison in this group of people, he was afraid that the human face plague would spread even faster. Xiao Yan closed his eyes and forced himself to use his power. He wanted to help these people suppress the plague poison and temporarily relieve their pain. However, just as he suppressed the poison on this side, even more people immediately rushed over to him. Your Highness, there's still me. Help me too. Surrounded by more than a dozen people, Xiao Yan vaguely felt that the golden statue above him seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Panic grew in his heart as he said, wait a minute. One person couldn't help but say, I can't wait anymore. I don't want to wait anymore. I've already waited for too long. Your Highness, why did you treat him but not me? Gradually, the voices surrounding him changed. Why is it that when you treated him it completely disappeared, but when you treated me I didn't get much better? Aren't you a god? Why are you so unfair? I want fairness. Xiao Yan argued, no, I'm not being unfair. This isn't my problem, it's just that your illnesses are different. You either don't help or help to the end. What's the meaning of throwing away your burden now? Is it up to you? Xiao Yan was a little out of breath and said, I'm not throwing away my burden, I just want to wait a bit. Do you know how to cure this disease? Xiao Yan opened his mouth. If you know, then why aren't you willing to tell us? Xiaolian hugged his head and said, I don't know. You're lying. I've already heard people say that you clearly know. I've seen through you. You're not willing to tell us because you want us to keep begging you like this, so that you can swindle our offerings. Liar, you're a liar. In the end, what is the method? Hurry up and say it. You still won't say it. Xiaolian's complexion was pale, and his eyes were blank. Countless hands were pushing and shoving him here and there, and there were even hands that had already fiercely grabbed his neck. Thus the most comical scene appeared. He was clearly a deity, but at this moment, there was a weak voice in his heart calling out, Save me, ah! It seemed like someone was pulling away these hands, but it also seemed like they weren't. He wasn't very clear, but he knew that these people with bloody scars and missing limbs seemed to want to tear him into pieces and eat him. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of a horn that sounded like the wailing of ghosts could be heard in the distance. Everyone was only concerned with their own wailing and tearing, completely ignoring this horn. However, Xiaolian suddenly quivered, because he knew that this was the horn of victory for the people of Yong'an. He could no longer sit still, or perhaps he couldn't hold on any longer. His body leaned forward and he knelt in front of him. At the same time, the 50-foot golden statue that he had bitterly supported for several days also acted in the same manner as him. In an instant, as if it had lost its life, it loudly collapsed. Accompanied by a loud rumbling sound, the tall and heavy sky tower pressed down, and along with the golden statue it was smashed into pieces. The golden statue itself wouldn't shatter. However, because Xiaolian had poured too much of his spiritual energy into it, hoping that it could support the sky tower, it had long since become extremely fragile. Of the patients that escaped from the dark forest, some escaped, some died, and some were injured. In the imperial palace in the streets, people were frantically moving about. Some were hiding from the fragments of the sky tower, and some were hiding from those extremely terrifying human-faced patients. Xiaolian covered his head with both hands, stumbling all the way to the gates of the imperial palace. The city tower was on fire, black smoke billowed. Xiaolian rushed up the tower, brushing past countless soldiers that were retreating in a sorry state. On the city tower, he also didn't know what to do. He could only look down blankly with a face full of black ash and tears that had unknowingly flowed down. In his blurry vision, corpses littered the ground. There was only a white figure standing in the middle of the battlefield, his sleeves fluttering. That figure wasn't a youth, but a youth. When he turned his head, he saw him from afar, and the youth elegantly waved his hand, as if he was about to float away. Seeing this, Xiaolian sternly said, Don't go. The last 2 times he saw him, he had used a fake skin, but Xiaolian's intuition told him that this time, it was definitely his real body. So without hesitation, he flipped over the city wall, and with a leap, jumped down from the city tower. In this life, Xiaolian had jumped down from extremely high places countless times. Relying on his powerful magic power and superb martial arts skills, he was able to land safely every time. Every time he was proud and satisfied. Every time it was a standard scene of a celestial being appearing on the stage in the legends. And this time he was no longer a myth. When he landed, he didn't stand firm, and instead leaned to the side. A piercing pain instantly spread from his leg to his whole body. He broke his leg. Breaking a leg was actually nothing, and it would heal very quickly. However, from that day onwards, Xiaolian seemed to have become another person. He seemed to have lost his soul, and he no longer had the original awe-inspiring might. After losing the first round, there was a second, a third. He didn't want to use his sword, and he didn't want to step out of the formation. But because there was no one in front of him to replace him, he could only brace himself and fight. On the battlefield, he didn't slack off and he really did his best. But for some unknown reason, even though he was clearly in his 20s, the hand that held the sword had already begun to tremble like an old man with one foot in the grave. He trembled and his heart was filled with fear. Moreover, he himself couldn't clearly say who it was, or what it was that made him afraid. In the end, the officers and soldiers who originally respected him all gradually lost their patience with him. Xiaolian knew that many people began to spread this saying, What kind of martial god is this? He's clearly a god of plagues. But he couldn't refute anything. This was because Xiaolian himself was also doubting. Could it be that he really has become a god of plagues? If that was the case, then it would still be alright. To Xianla country, the real calamity was the human face plague, which had finally gone completely out of control. 500 people, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. In the end, Xiaolian didn't dare to ask how many people had been infected today. As if it was his final judgment on this day, the heavenly realm finally opened its gates to him, conveying a message to him. His Highness the Crown Prince, it's time to return to the heavenly court. It went without saying what awaited him on this trip back. Feng Xian and Mu Qing both felt a little uneasy. However, Xiaolian was thinking about something else. He said to the two people, "Before I leave, I want to go to another place to take a look." Feng Xian asked where. Xiaolian replied, "Huangji Temple." After a moment of silence, Feng Xian said, "Don't go." However, Xiaolian had already walked out by himself. Feng Xian called out, "Your Highness." Unable to stop him, he could only follow along with Mu Qing. The three of them walked up the mountain. Huangji Temple. This was the place where Xiaolian's first shrine rose from the ground. It was also the place where his first statue of a deity was built. However, under the request of the state preceptor, those 3,000 disciples had long been dismissed from the mountain. The current Huangji Temple was just an empty temple. Walking halfway up the mountain, Xiaolian looked down. He saw that in the imperial city, there were clusters of bright flames everywhere, reflecting the brilliance of the stars in the sky. It was very beautiful. However, Feng Xian was extremely angry and cursed, "This group of lunatics." Xiaolian fixed his gaze on the flames. Feng Xian once again said, "Stop looking. What's there to look at?" During this period of time, Feng Xian scolded Xiaolian countless times. "Do you like to find suffering for yourself or what?" However, in reality, Xiaolian also didn't know what he wanted to do. He only knew that as long as another temple was burned or destroyed, he wouldn't be able to control himself. He had to personally go and take a look. He would look but not say anything. He couldn't stop it either. He could only stand there helplessly. What was there to look at? He also didn't know. At this moment, a fire also lit up on Crown Prince Peak. Feng Xian was extremely shocked and said, "Why did they not even let Huangji Temple off? Did these people have their ancestral graves dug up or?" Before he finished speaking, he shut his mouth, because he remembered that the pain and torment that many people in Xianla country were suffering right now was even worse than the joke of having their ancestral graves dug up. However, this fire wasn't big. After it started for a while, it was extinguished. Seemed like it was put out by someone. This time Feng Xian was shocked, because in these past few days only people dared to set fires. No one dared to put them out. If someone tried to persuade or stop that group of evil people from setting fire to the temple, they would be treated as the god of plague Xiaolian himself and beaten to death. Due to this reason, the three of them no longer dared to show themselves in front of mortals. They all hid their figures. As the three of them ascended the mountain, they could hear the sounds of fighting. When they arrived at the Crown Prince's peak, they saw that the Xianla Palace had long since been torn apart. Only the frame and four walls of the main hall were left standing. There was no statue of a deity on the huge altar. Instead, there was a group of people fighting at the entrance of the ruined main hall. As they fought, they shouted, "You bastard! Damn brat! Did you fucking lose your wife's virginity here or something? Is this lousy temple your lifeblood?" With one look, Xiaolian knew that this group of people definitely didn't come to destroy his temple out of anger. They were just a group of refugees who wished for the world to be in chaos. Perhaps they wanted to take advantage of the situation, or perhaps they just wanted to have fun, so they came to burn his temple. However, up until now, he didn't really care who was the one who destroyed his temple. At this moment, in the middle of this violent fight, a youngster's extremely fierce voice pierced through the night sky. Scram! If one listened carefully, it was actually a person fighting against a group of people. Moreover, this person was only a teenager, a half-grown child. However, he wasn't willing to show the slightest bit of weakness, nor was he at a disadvantage. However, it was still one against many. That youngster's face was already covered in blood. His face was also covered in bruises and purplish bruises. His face couldn't even be seen clearly anymore. Feng Xian said, "This brat, when he grows up, he will definitely be a good man." At this moment, a man's eyes suddenly revealed a strange light. He picked up a large rock from the ground and was about to smash it at the back of the youngster's head. When Xiaolian saw this, he waved his hand. The rock that the man picked up bounced back and smashed into his own face. With a blood-curdling scream, blood spurted out from his nose. That youngster stared blankly for a moment. He turned around and raised his fists, violently beating them. The way he beat people was too frightening. It scared the group of adults away. As they ran, they pointed at him and bluffed, "Motherfucker. Just wait. Just wait for this daddy to bring people to clean you up." That youngster sneered and said, "If you dare to come, I will take your dog life." That group of people was scared to death, so they ran even faster. After that youngster finished cursing, he rushed to the already extinguished fire at the side and fiercely stomped on it a few times. He stomped on every single spark until he was no longer breathing. Only then did he enter the main hall. He picked up a piece of paper from the ground and carefully smoothed it out. Then he hung it in midair. Finally, he leaned against the altar and sat on the ground, lost in thought. Xiaolian walked forward and lightly swept onto the altar. He discovered that what the youngster hung in midair was actually a painting. The strokes were immature. With one look, one could tell that it was drawn by someone who had never learned to draw. However, every stroke was serious and earnest. It was just like a crown prince's painting that pleased the god. It seemed that this was used to replace the god statue that he had summoned away. Feng Xian said, "It's drawn very well." After so many days, Feng Xian had finally met someone who was willing to protect Xiaolian. Just now he was so excited that he wished he could go up and help him fight. Now that he saw this youngster, he naturally felt that everything about him was not bad. Mu Qing's gaze flickered, as if he had thought of something. However, he didn't say anything. Xiaolian raised his hand and lightly touched that painting. It wasn't very obvious, just like a light breeze brushing past. That youngster suddenly raised his head from his knees. His scarred face seemed to have lit up in an instant as he said, "Is that you?" Feng Xian was alarmed. How could this brat be so crafty? Mu Qing said, "Let's go." Xiaolian slightly nodded his head. Just as he was about to turn around, that youngster threw himself onto the edge of the altar. His breathing was slightly hurried as he said, "I know it's you. Your Highness, don't go. I have something to say to you." Hearing this, the three people were all stunned. That youngster seemed to be extremely nervous as he clenched his fists and said, "Although your temple was burned, but you don't have to be unhappy. In the future I will build you more bigger and more gorgeous temples that no one else can compare to. No one will be able to compare to you. I will definitely do it." The three people were speechless. This youngster's clothes were ragged, his face was covered in dirt, and his nose was bruised and swollen. He looked miserable, yet he was able to say such ambitious and visionary words. It really made one not know whether to laugh or cry. They didn't know what to think. As if he was afraid that his voice wouldn't reach the other person's ears, he cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted towards the painting on the altar, "Your Highness, do you hear me? In my heart you are God. You are the only God, you are the true God. Do you hear me?" His voice was so hoarse that it echoed throughout the entire Mount Taitsong. "Do you hear me?" Xiaolian suddenly laughed out loud. This laugh was too sudden, causing Feng Xian and Mu Qing to jump in fright. Xiaolian laughed as he shook his head. That youngster naturally couldn't hear him, but he seemed to feel something. His eyes shone as he looked around. Suddenly, a drop of ice-cold water fell on his cheek. The youngster's eyes suddenly widened. In that instant, a snow-white reflection appeared in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, when he opened his eyes again, that reflection had disappeared. Seeing that Xiaolian actually appeared for a moment, Feng Xian said, "Your Highness, just now you..." Xiaolian said in confusion, "Just now? Oh, my mana is running out. I just couldn't control it." That youngster straightened his body and rubbed his eyes, as if he was still trying to hold back that fleeting shadow. Xiaolian closed his eyes. After a while he said, "Forget it." He finally got an answer, but it was these three words. That youngster's eyes first brightened, and the corners of his mouth rose. Then he froze, and the curve of the corners of his mouth gradually dropped. He said, "What? Forget what?" Xiaolian sighed and said to him gently, "Forget it. That youngster was stunned and didn't speak. Xiaolian then said to himself, "Forget it. Anyway, very soon no one will remember it." Hearing this, that youngster's eyes widened. Suddenly, a stream of tears flowed silently from his eyes, washing a pale mark on his face. His Adam's apple moved and he said, Feng Xian seemed to be unable to bear it, and said, "Your Highness, don't say any more. You broke the rules again." Xiaolian said, "And I won't say any more. However, in any case, I've already broken so many rules, so a few more words won't matter." This sentence, he didn't let that youngster hear it again. The three people got off the altar and walked towards the outside of the dilapidated main hall. The night wind blew and Xiaolian shook his head. Right now, he was still a heavenly official. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to feel cold. However, at this very moment he truly felt a bone-piercing cold. Who knew that the youngster they had left behind would suddenly mutter in the main hall, "It can't be." He clearly couldn't see Xiaolian and the others, but he had accurately found the right direction. Rushing out, he shouted towards their backs, "It can't be." The three people turned their heads, and saw that the youngster's pair of eyes in the dark night were so bright that they could take one's soul away. His face, which was full of scars, seemed angry yet sad, seemed happy yet crazy. Amidst the surging tears he said, "I won't forget." Chapter 89. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. The blade of the sword pierced deeply into the stone floor. Xiaolian gripped his sword with both hands. He lowered his head and pressed his forehead against the hilt of his sword. He gritted his teeth so hard that they felt like they were about to shatter. "Trash!" Qi Rong laughed and said, "You trash! I knew you wouldn't dare to kill me. No matter how I humiliate you, no matter how I torture you, as long as I put a knife on someone else's neck, you can't do anything to me. You useless coward. To be a god like you, what are you still alive for?" However, Xiaolian had already completely calmed down. He looked up. His eyes were cold. "Don't celebrate too early. I can't do anything to you. Naturally, someone will be able to deal with you." Qi Rong snorted and said, "Are you thinking of hugging Junwa's thigh again and begging him to help you? Stop dreaming. Did she even care about you back then?" Now, he was still shamelessly following him. "Don't be an idiot." Xiaolian peeled off Qi Rong's solemn and gorgeous pleasing god clothing. He summoned Ruoxi, tied up Qi Rong, and threw him to the side. "You'd better shut up and speak less." Qi Rong said, "I'm not afraid of you. What right do you have to threaten me?" Xiaolian asked, "Then are you afraid of Flower City?" Qi Rong's smile finally froze. At this moment, Xiaolian said softly, "I'll tell you in advance, if I'm in a bad mood, he might even hand you over to Hua Cheng. Ask him to help me think of a way to deal with you. So be careful, do you hear me?" Hearing this, Qi Rong couldn't laugh anymore. He was terrified and said, "Damn it. You are so evil. Only you can think of that. You might as well hand me over to Lang Qianqiu." Xiaolian knelt on the ground and began to use his hands to pick up the coarse granules of varying sizes on the ground and at the bottom of the coffin. In reality, he would not hand Qi Rong over to the heavenly court for the time being. The reason was Lang Qianqiu. If he handed it over and Lang Qianqiu found out about Qi Rong's whereabouts, he would immediately raise his sword and rush over to kill him. Should he let him kill them? What if I kill him? What will I do next? He also had a headache. Therefore, the heavenly court could not hand it over at the moment. From the looks of it, asking Flower City for help was indeed a good choice. But in reality, he was only using Flower City to scare Qi Rong. After all, he had already disturbed the Flower City too many times. Every time something happened, he would think of the Flower City first. He felt that he was not treating himself as an outsider. Xiaolian already felt a little embarrassed to use his name to scare Qi Rong. Qi Rong turned his head and spat a mouthful of bloody saliva in another direction. The child pitifully stretched out his hand to touch his forehead and said, "Dad, are you all right? Are you in pain from the beating?" Qi Rong seemed to enjoy this father-son game very much. He said in a strange tone, "Good son, Daddy is fine, haha." Xiaolian picked up the powder with reddened eyes and carefully put it into the soothing robe. The child quietly crawled over and helped Xiaolian pick up some. When Xiaolian saw this pair of small hands, he raised his head and looked at him. The child whispered, "Big brother, can you stop hitting my father? Let us go." We won't steal from your house anymore. Xiaolian's heart ached, but he endured it and said, Little friend, what's your name? The child said, My name is Guzi. Xiaolian collected all the ashes, wrapped them in his clothes and folded them neatly before putting them back into the coffin. He closed the coffin and said slowly, Guzi, the person over there isn't your father. It's another person. He's possessed by a ghost. He's a bad person now. The child couldn't understand his words and asked in confusion, Another person? No, I recognize him. That's my father. Qirong praised, Not bad, not bad. It's worth it. I've picked up a cheap son. Haha. Ow. It was Xiaolian who kicked him. Guzi was still young and had always depended on his father. He was extremely reliant on the body that Qirong had possessed. He wouldn't leave no matter what. Xiaolian couldn't think of a way to settle him down, so he carried the fragrant heart sword and kowtowed 3 times to the 2 coffins. Carrying Qirong in his left hand and Guzi in his right, he left Mount Taitsong and rushed to Puqi village at lightning speed. After leaving for many days, it was late at night when he returned. The doors of Puqi monastery were wide open and clouds of incense billowed. The incense burner on the altar was filled with incense sticks and the table was piled with offerings. Xiaolian entered and casually looked around. He picked up 2 steamed buns from the altar and gave one to Guzi. He then roughly stuffed the other into Qirong's mouth. After all, this body was still a living person. Before Xiaolian figured out how to drag Qirong out of this person's body, he had to eat well. Qirong spat out a mouthful of steamed buns and cursed them for being unpalatable. He seemed a bit worried and said, I say, you're not really going to hand me over to Hua Cheng, are you? Xiaolian sneered, Are you afraid? He was too lazy to listen to his nonsense and turned around to rummage through a pile of pickled vegetable jars on the ground. Qirong stubbornly said, What do I have to be afraid of? The one who should be afraid is you. As a heavenly official, you're actually hooking up with this kind of person. You. As he spoke, his gaze suddenly focused and locked onto a spot. It turned out that when Xiaolian bent over, something had slipped out from the clothes in front of his chest. It was a sparkling and translucent ring. This was what Qirong was staring at. Xiaolian didn't notice his gaze, but Qirong, who was behind him, had a suspicious expression on his face. After a while he asked, Cousin Crown Prince, what's that thing in front of your chest? Xiaolian originally didn't plan on paying attention to him, but the ring Qirong mentioned was something he was a bit concerned about. Thus he turned around and hooked his finger around the thin silver chain. He said, This? Do you know what it is? Qirong said, Bring it over. I'll know once I see it. Xiaolian said, If you know, then say it. If you don't say it, then shut up. Qirong resentfully said, You're always so fierce to people you're familiar with. If you have the ability, then go show off your might to outsiders. Xiaolian stuffed the silver chain back into his chest and put it on properly. He said, If you have the ability, then continue talking. I'll record 1 point for every sentence you say. 1 more point means you're 1 step closer to Hua Cheng's blade. Unknowingly, he had actually become very familiar with using Hua Cheng. Qirong sneered and said, Don't use him to scare me. Who knows when you'll die under someone's blade? Don't you want to know what this is? One of the 4 pests will tell you. This is a cursed weapon. An inauspicious object. Why haven't you thrown it away yet? You actually dare to carry this thing on your body. Are you tired of living? Hearing this, Xiaolian suddenly stood up and said, Really? Qirong said, Nonsense. The person who gave you this thing, whether it's a human or a ghost, definitely doesn't have good intentions. Xiaolian squatted down again. Oh, Qirong said, What do you mean by, oh? Xiaolian didn't even turn his head as he faintly said, Oh means your words. It would be strange if I could believe them. I choose to believe the person who gave me this thing. I've decided to always wear it on my body. He had always been gentle towards others, but towards Qirong, he was exceptionally cold. Qirong was so angry that he almost died. He cursed endlessly, but Xiaolian acted as if he didn't hear anything. He discovered that no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find the jar that contained Half Moon. He thought to himself, could it be that the Wind Master already came and took her away? As he listened, he suddenly faintly felt that something was wrong. It was really strange. Qi Rong was clearly afraid of Hua Cheng, but why did he still dare to incessantly provoke him? It was as if he was deliberately trying to attract his attention. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan made a sudden attack. He coldly glanced at Qi Rong and sure enough, he saw that Qi Rong's eyes flashed furtively. An inexplicable intuition drove Xiao Yan to look up. When he raised his head, he saw that on top of the beam that wasn't that high, there was a black-clothed person with his back pressed tightly against the ceiling. He was crouched on top looking like a giant bat. Xiao Yan flipped his hand and threw a maiden heart sword. That person's back was pressed against the beam. In order to avoid this sword, he suddenly turned around and fell down. Guzi was so scared that he dropped his steamed bun and cried out loudly. Qi Rong was just about to shout when Wuxia sealed his mouth and dragged him to a corner to tie him up. Xiao Yan originally thought that this person was Qi Rong's hidden helper. However, after exchanging a few moves, he felt that this person's attacks were fast and ruthless, and inexplicably familiar. He could responsibly conclude that with Qi Rong's conduct, he definitely did not have the ability to command such a skilled subordinate. He also saw that the man was holding something in his other hand. When he looked closely, he saw that it was a pitch-black jar. And that jar was the one that contained Half Moon. Master Feng actually didn't bring Half Moon away? Xiao Yan instantly remembered who this person was and blurted out, Xiao Pei. Pei Su came to steal Half Moon, but who knew that he would run into Xiao Yan on his way back? He had no choice but to hide on the beam. Because Qi Rong was tied up by Rui, he was lying on the ground. With one glance he saw Pei Su hiding on top. He didn't know who this person was, but he thought that this person was going to harm Xiao Yan, so it was to his advantage. He was afraid that Xiao Yan would find out that someone was lying in ambush, so he purposely made noises to disturb them. Who knew that Xiao Yan would still notice? Xiao Yan had 2 cursed shackles on him, and Pei Su was exiled. Both of them had no strength, so they could only fight head-on. Xiao Yan had fought his way through these 800 years by relying on his skills. How could Pei Su resist? After a dozen moves, Xiao Yan took him down and said, "Give me back the jar." Originally, he was just casually shouting. Who knew that Pei Su would actually really throw the pickled vegetable jar back to him? Xiao Yan stared blankly. He thought to himself, why did he give it back so easily? This little General Pei is really straightforward. Usually, wouldn't he rather die than submit and pull for a long time? However, at the same time that Pei Su threw the jar back, he shouted in a low voice, "Hurry up and leave." Listening to his tone, he was actually really anxious. That jar had yet to land in the air, and Xiao Yan was just about to reach out to catch it when it suddenly changed its trajectory and flew out the window. In the next moment, they heard a man's voice say from afar, "You really disappoint me." Pei Su's expression suddenly changed as he said, "General." Xiao Yan and him rushed out of Puqi Monastery. Sure enough, the man standing on top of a building in the distance was Pei Ming. He wasn't wearing armor and was dressed in ordinary clothes. His figure was very tall, and his expression was like the morning sun, extremely confident and at ease. That jar leisurely flew to Pei Ming's side and floated motionlessly. Holding the saber at his waist, he said to Pei Su below, "As a man of character, the bigger picture is the most important, and your career comes first. You're someone who wants to do great things, so what's going on today? You're acting recklessly because of a little girl? Do you think you're a little brat?" Pei Su lowered his head and didn't say anything. Pei Ming then said, "You think it's easy to reach this position in 200 years? I've already paved the road for you. Going down is easy, but coming up isn't. As the saying goes, it's lonely at the top." As long as a deity descended to the mortal world, they generally liked to pick high places to stand. The higher they were, the more advantageous it was for them to look down on the common people below. Xiao Yan used to have this bad habit. Of course, after he fell once, he now felt his legs ache faintly whenever he stood at a high place. This problem had been cured. However, the tallest building in all of Puqi village was the village chief's home. Furthermore, the village chief's home was just a simple and unadorned little tile-roofed house. Therefore, for General Pei to stand here could be said to be extremely condescending. However, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that as soon as Xiao Yan saw this situation, he knew what was going on. Last time, Pei Ming had tried to pull Bao Yu to take the blame for Pei Su, but he had been pushed back. Although on the surface Pei Ming seemed to have given up because of Jun Wu, he hadn't given up. This time Xiao Yan had been dragged into the mess of the gilded banquet. He couldn't even protect himself, so his reputation would inevitably plummet. General Pei probably felt that it was time to bring up this old matter again. Therefore, he sought out Pei Su, wanting to bring him and Bao Yu to the heavenly court again to think of a way to reverse the verdict. However, Pei Su didn't seem too enthusiastic. He sighed and said, "General, this matter, let's just forget about it." You. Pei Ming had a speechless expression as he looked to the heavens. It was also because he was so annoyed that he didn't care that Xiao Yan was right in front of him and reprimanded Pei Su. After a while, he suddenly said, "I want to see what kind of strange woman she is, to make all my efforts go down the drain." After he finished speaking, he reached out as if he wanted to smash the jar. This method of opening the jar was originally not a problem. The problem was whether or not Bao Yu had recovered from her injury. If she hadn't recovered and broke it, then that would be terrible. Xiao Yan's expression changed. He flew over and said, "Don't break it." Unexpectedly, before Pei Ming's hand could touch it, the jar exploded on its own with a loud bang. In an instant, the air was filled with the smell of salted vegetables that could make people collapse. Pei Ming, who was closest to the jar, unfortunately had salted vegetables all over his body. His entire person was stunned by the salted vegetables. Immediately, a clear and bright female voice rang out in the air. "General Pei is really open and aboveboard." A person in white flipped out from a small jar. At first it was only the size of a fist, but after flipping a few times it became bigger and bigger. Xiao Yan fixed his eyes on it and said, "Windmaster." The person hiding in the jar of salted vegetables was actually not Bao Yu, but Shi Qingxian. She hid in the jar and unexpectedly exploded all over Pei Ming's body. She was still dressed in white and was not stained by a speck of dust. She landed on the ground safely and flicked her horsetail whisk, saying, luckily I sent this little girl to someone else's place. Otherwise, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to escape General Pei's long arm." Pei Ming had always prided himself on being a playboy. No matter what he did, he had to maintain his elegance. Now that he was covered in the smell of salted vegetables, even if he was facing Shi Qingxian who was in female form, he would still be depressed. "Qingxian, why do you have to go against me like this?" If it was someone else, he would have already beaten him up. Unfortunately, when he thought about the background of Shi Qingxian's brother, he could only clean up the salted vegetables and tidy his hair. He clenched his teeth and shook his head. You better not let me know where you sent that little girl to. Otherwise, I will definitely pay you a visit personally." His words were no different than saying that whoever took in Half Moon was going against him. He would definitely find trouble with them. Shi Qingxian clapped his hands and said, That's good. There's no harm in telling you where I sent her. I'm just afraid you won't dare to visit. Listen well. That little girl is now in the Rainmaster's cave at Mount Yulong, under the seat of Lord Rainmaster. Do you dare to go?" Hearing this, Pei Ming's expression changed slightly. He actually wasn't as confident as he was before. He restrained his expression and suddenly became serious. He said to Master Feng, "Qingxian, you are still young right now. That's why you like to fight for justice. I only hope that when you grow up in the future, you won't regret what you did today." After he finished speaking, he jumped off the roof and his figure disappeared. He actually left in a hurry just like that. Xiao Yan was slightly stunned. He kept feeling that there was more to his words and asked, "Master Feng, his last sentence?" Shi Qingxian said indifferently, "It was just a bluff." Pei Su watched Pei Ming's figure disappear. Only then did he come over to greet the two of them and said, "Master Feng, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Shi Qingxian patted his shoulder and said, "Little Pei, this time, you know to stop your general first. You can be considered kind. Turn over a new leaf. If there's a chance, I'll put in a good word for you in the heavenly court. Don't worry." Pei Su was speechless for a moment and said, "Thank you, Master. However, I've always felt that you might have misunderstood. Actually, General Pei isn't like this usually. It's just that because of what happened in the past, he's too worried about me. Also, Lord Rainmaster. In the end, he seemed to feel that he had said too much. He shook his head and cupped his hands goodbye. The two of them watched him leave. Xiaolian said again, Master Feng, the Lord Rain Master you mentioned just now, is it Master Huang? Shi Qingxian turned around and said, yes. Master Rain hasn't changed for hundreds of years. Why do you know him? Is there an old relationship? Xiaolian shook his head and said warmly, although I've never had the fortune to meet him, this Lord Rain Master has helped me before. I'm very grateful. Shi Qingxian smiled and said, that's true. Although there are very few people who know Lord Rain Master, those who know him have never said anything bad about him. Oh, except for Pei Ming. Xiaolian said, are there any conflicts between the two of them? Shi Qingxian said, there are naturally conflicts. Those who have been in the heavenly court for so many years, who hasn't had some conflicts or collusion? Let me tell you, Lord Rainmaster is a shadow in Pei Ming's heart. Xiaolian said. Shadow? In his heart, he always felt that Lord Rainmaster was a farmer. Shi Qingxian said, you know Pei Ming, there are many descendants. His children and grandchildren are everywhere. Before Xiao Pei, Mingguang Hall once had another deputy god. He was also a descendant who was picked up by him and then ascended. Xiaolian said curiously, then General Pei's descendants are really talented people. Not everyone could regard ascension as a family tradition. Of course. Shi Qingxian waved his fan and said, talents can be considered talents, but they are all the same as Pei Ming. Great abilities, great problems. That deputy god often committed crimes in other people's territories, but relying on Pei Ming's power, no one dared to say anything. In the end, one day, he committed crimes at the former site of the Rainmaster country. Lord Rainmaster usually doesn't come out and only farms in the deep mountains, so he has the nickname of Deep Mountain Old Farmer Rainmaster Huang. Who knew that the moment he came out, he directly beat up Pei Ming's descendant and carried him up to the sky. In the end, he was thrown in front of the emperor and sentenced to exile. Xiaolian thought, why does this story seem a little familiar? Shi Qingxian continued, originally, Pei Ming thought that if he was exiled, then so be it. After 100 years it wouldn't be a big deal to get him back. However, how many things can happen in the human world in 100 years? Every year or even every day there would be new extraordinary people appearing. It was like a flashing lantern dazzling the eyes, wave after wave, wave after wave. After only 10 years, the original believers had all converted to other divine officials. After 50 years, that deputy divine official was completely forgotten. After 100 years, he never rose again. A young divine official with a bright future was crippled just like that. It was only until little Pei appeared that Pei Ming found a suitable assistant again. No wonder General Pei wanted to get little Pei up by hook or by crook. It turned out that there was a precedent and he was afraid that little Pei would be crippled. Although the method was not quite right. Xiaolian seemed to be deep in thought and sighed softly. The human world. Shi Qingxian also said, that's right. If you stay in the human world for a long time, you will be worn down until you lose your spiritual energy and fighting spirit. The two of them nodded. The difference was that Xiaolian nodded unconsciously, while Shi Qingxian nodded exaggeratedly. After a while, Xiaolian suddenly remembered an extremely important person and shouted, Lang Ying! That child! A series of things happened too quickly and the stimulation was too great. He actually did not remember this child. Shi Qingxian said, you mean the child you brought back from the Paradise Workshop? The Emperor has seen that child. He is now at my place. I will bring him down for you later. Xiaolian thought that Qi Rong and another child were still locked up in the Puqi temple. He could not let others see them. He said, how can I do that? I'll go up. Shi Qingxian nodded happily, same. It's the Mid-Autumn banquet in a few days. Don't miss it. This year my brother will also make a trip back. I will introduce you when the time comes. His tone was full of pride for his brother. Xiaolian could not help but smile and thought, the Mid-Autumn banquet. Every year on the Mid-Autumn festival, the celestial beings would hold a Mid-Autumn banquet to celebrate. Other than that, there was a very important game at the banquet. It could be said that it was the finale of the Mid-Autumn banquet, lantern competition. A prayer lamp was not something that ordinary people could offer. The Mid-Autumn Banquet 100 Gods Lantern competition was to compete on the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival. How many prayer lamps could each god official receive from the believers? Although everyone said it's just a game, don't take it seriously. I'm just playing, I don't care at all. In reality, how many of them could really not care? Most of them were secretly working hard, hoping that this year's believers would fight for them. If there was anyone who did not fight, it would only be Junwoo. Because, of course, every year the Divine Martial Palace won the lantern competition. Moreover, it was getting higher and higher every year. Therefore, he was the god official who truly treated this game as a game. As for the other god officials, they did not fight for first place. They only fought for second place. The situation was also extremely intense. Chapter 90. However, even if it was ugly, it was best to go too. He was not like the Rainmaster, who had been in the hidden cultivator sect for hundreds of years. He was also not like the Earthmaster, who had a secret mission at hand. He was also not like the Navy, who wanted to do whatever he wanted. What could they do to him? If he was no one, he would always be an exception. If he did not want to attend, he would not attend in the long run. The others were dissatisfied and discussed spiritedly, even if he felt that it was nothing. But it was not easy for Junwoo to do it. Therefore, he immediately agreed to Shi Qingxian. Okay, I will definitely be there. In a few days, Xiaolian tried several methods, but he could not successfully separate Qi Rong's soul from this man's body. Qi Rong became more and more pleased. Fortunately, there was a millet who did not mind feeding his father. Otherwise, Xiaolian really did not want to stuff anything into this mouth. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Xiaolian set up an array outside the Puqi temple and locked the door. He left Wuxia to continue tying up Qi Rong. He went to the immortal capital to report. Shi Yun said, "The white jade capital in the sky, the 12 buildings and 5 cities. The immortals caressed my head, tying my hair and receiving longevity." This was the white jade capital. On the Mid-Autumn Festival, the immortal capital had a new atmosphere. Other than that, Xiaolian saw many guards on the streets, corridors, and near the buildings. It was likely that after the Flower City broke in, they had increased their vigilance by several times. The banquet was set up in the open air in front of the moon. The fragrance lingered, the auspicious clouds and the flowers were like blowing snow. One could enjoy the banquet while admiring the moon and watching the night. Admiring the moon in the human world, one would use their thumb and index finger to make a circle. The moon would at most be framed in this circle. However, admiring the moon in the immortal capital, the full moon was bright and white, like a huge jade screen standing not far away. It was as if one could catch up to it in a few more steps. It was a beautiful scene that could not be seen in the human world. The leader of the banquet was naturally Junwoo. However, how the others sat was a huge mystery. The order and position were very particular. It was impossible to sit high, and the priest himself was probably unwilling to sit low. Xiaolian did not care about this. However, he had to attend the mid-autumn banquet in formal attire. In other words, it was best to dress like the statue in the human world on the day of the banquet. Xiaolian didn't have a statue of a god right now, so he was still wearing a white Taoist robe and a bamboo hat. It was unavoidably shabby, but he really didn't have any better clothes. This kind of attire was quite eye-catching, so he felt that it was better to sit a little more inconspicuous. Unexpectedly, he had already found a random corner to sit down. When he raised his head, he saw Feng Xian walking over. Both of them hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly at each other in greeting. Feng Xian took a few steps forward, then turned back and asked, "Why are you sitting here?" Xiaolian thought he had sat in the wrong seat, so he stood up and said, "I thought I could sit anywhere." Feng Xian was about to speak when Xiaolian saw Shi Qingxian waving at him from afar. At this moment, Shi Qingxian was in a female form. Feng Xian turned around and seemed to have seen a shadow. He turned pale with fright and left hurriedly. Shi Qingxian called out again, "Your Highness, over here." Windmaster was a very popular person in the heavenly court, so her seat was naturally very good, as it was closer to Junwoo. With this call, many heavenly officials looked over. Junwoo, who was originally resting his chin on his hand, also saw Xiaolian and nodded slightly at him. Xiaolian could only go over. Along the way, he didn't see Lang Qianqiu. It was said that in order to find Qi Rong's whereabouts, he had pushed off the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet. Shi Qingxian found a seat for Xiaolian beside him. The feng shui was excellent, so Xiaolian felt that it wasn't too suitable. However, it was hard for Windmaster to refuse his kindness. She had already pressed him to sit down and said, "When the banquet is over, I'll bring you to find that child. He's a little ugly, but he's quite well behaved." At this point he could only express his thanks. When he turned his head, the person sitting near the two of them was Ming Yi. He was currently playing with a jade cup, and the hand holding the cup was even whiter than the jade cup. Seeing that his complexion was fine, it seemed that the injuries he received in the ghost city had already healed. Xiaolian said, "Lord Geomaster, I trust you have been well." Ming Yi nodded as if he didn't want to talk. Shi Qingxian, on the other hand, was the complete opposite of him. He knew everyone and could even exchange a few words with people tens of thousands of miles away. Xiaolian really admired him for being able to remember the names of so many heavenly officials. Sitting beside him was a teenager around 18 or 19 years old. He had a high nose, deep eyes, and slightly curly black hair. Xiaolian didn't recognize him, and he also didn't recognize Xiaolian. The two of them looked at each other for a while, both feeling baffled. In the end, Xiaolian casually greeted him. Looking around again, he saw that Feng Xian and Mu Qing were separated by an incomparably wide distance. Sitting directly opposite him were three heavenly officials who were conversing with each other in an extremely familiar manner. On the left was a black-robed civil official. He had a dignified appearance, and as he spoke, his 5 fingers tapped on the table rhythmically. His expression was calm and composed, and he looked strangely familiar. In the middle was Pei Ming, who Meng Qi was already very familiar with. On the right was a white-robed young master, gently waving the paper fan in his hand. On the front of the fan the word water was written, and on the back there were 3 lines of water ripples. His appearance was somewhat similar to Shi Qingxuan's, but when he looked disdainfully, he had an arrogant and frivolous attitude. He looked gentle, but his eyes clearly showed that he looked down on everyone. Other than that Shui Hengtian, who else could it be? Xiaolian understood in his heart. The 3 poisonous tumors. That black-robed civil official must be the male form with the strongest mana of the Ling One. As expected, he had a dignified appearance. The 3 of them exchanged greetings, praising and flattering each other in all sorts of ways. Shi Qingxian could be heard repeatedly saying in a low voice, "Hypocritical, extremely hypocritical." Xiaolian, however, felt that it was rather interesting. At this moment he saw that there was a gorgeous pavilion in front of the banquet. The 4 sides were covered by red curtains, and he asked, "What is that?" Shi Qingxian smiled and said, "Oh, you don't know, this is also a very popular game in the heavenly heavens. Come, I'll show you, it has already started." Just as he finished speaking, a few muffled thunder came from the sky. Junwu looked at the sky, poured a cup of wine and handed it over. Hence, amidst the thunder, the heavenly officials at the banquet started to laugh and shout as they passed the cup of wine, saying, "Don't give it to me. Don't give it to me. Pass it to him." Just by watching others play, Xiaolian roughly understood the rules and thought to himself, "So it's beating the drum and passing the flower." Everyone passed the cup of wine that Junwu handed over to them, and they couldn't spill it. They could pass it to anyone, but they couldn't pass it back. When the thunder stopped, whoever had the wine cup in their hands could take it for fun. It was just that they didn't know what kind of fun they were going to take. This game could be said to be very unfriendly to Xiaolian. Whoever you pass the wine cup to, you would be toying with that person, so normally, you would pass it to a few people who had a good relationship with you. However, he wasn't familiar with most of the heavenly officials present, so how could he casually play with others? At most, he could only pass it to Master Feng. But who knew if Master Feng would be the person who passed the wine to him? Xiaolian thought to himself, "It's best if no one passes it to me. But maybe I'm just overthinking things." Before he spoke, the first round had already ended. The wine cup stopped in Pei Ming's hands as everyone expected, and it seemed that Pei Ming was already used to it. Amidst the loud cheers, he drank the wine in one gulp. The heavenly officials clapped their hands and shouted, "Rise! Rise!" Amidst the cheers, the gorgeous pavilion slowly pulled up the curtains on all sides. They saw a tall general standing on the stage, walking with his head held high, looking very awe-inspiring. He didn't seem to see the heavenly officials below, Nor did he see the strange scenery outside the pavilion. He took a few steps and started to sing, his voice getting more and more excited. As it turned out, whenever the wine cup was passed to a heavenly official, the pavilion would bring up the human world's drama about that heavenly official and act it out for everyone to see. Because people loved to make up stories, who knew what kind of thunderous drama they would come up with, or whether they would just happen to be chosen. This game could be said to be extremely shameful and thrilling. However, this was where the fun came from. One had to know that General Pei's drama was wonderful because the female lead was different every time. Sometimes it was a fairy, sometimes it was a female demon, sometimes it was a young lady. Each female character was more beautiful than the last, and the story was more unscrupulous than the last. The heavenly officials watched with great interest, attentively waiting for the female character to come on stage. Sure enough, not long after, a young lady dressed in black appeared on the stage. Her voice was like an oriole, and the two sang for a while. The lyrics and music were quite provocative and bold. The more everyone looked at the two, the more they felt something was wrong. One after another they asked, "What's the name of this play? Who is the woman General Pei is seducing this time?" At this time, General Pei on the stage said, "Jie Qing." Below the stage, Pei Ming and Ling Wen both spat out a mouthful of wine. Who else could Jie Qing be? Ling Wen's real name was Nangong Jia. All the heavenly officials were shocked. How could these two actually have an affair? Ling Wen wiped the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief and said indifferently, "Don't think about it. I made it up." Although the two people involved were a little depressed, they were lucky enough to be thick-skinned enough. They acted like they didn't see anything on the stage. Wudu, however, didn't let them off. He waved his fan and said with a smile, "This play is very interesting. What do you guys think?" Ling Wen said, "I don't have any thoughts. This play is very old. Back then my idol wasn't like this. It's just folklore. Think about it carefully. In folklore, as long as it's a woman, how many old Pei hasn't seduced?" Everyone deeply agreed. Pei Ming said, "Hey, you can't say that. In folklore I've indeed seduced almost all of them. I really haven't. Don't accuse good people." Ling Wen said, "According to what you said, the folklore says that I've seduced more male heavenly officials, but I haven't even seduced a single one. Isn't that like sitting on pins and needles?" Ever since Ling Wen was appointed, folklore had always said that she had seduced a heavenly official. This was also one of the reasons why Ling Wen's hall was cold and had no worshippers in the beginning. It was said that when the protests were fierce, she was scolded badly. People often threw doo-doo and menstrual cloth into her merit box. But if the male heavenly officials had such rumors, they were known to be dissolute and could still enjoy it. Although the circumstances were similar, the outcome was very different because of the difference between men and women. Just as they thought about this, the next round began. Wudu was still laughing just now. This time it was his turn. The two malignant tumors beside him made a congratulatory gesture to him. "Live karma, please receive it." Wudu frowned and drank the wine. The curtain slowly rose again. Before it reached the top, two long cries came from inside. "Wife Lengjun," it was full of love, twists and turns lingering. Hence Xiaolian, who was below, saw with his own eyes that Wudu and Qingxian had goosebumps all over their bodies. Qingxian jumped up and said, "Brother, quickly pinch it off." Wudu immediately shouted, "Put it down. Put it down immediately." He didn't need to look to know that what he had drawn this time was definitely the folklore of Master Navy and Master Wind as husband and wife. Love and hatred were always people's favorite when telling stories. It was best if there was, but it was better if there wasn't. Logically speaking, what the heavenly officials did themselves was the authentic legend. But sometimes, looking at what people gave them, one couldn't help but admire that this was the real legend. Once Wudu spoke, the curtain really fell down. All the heavenly officials wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to. It was hard for them to hold it in. Xiaolian smiled and asked, "Master Wind, is there a way to lower the curtain?" Qingxian still had lingering fears and said, "Yes, it's a small matter. Just donate 100,000 merit points." While Xiaolian was speechless, the third round began. This time, the thunder didn't rumble for long, and the wine cup was passed to the young man beside Xiaolian. Seeing this result, the reaction of the heavenly officials was a little strange. It wasn't very enthusiastic, but it wasn't very cold either. It was as if they were interested in watching a show, but they didn't want to show it too obviously. The young man didn't seem to be interested in this game, but he still drank the wine. He put down the wine cup and the curtain was pulled up again. There were two people standing on the stage. One was a young general with curly hair like a stone lion's mane. Although it was extremely exaggerated, it could be said that he had an imposing appearance. He should be the young heavenly official. The other one was a hideous clown with a protruding mouth and monkey cheeks. He was jumping around on the stage. When the young man faced him, he pretended to be serious, but he was very greasy, which made people even more disgusted. When the young man turned around, he bared his teeth behind his back and stabbed with his sword. There was no doubt that he was a despicable villain who did one thing in front of others and another behind their backs. That clown's acting was extremely exaggerated, as if it was a comedy. When the heavenly officials saw this, their reactions were different. Xiaoyan noticed that the heavenly officials in the lower positions were all laughing heartily, while the heavenly officials in the upper positions, such as Shi Qingxian, Shi Wudu, and the others were mostly frowning and silent. They didn't find it funny. At the same time, he also noticed that the veins on the back of the young man's hand suddenly bulged. Although he couldn't understand what was being played on the stage, he could roughly guess that it was insulting another person. Moreover, even if he didn't know who it was, he still felt that this kind of arrangement made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Seeing that the young man seemed like he was about to explode, he picked up a chopstick from the table and threw it towards the rope that hung the curtain. The chopstick, which wasn't sharp, brushed past the rope and unexpectedly cut it. The curtain fell with a crash. All the heavenly officials were startled and all said, "How can this be? What is this?" They all looked towards Xiaoyan, and some even stood up. Xiaoyan was about to open his mouth, but in the next moment, something exploded beside his ear. It was that young man who had crushed the white jade wine cup. He seemed to be infuriated by this play. He threw away the broken pieces of the jade cup in his hand and jumped up onto the table. With a step, his figure shot up like an arrow and entered the pavilion through the curtain. Several heavenly officials rushed up to lift the red curtain, but there was already no one inside. Everyone was startled and said, "Not good, not good." His Highness Qiying went down to beat people again. Xiaoyan thought, Qiying? Qiying Palace Hall? Western martial god Quan Yizhen? He hurriedly asked Shi Qingxian, Master Feng, what's going on? What's going on with His Highness Qiying beating people? Shi Qingxian came back to his senses and said, "Beating people means beating people." Cough, you might not believe it, but Qiying often beats his own believers. This was the first time he heard of a heavenly official beating his own believer. This was something that would cause the heavenly officials' hearts to plummet. He still wanted to ask more, but he heard a heavenly official say in a displeased tone, "This Quan is too insensible. Everyone is playing happily, but he doesn't know how to cooperate. Who hasn't been made fun of? Didn't General Pei and Ling Wenjinjun get made fun of? Besides, he's not the one being made fun of, so why are you so angry?" That's right, this person really thinks too highly of himself. Even if he has anger in his heart, how could he let it out at this time? It's a good banquet, who came specially to look at his face? Really? Okay, a little brat is a little brat. He's already gone, without him, we can play to our heart's content. Hearing this, Xiaoyan looked pensive. The banquet was only slightly chaotic for a while before Ling Wen seemed to have sent people down to deal with Quan Yizhen's matter. After a few heavenly officials appeared to pacify them for a while, the banquet and game continued. Thus, amidst the sounds of thunder, the fourth round of beating drums and passing flowers began. Chapter 91. Xiaoyan never expected that someone would actually hand him the wine cup. It was his fault for reacting too quickly. He took it without thinking and was stunned when he took it. However, when he looked at the person who handed the wine, the other party was also stunned. It was actually Ming Yi. It turned out that the wine cup had been passed to Shi Qingxian just now. Shi Qingxian, for fun, deliberately handed it to Ming Yi. As for Ming Yi, he drank and ate. He didn't even look at it and casually passed it. After passing it, he only realized what had happened. He was also speechless. At the same time, The thunder also stopped abruptly, leaving the two of them looking at each other in dismay. Although Xiao Yan was the one who took the wine cup, everyone's eyes were focused on Feng Xian and Mu Qing. It was not difficult to understand the reason. Xiao Yan had been silent for more than 800 years. 800 years ago. Naturally, there were many books about his beautiful stories, but they had long been lost. Moreover, no one would specially set up a stage for him on this day. Therefore, if they had to find a play with the character of Xian le Crown Prince, then there was only a play with Feng Xian or Mu Qing as the main character. Because, when the folk dramas were making up stories for these two priests, they would occasionally use Xiao Yan. Usually they would use him as a foil playing a small role. In order to make the scene more exciting, they directly changed Xiao Yan into a villain, arranging for him to bully Mu Qing, who was lonely and helpless, or snatch away Feng Xian's love, and so on. If this kind of play really happened at the Mid-Autumn Banquet, regardless of whether the protagonists of the story were happy or not, the rest of the spectators would definitely be happy. Xiao Yan held the small jade cup. A priest had already urged him to open it. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, come, come. Let's drink." There were a few more people urging him. Feng Xian said from afar, "Your Highness the Crown Prince can't drink." Everyone said, "It's just a cup. It's okay." Junwu had been supporting his forehead with one hand and did not say a word. At this moment, he stood up slightly as if he was about to speak. Shi Qingxian also asked, "Can you do it? If you can't, then forget it. I'll help you pull the curtain with 100,000 merit points." Xiao Yan was afraid that if he really did act impulsively, he would throw away 100,000 merit points. Even if he was a forthright person, he shouldn't be this forthright. Furthermore, no matter what kind of show it was, Xiao Yan had seen it all, so he wasn't particular about it. Thus he hurriedly said, "No need, no need. One cup should be fine." After he finished speaking, he drank the wine in one gulp. When the fine wine entered his throat, it first cooled and then warmed up. Xiao Yan felt a little dizzy, but after a moment of preparation he suppressed the dizziness. The curtains on all four sides of the building were slowly pulled up. Everyone shifted their gazes and prepared to watch the show. He was surprised to see that there were two people standing on the platform. One of them was dressed in white, his face was powdered, his body covered with dust, and he wore a bamboo hat on his back. Without a doubt, this was Xiao Yan. The other person was dressed in red, his hair as black as ink, handsome and quick-witted, his eyes full of spirit. A long snake coiled around his hand was snatched away by Xiao Yan. The red-clothed person immediately snatched the snake from his hand and threw it away, grabbing Xiao Yan's hand and not letting go. His expression was as if his heart had been stabbed by a knife. This scene stupefied all the heavenly officials who were waiting to watch a good show. Of course, Xiao Yan himself was also stupefied. At this moment, Junwu, who was sitting at the head of the banquet table, laughed and said, "What kind of book is this? Why does it look like I've never seen it before?" Ling Wen immediately ordered people to investigate and said, "This play seems to be called Travels of the Wonders of the Half-Moon Country. It's a new play, so I've never seen it before. Tonight is the first time it's being performed in the human world." Shi Qingxian said to Xiao Yan, "Last time, the group of merchants from the Half-Moon Country went back and found someone to write it. This saves merit points, there's no need to pull the curtains." Xiao Yan declined to comment. In the human world, the only people who knew about the matters of the Half-Moon Country were those merchants. He remembered that there was a young man in the caravan called Tianshang. He had indeed said something about thanking him or worshipping him. Could it be that this play was written by someone Tianshang paid for? However, he didn't tell Tianshang his name. A young man like him might not have the ability to do this. On the other side of the stage, although the heavenly officials didn't see the play they imagined, the play in front of them was naturally even more exciting. After all, if the rumors were true, then this red-clothed person was playing the role of Hua Cheng. There were many plays of blood rain Tanhua in the human world. However, it was usually something like, the red-clothed ghost burned 33 temples. Heaven Realm didn't dare to let out a fart or blood rain Tanhua beat. When Wu Shan with one hand. This kind of play that made the people of Heaven Realm silently cry. Who knew how this play would be written? In any case, the main character was Xiao Yan. Towards this person, everyone always felt that he was out of place. They didn't consider him as one of Heaven Realm's own people, so there was no harm in watching it. Moreover, the stage of this play was exquisite, the production was excellent, and the acting of the people in the play was excellent. It was simply a work of conscience. Thus, they couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts. As they watched, they commented, "Really? It must be made up. How could Hua Cheng talk to people like this? Nonsense, simply nonsense. What did this play make of Hua Cheng? Wake up. It's not a romance play, how dare you make it up?" After all, this was a play that was specially written for him. Xiaolian also watched it seriously. Frankly speaking, this play was not bad. The acting was good and the play was good. However, as the person being played, he had a small opinion. The two main characters seemed to be a little too intimate. The one who played himself was quite skilled. However, every time he opened his mouth to call out San Lang, although his tone wasn't really up and down and lingering, Xiaolian felt that it was even more unsettling than when Feng Shenyang called Naval Master Darren with Lang Jun and husband. Moreover, there seemed to be a little too many small movements. Hooking his hand, hugging his shoulder, hugging him. He kept feeling that something wasn't quite right. However, thinking about it carefully, when he called out to Hua Cheng, he did indeed call him that. These movements seemed to have been done before. At that time, he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Looking at it now, logically speaking, there shouldn't be anything wrong with it. He looked at the other heavenly officials. Although they were scolding him for talking nonsense, they were still watching with great interest. Their eyes were fixed on the play, and they were in full swing. He could only shut up. As he watched, suddenly Shi Wudu said, "What are the two manservants at the back doing?" Hearing the two words manservants, Feng Xian and Mu Qing both unconsciously stiffened. Lingwen said, "Those aren't two manservants. They should be two small military officials from the Middle Heaven." At that time, they were recruited from Nanyang Palace Hall and Shenzhen Palace Hall to help His Highness the Crown Prince in an emergency. There were actually people from Nanyang Palace Hall and Shenzhen Palace Hall who came to Xiaolian's rescue. This was truly a strange story. It sounded as inconceivable as if Pei Ming had righteously and sternly rejected a beautiful woman who threw herself at him. All the heavenly officials looked over. Lingwen then added, "They went willingly." Xiaolian smiled and said, "I forgot to ask. Are Nanfeng and Fu Yao doing well? Why haven't I seen them come out to play today?" Feng Xian said, "Nanfeng is," Mu Qing indifferently said. "Fu Yao is in confinement." Feng Xian immediately said, "Nanfeng is also in confinement." Xiaolian made an O sound and said, "Both of them are in confinement? That's too bad." As they spoke, the curtain fell on the splendid play. Although it was unanimously thought to be the fantasies of ignorant believers, because it was really satisfying to fantasize about Flower City, it actually won the applause of the entire hall. However, Pei Su was exiled because of the Banyu Gate. After everyone had their fill, they couldn't help but give some attention to Pei Ming. Shi Wudu said, "General Pei, how is your Xiao Pei now?" Pei Ming poured himself a cup and drank by himself. He shook his head and said, "What else can he do? He doesn't put his heart on what he should be paying attention to. I can't control him anymore." On this side, Shi Qingxian couldn't listen anymore. He chuckled and said, "So, in General Pei's eyes, what is the thing that you should be paying attention to? Your Xiao Pei's future is a future. Isn't that the little girl's?" His tone wasn't good. Shi Wudu's gaze swept over and he said, "Qingxian is not allowed to be rude." When he reprimanded, Shi Qingxian lowered his head in embarrassment. Seeing this, Pei Ming laughed and said, "Senior Marshal Brother Shui, this little brother of yours is really amazing. Only you can control him. It's fine if he provokes me now, but if he provokes someone he shouldn't provoke in the future, he won't give you face like I do." Shi Wudu opened his fan and continued to scold his brother. He said, "Did you hear what General Pei said? Also, how many times have I told you not to always walk around like this outside? What a scandal. I don't care what you like, you have to use your original appearance when you're outside." Even though Shi Qingxian loved female appearances and was very unconvinced, he still didn't dare to talk back to his brother. Xiaolian thought Master Feng said that he's not afraid of his brother, but that might not be the case. Who knew that Shi Wudu said in the end, "What if we meet someone like General Pei who has strong mana but has bad intentions?" Lingwen laughed and laughed. Pei Ming almost spat out another mouthful of wine. He said, "Senior Marshal Brother Shui. If you continue to be like this, we won't be able to talk anymore." After a round of eating, they finally welcomed the last round of lanterns. In Immortal Capital, all the candles and bright lights were extinguished. Other than the moonlight, it was dark. The banquet was held near the lake. The smoke and mist on the surface of the lake was dispersed. Through the clear flowing lake water, one could see the pitch-black world below. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the lanterns were the number of eternal prayer lamps that were consecrated in the largest and most famous temple of a god official. One eternal prayer lamp was hard to find, and it would not be extinguished for a long time. The order of the lanterns was from the least to the most. When it was a god official's turn, the lamp consecrated by his believers would float up from below and illuminate the endless night. It was incomparably beautiful. This year, the Divine Martial Hall had 961 eternal lamps, which was close to 1,000. It was unprecedented, and all the god officials felt that next year, it would definitely break the 1,000. However, this was not the main point. If the first place was always the first, then the first place would lose its meaning. Therefore, everyone had automatically eliminated the Divine Martial Hall in this round of lanterns. What made people not know whether to laugh or cry was that when the lanterns started, the first person in line was actually the Rainmaster. When Xiaolian saw a small bright lamp slowly and crookedly rising into the sky, and then heard Rainmaster haul one lamp, at that time he even suspected that he was actually drunk and had not sobered up. No matter what, there shouldn't be only one lamp. In order to confirm that he wasn't drunk, he asked Shi Qingxian, "Is there no mistake?" Shi Qingxian said, "No. There's really only one lamp. There's only one lamp, and it was provided by the cow in the Rainmaster's house to support the scene." Providing for oneself, this kind of behavior was really intimate. Xiaolian thought about it. The Rainmaster was in charge of rain, so he was also the god of farming. He guessed, could it be because the Rainmaster has many believers who are farmers, so he doesn't have enough to offer? However, Shi Qingxian said, "Your Highness, what misunderstanding do you have about farmers? Many farmers are very rich, okay? Actually, it's because the Rainmaster said that having money to provide lamps is better than farming, so the believers have always provided fresh fruits and vegetables." Hearing this, Xiaolian was really envious, and thought to himself, "There's such a beautiful thing." However, Shi Qingxian said again, later on, the Rainmaster said not to waste, so the believers usually take the offerings back to eat after 2 days. In front, there were only a few small god officials, and the eternal lamps ranged from a few to dozens. No one was interested. However, the more they went, the brighter the light of time every time the lamp was raised, and everyone became more focused. If it wasn't for the special god officials announcing, one could tell the number at a glance. The densely packed array of lamps flew up together, and it was impossible to count how many there were. Xiaolian wasn't clear about anything, so he didn't make any comments. He focused on admiring the beautiful scenery of the lamps illuminating the dark night, and at the same time, listening to the analysis of the others on the current lantern situation. Although he felt that there was nothing to analyze about this kind of thing. After about the time it took for 2 incense sticks to burn, the finale finally arrived. The Mid-Autumn Banquet Lantern competition began, and the last 10 battles began. The last of the 10, Xiaolian heard the announcing god official say loudly, "Extraordinary Heroic Hall, 421 lamps." Quan Yizhen had already left, and when the other god officials heard this number, they didn't bother to hide the sound of clicking their tongues. This Western martial god was still young, but his momentum was extremely fierce. For the god officials with the same qualifications as him, it was already considered a lot to have 200 eternal lamps, but he had more than double it. Lang Qianxiu, who had ascended slightly longer than him, had slightly fewer eternal lamps than him. Could be said that he was outstanding. However, Xiaolian felt that this youth was indeed not very popular in the celestial heavens, because other than himself and Shi Qingxian, there was almost no one who was truly amazed by this. Next, Earthmaster Hall, 444 lamps. Other than drinking 2 more mouthfuls of soup, Mingyi didn't have any other expression, but Shi Qingxian was even more excited than him, saying repeatedly, "Lower, lower." As everyone wasn't very familiar with the Earthmaster, they clapped their hands as a form of congratulation. Next, it was Shi Qingshuan's turn, Windmaster Hall, 523 lamps. It was really easy to see whether a person was popular or not. After reporting the number of eternal lamps in Windmaster Hall, before Shi Qingshan could say anything, the applause at the banquet suddenly became louder, and there were congratulations and well-deserved everywhere. Shi Qingshan was very pleased. He stood up and cupped his hands, shouting to Shi Wudu, "Brother, I'm 8th this year." It was as if he was looking for his parents to ask for a reward after being praised by teacher. Xiao Yan couldn't help but laugh, but Shi Wudu scolded, "It's just 8th, what's there to be happy about?" His words were actually very arrogant. In the entire upper celestial heavens, who was ordinary? 500 eternal lamps ranked 8th, but in his mouth it was said to be just. Then wouldn't the god officials ranked behind the 8th not even be comparable to just? It wasn't that he didn't know that these words were inappropriate, but he just had to say it because he wasn't afraid. Shi Qingshuan's face fell. Shi Wudu waved his fan, and said reluctantly, however, "There are more lamps than last year. There must be more next year." Hearing this, Shi Qingshan stretched his arms and laughed. In the entire banquet, only Ming Yi had an indifferent expression as he buried his head in eating, not cheering for him, so Shi Qingshan patted him twice, wanting to find him to congratulate him. Ming Yi didn't want to bother with him at all. He continued to focus on eating. Shi Qingshan was furious. He wanted him to clap for him. Xiao Yan was laughing so hard at the side, not mentioning it. Next, Lingwen Hall, 536 lamps. Among the gods of literature, Lingwen was considered the champion, but there weren't many gods of literature supporting him. Instead, it was mainly the martial gods who gave him face. Xiao Yan congratulated him from afar. On this end he heard Shi Wudu and Pei Ming asking him to set up a banquet. On the other end he heard some god officials muttering that Lingwen had a lot of followers. It was nothing more than because he turned into a man. Lingwen saw that the current martial god was powerful. He tried his best to curry favor with the martial gods, ignoring the gods of literature. Lingwen was the god officials of the upper celestial heavens who loved to treat. It was said that Lingwen sometimes treated people to brothels and so on. He shook his head. There was only one thought in his mind. It's really not easy being a goddess official. Next, it was Nanyang Hall and Xianjin Hall, 572 lamps and 573 lamps respectively. Mu Qing's brows relaxed. Feng Exine wasn't happy or angry. He didn't seem to care. Xiao Yan was puzzled. How could the numbers be so close? Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? He asked Shi Qingshan in a low voice. Only then did he find out that because these two people were of similar birth, territory and strength, plus they didn't have a good relationship with each other, the followers of both sides held their breath and wanted to win. They swore that they would definitely offer more lamps in the other's temple. They didn't seek to be first, they just wanted to be higher than the other party. They went all out, and every year there would be victories and defeats. This year, at the last moment, Xianjin Hall finally managed to squeeze out an extra lamp, winning against Nanyang Hall. Now it was as if they had won a battle and they were celebrating. After hearing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but think outside. They are fighting until their heads bleed for an extra lamp. Don't these people go home to celebrate? Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Next, Mingguang Hall, 580 lamps. This number was quite considerable. However, Pei Ming didn't look happy because compared to last year, Mingguang Hall actually had fewer lamps this year. What happened to Pei Su, the assistant deity, was a blow. This year there were nearly 100 lamps less. If it wasn't for Pei Ming's strong foundation, he would have lost even more lamps. Shi Wudu and Lingwen didn't congratulate him. They only patted his shoulder. At this point, Xiao Yan realized that the number of lamps of these few god officials were all very densely packed. There were tens of lamps, as if there was no way to pull apart the difference. In other words, everyone was actually about the same, no one was the absolute winner. Just as he was thinking this, he heard the announcing god official say, "Navy Hall, 718 lamps." At the banquet there was a commotion and exclamations sounded everywhere. All the god officials reacted and began to fight to be the first to congratulate him. Shi Wudu just sat and didn't get up. His expression wasn't arrogant, it was just that it was natural. This was probably the closest the number of lamps of the second god official, and the divine martial hall, had been in the past few hundred years. Xiao Yan's first ascension was too far away, and at that time, A lamp of blessing was even more difficult to find than one today. Naturally, they couldn't be compared in the same way. However, as the saying goes, people die for wealth and birds die for food. People's love for wealth would never decrease. He was worthy of being called the god of wealth. Shi Qingxian was even more excited than if he had lit up 700 lamps himself. He vigorously clapped his hands and said to Xiaolian, "My brother." "It's my brother." Xiaolian smiled and said, "I know it's your brother." In the entire banquet, only Mingyi was eating with all her might, as if she was out of place. In fact, Xiaolian felt that out of everyone, he was the only one who treated this banquet as a banquet seriously. He came to eat, as if he hadn't had enough to eat after being undercover in the ghost city for so many years, and wanted to eat to his heart's content tonight. Thinking of the snacks sold at the stalls on the streets of the ghost city, Xiaolian could understand it very well. He couldn't help but wonder, does Huacheng usually stroll around the streets of the ghost city? The most exciting riddle had been revealed. Tonight, all the god officials had watched enough and talked enough. Satisfied, they prepared to leave the banquet one after another. Unexpectedly, Shi Wudu suddenly frowned and closed his fan, saying, "Wait." If others said wait, they probably wouldn't have such a strong deterrent force. But this Shi Wudu really lived up to his nickname, water traversing the heavens. It was as if he was used to giving orders. Once he opened his mouth, people couldn't help but listen. Everyone sat back down and asked, "The top 10 have been decided. Is there anything else, Lord Navy?" Xiaolian thought, "Don't tell me I'm going to lose my merit too?" Shi Wudu waved his fan and said, "The top 10 have been decided?" Everyone didn't know what he meant by this question. But Shi Qingxian said in shock, "That's not right. No. The top 10 haven't been decided. Including the Divine Martial Hall, there were only 9 that were reported just now." All the heavenly officials were shocked and said, "Only 9 came out? It's true. I counted, there really are only 9. There's actually another person in front of Lord Navy? What? Who else could it be? I don't have any impression of it." At this moment in the dark night, a burst of light that was as bright as day suddenly exploded. That light was a lamp. Like millions of fish swimming across the sea, countless bright lamps slowly rose up. They shone brightly in the dark night, like floating souls and magnificent dreams. It was magnificent to the extreme, illuminating the pitch-black world. Such a miraculous scene was indescribable. The only thing left was a frozen breath and broken speech. Xiaolian stared at the bright lamps that filled the sky. It was as if he was suffocating and couldn't hear anything. He was in a daze for a while. After a while, he finally realized what was wrong. At the banquet, all the god officials cast their gazes over. It turned out that the reporting god official pointed at him with his trembling hand. Xiaolian was stunned and said, "What's wrong?" No one answered. Xiaolian pointed at himself and said, "Me?" Shi Qingxian, who was at the side, patted his shoulder and said, "Yes, you." Xiaolian was still stunned and said, "Me what? What's wrong with me?" That reporting god official swallowed with difficulty and finally opened his mouth again. Thus, the 100 god officials present all heard a trembling voice of disbelief. Thousand Lantern Monastery, Crown Prince Palace 3-3. Chapter 93. Less than 2 days later, Xiaolian ushered in a huge crisis. There was nothing to eat in the monastery. He was alone. A few steamed buns, a plate of pickled vegetables, and some cucumbers picked from the fields to nibble on could perfectly solve the problem. The villagers of Puqi village had more than enough to provide for their lives. And now, there were 3 more mouths in the monastery. 2 living people and 1 living ghost, quickly emptying his food reserves. Forget about the 2 children. Qi Rong was a dead ghost attached to a grown man's body and refused to come out. While cursing Xiaolian for not treating him as a human and feeding him dog stuff, one of them ate more than the other. Made Xiaolian really want to stuff pot soup into his mouth. After being completely unable to squeeze out the pot, Xiaolian decided to take the 2 children to the market for a stroll, to see if he could receive something, and then take them to eat a good meal. If Xiaolian's luck was usually not good, then today Xiaolian's luck was especially bad. After walking around once, he actually didn't receive any junk. In the end, he stood at the entrance of the main street where people came and went and made a decision to go back to his old profession. Thus, he settled the two children to the side and stood on the street. In a clear voice, he said, "Fellow villagers, neighbors. Today, this humble one has just arrived at this precious land and is short of money, so I will show my incompetence. I hope everyone will support me and send me some rations to make up for my travel expenses." Xiaolian's two sleeves fluttered in the wind. He had the demeanor of an immortal, and his voice was clear and full of energy. The idlers on the street surrounded him one after another and said, "What do you know? Come and see." Xiaolian cheerfully said, "Spinning plates to see?" Everyone waved their hands. "No difficulty, it's just a small trick. What else do you know?" Xiaolian said again, "Shattering a boulder on your chest to see?" Everyone also said, "Too old, too old. What else do you know?" Xiaolian knew that even performing on the street had to keep up with the times. His specialty from back then had already become a thing of the past, and no one knew how to appreciate it anymore. Seeing that the crowd surrounding him was about to disperse, he had no choice but to use his trump card. He took out a stack of protective talismans from his sleeves and said, "Let's see a performer give a protective talisman. It's handmade, don't miss it when you pass by." Hearing that they were giving something for free, the scattered crowd suddenly gathered again. What kind of protective talismans? Which Taoist temple was it? Divine Martial Emperor? Is there anything that can protect your fortune? Give me the amulet of the God of Fortune, thank you. I want True Monarch Giant Sunday. Please leave one for me. Xiaolian replied, "No, no. It's from Xian Li's crown prince. Puqi Monastery has consecrated it. It's guaranteed to be efficacious." Of course it was efficacious. Other divine officials had at least a few thousand people praying for blessings every day. Their ears were buzzing, and if there was a little more, they would send it to their subordinate divine officials. And he prayed to at most a few people every day. Who do you think has a higher chance of being heard? Everyone scoffed. "What's that? I've never heard of it." Xiaolian continued, "It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it. Puqi Monastery is located in Puqi village, 7 miles away. You are welcome to visit. Incense is not necessary to visit." But before he could finish speaking, the crowd had already dispersed with a rumble. Each and every one of them didn't walk far before casually throwing away the amulets they had just snatched. Xiaolian then followed up and picked them up one by one, patting them clean. With a relaxed expression, he put them back into his sleeves. As he picked them up, a pair of cloth shoes stopped in front of him. Xiaolian raised his head and saw Lang Ying's pair of pitch-black eyes peeking out from between the bandages, staring fixedly at him. Xiaolian warmly said, "What's wrong? You go over there and sit with Guzi. Wait for me for a while and I'll be done." Lang Ying was silent. Right at this moment, a large house at the end of the street suddenly opened its 2 doors. A person was thrown out, and immediately after, a loud shout could be heard, "Quack!" The passers-by on the street hurriedly gathered around to watch the excitement. With a crackling sound, dozens of feet trampled over the amulets that hadn't been picked up in time were instantly trampled into shriveled, dirty, and rotten pieces. Xiaolian stared blankly and didn't say a word. He didn't want to pick them up anymore. Instead, he let Lang Ying go back and look after Guzi. He also followed to see what was going on. In front of that house, he saw a man who looked like a wealthy merchant arguing endlessly with an old man who looked like a doctor. That wealthy merchant angrily said, "What did you say when you came yesterday? Didn't you say everything was fine and there was no need to worry? What's going on today? My wife didn't fall or eat anything bad. How did she suddenly become like this?" The doctor cried out in grievance, "Yesterday I came to see your wife, she was really fine. I think you should find a Taoist priest for this matter, not a doctor." That wealthy merchant flew into a rage and pointed at him with his hands on his hips. "My son hasn't even lost his son yet. Why are you cursing him, you quack? Be careful that I sue you until you go bankrupt." The doctor picked up his medical box and said, "There's no use even if you sue me. I really can't understand this pulse. I've never seen it in my life." Everyone started to jeer. "Let's get a different doctor. Let's find a Taoist priest." Xiaolian instinctively felt that something was amiss. He raised his hand in the crowd and said, "Please look here. The Taoist priest is here, I am the Taoist priest." Everyone turned their heads in unison and asked curiously, "Aren't you a performer?" Xiaolian politely said, "That's just a side job. Thank you." After saying that, he walked forward and said, "Can you take me to see your wife?" Waves of screams came from inside the house. It was obvious that the group of women were panicking. The newly called doctor wouldn't be able to come for a while, and in such a desperate situation they actually grabbed him and ran into the house. Xiaolian casually grabbed the doctor and brought him inside. When they entered the house, the floor was covered in blood and a young woman was lying on a large bed covered in flower curtains. She was in so much pain that her face was deathly pale. She almost hugged her stomach and rolled around. Fortunately, she was held down by several old women and maids. As soon as Xiaolian stepped through the door, the hairs on his back stood up. The yin energy in this house was extremely heavy, and that yin energy was coming from one place. That woman's stomach. Xiaolian immediately blocked the people behind him and shouted, "Don't move. There's something wrong with the thing in her stomach." That wealthy merchant said in horror, "Is my wife about to give birth?" The doctor and the old women couldn't listen anymore and said, "It's only been 5 months, how can she give birth?" That wealthy merchant angrily rebuked the doctor, "If she's not about to give birth, then you don't know what's wrong with her, quack. You can't even understand the pulse." Seeing that the woman was about to faint, Xiaolian said, "All of you shut up." With a flip of his hand, he took out the maiden heart sword. Seeing him suddenly take out a several feet long pitch-black murder weapon, everyone jumped in fright and said, "What are you trying to do?" Immediately after, they saw Xiaolian let go of his hand, and that sword actually floated in the air. This time everyone was stunned. With maiden heart sword hanging in the air, the tip of the sword pointed downwards, directly at that woman's bulging stomach. This sword's murderous aura was extremely heavy. Everyone watched as that woman's stomach suddenly moved. A lump of flesh bulged out, sometimes moving to the left side of her abdomen, sometimes moving to the right side. Moving back and forth, that woman suddenly burst into a fit of violent coughing, suddenly spitting out black smoke from her mouth. Maiden Heartsword had been waiting for a long time, and with a single slash, it scattered the black smoke. That woman screamed, "My son!" and fainted on the spot. Only then did Xiaolian recall the sword and put it back on his back. Facing that doctor, he said, "That's enough." The doctor was dumbstruck. Xiaolian waved his hand a few times, and only then did he hesitantly move forward. That rich merchant's face revealed a happy expression. "My son is saved?" Who knew that after feeling the pulse for a while, that doctor would tremble with fear and trepidation as he said, "Gone." That rich merchant was stunned. After a while he loudly roared, "Gone? How could it have flowed like this?" However, Xiaolian turned around and said, "Your wife's child didn't flow, it's gone." "Gone, do you understand?" That rich merchant said, "Gone and flowed, isn't that the same thing?" Xiaolian said, "It's slightly different. Flowed just flowed. Gone means this. Your wife's stomach originally had a child, but now this child is gone." Sure enough, this woman's abdomen was still bulging just now. But now, it clearly didn't have any external injuries, yet it had clearly deflated. Moreover, it was deflated in an extremely unnatural manner. That rich merchant said, "Wasn't my son still in her stomach just now?" Xiaolian said, "Just now the one inside wasn't your child. What propped up your wife's stomach was only that mass of black smoke." After the doctor confirmed that the woman had only fainted and her life wasn't in danger, they left the room. The rich merchant said, "Taoist priest, how should I address you? Which monastery are you from? Which true monarch do you worship?" Xiaolian said, "Your surname is Xia." He originally wanted to say Puqi Monastery, but when the words reached his mouth, he didn't know why, but he changed it and said, "Thousand Lanterns Monastery." After those 3 words left his mouth, his face inexplicably became a little feverish. That rich merchant said, "Oh, I've never heard of it. Is it very far?" Xiaolian also didn't know if it was far or not, so he quietly said, "And..." After exchanging a few pleasantries, the rich merchant impatiently and fearfully said, "Taoist priest. In the end, what kind of monster was that just now? What my wife has always been pregnant with. Is that thing? A mass of black smoke?" Changing the topic, Xiaolian also straightened his expression and said, "It's uncertain. Didn't you say that yesterday when the doctor came to take a look, your wife was still fine? At that time, her pulse should have still been stable. Today it's chaotic. I'm afraid that the child had an accident last night. You might as well think about it. Last night, did your wife do anything? Or did something strange happen? The rich merchant said, Nothing happened last night. My wife didn't even leave the house. Ever since she burned incense at Juyang Palace Hall and begged for this child, she specially set up a shrine to Juyang Zhanjun in her house. Every day she doesn't leave the house, chanting sutras and burning incense. She's extremely pious. Xiao Yan thought that if Feng Xian found out that someone was worshipping him like this, then that would be terrible. After thinking for a bit, he said, Then did she have any strange dreams? That rich merchant was startled and said, Yes. Xiao Yan became spirited. He only heard the rich merchant say, Taoist priest, you really have incredible foresight. My wife really did have a strange dream last night. She dreamed that a child was playing with her and calling her mother. In the middle of the night, she felt something kick her stomach and woke up. She even happily told me that maybe the child in her stomach couldn't wait to meet its parents, so it came to greet them first. At that time I even coaxed her. In an instant Xiao Yan concluded and said, There's definitely a problem with this child. Pausing for a moment, he then asked, How old is this child? What does he look like? Did your wife say anything about it? The rich merchant broke out in a cold sweat and said, I'm afraid she can't remember. At that time when she told me, she couldn't tell exactly how old it was. She only vaguely felt that it should be very young. She even wanted her to carry it, and when she carried it, it was quite light. After muttering to himself for a moment, Xiao Yan said, I'll ask you a few more questions. You must answer truthfully, otherwise, I won't be able to investigate this matter clearly. First, in your house, do you have any concubines fighting for favor? Second, in the past, has this wife of yours ever had an abortion? When he asked if there were any concubines fighting for favor, he wanted to see if there was a possibility that it was a curse caused by jealousy. Once a woman who was confined to the backyard of a house all year round became jealous. There was nothing they wouldn't do. When he asked if she had an abortion before, it was because if she had an abortion for improper reasons, there might be resentment left in the mother's body that wouldn't let the new child have an easy time. Under Xiao Yan's repeated confirmation, this rich merchant honestly confessed. Unexpectedly, everything was correct. Not only did he have quite a few concubines in his house that chattered all day long, but he also kept a mistress outside that was always eagerly waiting to be carried in. Soon after, the young maid by this madam's side also confessed. Her master was originally a concubine, and she had once been pregnant. After listening to some folk prescriptions of Jianghu doctors, she concluded that the child was a daughter. However, she wanted to give birth to a son to raise her status, so she drank medicine and aborted the child. After listening, Xiao Yan's head swelled. That rich merchant anxiously said, Daozhang, could this be the revenge of that unborn girl? Xiao Yan said, That's possible, but it's not entirely possible. After all, even your wife couldn't tell how old the child in her dreams was, or whether it was a boy or a girl. Chapter 94. Xiao Yan said, It's possible. It might have been eaten. That rich merchant trembled. Eaten? Xiao Yan nodded. That rich merchant said, Then Daozhang, what should we do now? I still have Madame Ru who is pregnant. What if that monster comes again? This person actually had a pregnant woman in his family. Xiao Yan raised his hand and said, Don't be impatient. I'll ask again. Does your wife remember where she met this child in her dream? That rich merchant said. She said she vaguely remembered it was a large room. She definitely doesn't remember more. It was just a dream. Who would remember it so clearly? He then gnashed his teeth. I've been hoping for a son for over 40 years. I'm so bitter. Daozhang, can you catch and kill this monster? I can't let it harm the people in my family again. Xiao Yan said, Don't panic. Don't panic. I'll do my best. That rich merchant was overjoyed. Rubbing his hands, he said, Good. What does Daozhang need? Payment isn't a problem. Xiao Yan said, No need for payment. I just want you to help me with a few things. First, please find me a set of unused women's clothing. It must be loose enough for a man to wear. Also, I'm afraid I'll need a strand of your Madame Rue's hair. It can be used in a ritual. That rich merchant ordered his servant. Write it down, write it down. Xiao Yan continued. Second, please tell your pregnant Madame Rue that it's best if she changes rooms to sleep in. No matter where she is, if you hear a strange child's voice calling her mother, don't agree. Don't ever agree. It's best if you don't even open your mouth. Although people often don't know they're dreaming when they're dreaming and lose their minds, if you repeatedly tell her to remember this matter deeply in her mind, it might be effective. That rich merchant also agreed. Xiao Yan said, third, I brought 2 children out. I'll have to trouble you to help me take care of them and arrange a good meal. That rich merchant said, for this kind of small matter, let alone 2, even if it's 100, I can still do it for you. Finally, it was time for the most important last item. Xiao Yan said, fourth. He took out an amulet consecrated by Puqi Monastery from his sleeve and handed it over with both hands. He said solemnly, please look at this amulet and say, Your Highness, please protect me loudly. This way, this matter can be recorded under the name of my monastery. That night, Xiao Yan once again changed into women's clothes. Although he was already very familiar with wearing women's clothing, it was still his first time dressing up as a pregnant woman. In front of the mirror, he didn't even spend half the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. In the end, he stuffed a pillow into his stomach and hid a strand of hair he took from the pregnant woman inside the pillow. Afterwards, he lay down on the bed. He calmed himself down and slowed down his breathing. After a while, he fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown period of time, Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was no longer the room of the rich merchant's concubine, but a magnificent pavilion. Xiao Yan's first reaction was to feel if his heart was by his side. Only after he felt it did he feel at ease. After all, a maiden's heart was a treasured sword, tightly bound to him. Afterwards, he slowly sat up. Suddenly, he felt something sticky on the bottom of his hand. He raised it up to take a look. He was lying on a bed, and the bed was covered with a large patch of extremely frightening bloodstains that had yet to dry. Half of his body was also dyed bright red. It was a ghastly sight. Xiao Yan was not surprised. He got off the bed and walked 2 steps. Suddenly, he felt something drop from his body. He looked down and saw that it was actually that pillow. He quickly picked it up and stuffed it back in. After another 2 steps, his stomach dropped again. Xiao Yan could only carry it with both hands and observe his surroundings. Growing up in the palace, he was imperceptibly influenced by what he saw and heard. Xiao Yan had his own set of views on beauty and unbeauty. This small building, in his view, although it was magnificent, it was full of the smell of cosmetics. If he were to guess, he would think that it was a restaurant or a place to seek pleasure. Moreover, compared to the prevailing style of architecture today, this style was really a bit old. It was more like a house from hundreds of years ago. He didn't know what kind of place it was. Therefore, it was unlikely that it was the spirit of the aborted daughter of the rich merchant that was causing mischief. This was because the illusion created by the evil spirits was based on their own knowledge. Obviously, this kind of ancient house from hundreds of years ago would only exist in the knowledge of the evil spirits that were hundreds of years old. After walking around, there was no one in sight. Xiao Yan returned to the room that he first laid in. This was a woman's bedroom. There was a dressing table and a cabinet that could be opened. Inside, there were some children's clothes, as well as dolls, rattles, and other toys. Xiao Yan examined them one by one and found that they were all brand new. It could be seen that the mistress of this room cherished these items. In other words, this woman was full of love and tenderness towards the child. After looking through it again, Xiao Yan was suddenly shocked. In the child's clothes there was a protective talisman. And this protective talisman was actually his protective talisman. Extremely surprised, Xiao Yan had to confirm it again and again. That's right, this was indeed his protective talisman. Moreover, it wasn't the kind of simple protective talisman that he picked himself, weaved himself, drew his own talisman, and bought his own red thread to tie it together. Instead, it was the kind of protective talisman that was circulated in the whole country 800 years ago, when the Xianle crown prince was at his peak. The material used and the pattern were extremely exquisite. It was clear where it came from and whether it had been blessed or not. Could it be that the mistress of this house was once his believer? At this time in the dead silence, Xiao suddenly heard a series of giggles. It was the laughter of a child. It was very abrupt and spread in all directions. He didn't know where it came from. Xiao remained calm and collected, but in his heart he was pondering. This voice is somewhat familiar, as if I've heard it somewhere before. Just where is it? Suddenly, a childish voice rang out in his mind, new bride. New bride on the red sedan chair. Tearful eyes crossing the hill, don't smile under the veil. Mount Yujun on the sedan chair. He heard the voice of the child. When Xiao suddenly woke up from his stupor, the child's spirit's laughter also stopped. He suddenly turned around, disappearing without a trace. After the matter on Mount Yujun, he had also asked this child in the spirit communication array, but at that time the others all told him that they hadn't found any child on the mountain. He was the only one who had heard this child's voice. But now this child had already appeared in front of him for the second time. Was it a coincidence? Or was it intentional? The child stopped laughing and said, "Mother?" This mother was very close, but he didn't know where it came from. Xiao didn't say a word. He held his breath and listened carefully. After a long period of silence, the child's voice said again, "Mother, hug me." This time Xiao finally discovered that the voice was coming from his stomach. Xiao hands had been holding the fake stomach all along. Only now did he realize with a start that the pillow in his hands had unexpectedly become heavy. He slapped down with his palm, and with a bang something rolled out from his clothes. He could vaguely see that it seemed to be a deathly pale child. It spat out several things from its mouth, rolled into the darkness and disappeared in a flash. Xiao rushed over to take a look. The things it spat out were several balls of cotton wool and a strand of black hair. Thinking about it, it seemed that his camouflage had taken effect. This little demon originally wanted to eat Xiao child, like how it ate the pregnant woman's child. But it ate the cotton substitute that Xiao had placed in front of his stomach. Immediately after, Xiao heard that thing cry out mournfully, "Mother." No matter how it opened its mouth, no matter how mournfully it cried out, Xiao remained calm and didn't even open his mouth. He concluded that this child was a fetus spirit, and this room was where it or its mother had once lived. Because it didn't have a definite form, if it died at what age, it would appear in the form of that age when it caused mischief. But most of the time it was a ball of black smoke or a blurry white shadow, indicating that it itself wasn't sure what it should look like. Moreover, the clothes in the cupboard obviously hadn't been worn by anyone, and there was a large amount of frightening blood stains on the bed. Xiao deduced that the mistress of this room should have had a miscarriage, and her unborn child had already taken shape, and had a bit of its own consciousness. After turning into a fetus spirit, it wanted to return to its mother's stomach, so it found the rich merchant's wife. It opened its mouth to call out mother in the woman's dream, and the naughty woman was to open her mouth and agree. It should be noted that the bond between a mother and a child was not ordinary. Once she agreed, it was a permission to take whatever it wanted. When she opened her mouth again, it just happened to give the evil creature an opportunity to enter. The little demon crawled into her mouth, slipped into her stomach, and ate the fetus that was originally in her stomach, taking over a magpie's nest with poison. Although Xiao was a man, he wasn't sure if this child would also take the opportunity to crawl into his stomach if he opened his mouth. But just in case, it was better to keep his mouth shut. Thus, while keeping his mouth shut, he held the fragrant heart sword and searched everywhere for traces of the child. Xiao intuition towards danger had always been very strong. This was tempered by countless battles. He didn't need to look carefully at the place he suspected it was, and he would stab it with his sword. 9 times out of 10 he would stab it correctly. Although in the illusion set up by the child spirit, Xiao damage to it would be reduced by several times, but it had been stabbed by Xiao a few times, and it was probably not enough. After a while, Xiao suddenly felt a sharp pain under his feet. He had actually stepped on something extremely sharp, and he paused slightly. Seeing that he was hit, the child spirit seemed to let out a short evil laugh. Although this voice was young, it was not something that a child would make. Instead, it sounded like a malicious adult. The contrast was so great that it made one's hair stand on end. Who knew that Xiao expression didn't change? He didn't stop and stabbed out with his sword again. Stabbed again. The child spirit cried out and suffered a great deal and dodged far away. Only then did Xiaolian lower his head to look at the soles of his boots. It turned out he had stepped on a small needle that was erected upside down. It must have been deliberately placed there by the child spirit. It seemed that it really did hope for Xiaolian to cry out in pain. However, it miscalculated. Xiaolian was extremely capable of enduring pain. Let alone stepping on a needle, even if his leg was caught in a beast trap a few feet long if necessary, he would still be able to endure it without making a sound. That needle was very small, but it was pierced extremely deep. Xiaolian originally wanted to pick it out first, but after the child spirit suffered a setback and jumped out, Xiaolian was afraid that it would take the opportunity to escape and harm others. Thus he stepped on that needle and chased it out of the house. After a while, he no longer felt any pain, and his steps were as swift as if he was flying. After looking around the small building, he still couldn't find the child spirit. In his heart, Xiaolian was puzzled. Could it be that I scared it? Right at this moment, a window not too far away opened on its own. Xiaolian immediately rushed over. When he stepped forward to take a look, he was stunned. Outside the window, there were no streets, no mountain scenery, and no pedestrians. There was only a bottomless pool. On the opposite side of this pool, there was a house. Inside the house sat two children. They were Langying and Guzi, and they were currently sitting around a table eating rice. However, what they were completely unaware of was that above them, there was a thick black fog circling around. It was currently giggling as it shouted in a crisp voice, "Mother! Mother!" Xiaolian's heart suddenly jumped. Placing both of his hands on the window frame, he subconsciously wanted to give a warning. However, he remembered that he couldn't open his mouth, so he forced himself to keep his voice down. Although this was only the child spirit's illusion, he didn't know if Langying and Guzi had also been pulled in. If that was the case, then the injuries they suffered here would be added to their bodies in reality. He wanted to look around for a vase to throw over as a warning, but he couldn't find anything to throw. He couldn't throw tables or chairs, and there was a large lake between the two houses. Did he have to swim over? At this time, Guzi listlessly yawned. That black fog suddenly gathered, as if it was about to slip into his mouth. That layer of defense on a child's body was very weak. Even without permission, this thing might be able to invade. There was no time for Xiaolian to slowly think and slowly swim. Making a prompt decision, Xiaolian shouted, "Shut up! Run!" As soon as the words left his mouth, Langying and Guzi woke up. They were so scared that they shut their mouths and jumped up. That child spirit suddenly disappeared. And in the next moment, a cloud of black fog exploded in front of Xiaolian. Although Xiaolian stopped after drinking, he could already feel a gust of cold air pouring into his mouth. The black fog entered his abdomen, and his internal organs felt like they were about to be frozen in an instant. He clenched his teeth and quickly tore apart a few protective talismans. He took out the herbs and talisman paper inside, chewed them and swallowed them. After a while, his throat felt itchy, and this cloud of black fog was suddenly spat out by him. Xiaolian covered his mouth with his sleeve and coughed incessantly. He choked until tears came out, and he quickly thought of a way to deal with it. After he spat out that cloud of black fog, it still enveloped his upper body and entangled endlessly. Thus, Xiaolian pressed his hand on the window lattice and jumped into the lake outside the window. With a dong sound, Xiaolian plunged deep into the lake. He held his breath, crossed his legs and crossed his arms. He entered a meditative posture, allowing his body to slowly sink into the ice-cold lake water. After his heartbeat calmed down, he raised his head and looked up. He could faintly see that black fog hovering above him, locking down the entire surface of the water. As long as he came out of the water, he would definitely take a deep breath. And as long as he took a deep breath, he would definitely suck that child spirit into his stomach. If a man were to suddenly have a big belly, it wouldn't look good at all. However, jumping into the water was only to find some free time to think. After a while, Xiaolian thought of a way to deal with it. He thought to himself, so what if I swallow it? I'll just have to swallow her heart too. When he was a street performer, he had also learned the art of swallowing swords. Although swallowing it would probably harm his body, it didn't matter. In any case, it was enough as long as he could capture this child spirit. After making up his mind, he let go of his hand and swam to the side. However, he heard the dull sound of water from above. Suddenly, his eyes were occupied by a large expanse of blazing and dazzling red. Jet-black strands of hair filled his entire line of sight. The water splashes and bubbles became denser, and he couldn't see anything clearly. Xiao Yan blinked his eyes and with all his might, he pushed aside the countless strands of hair and the crystal-like bubbles. Then he felt a pair of strong hands. One hand wrapped around his waist, and the other hand pinched his lower jaw. Chapter 95. All of a sudden Xiao Yan's eyes widened. In his life he had never been treated like this by anyone. Firstly, no one dared to. Secondly, no one could. However, this person was like a ghost and appeared too quickly. He didn't have time to defend himself before he fell into such a situation. For a moment he was flustered. He wanted to push the other person away. However, he choked on a few mouthfuls of saliva. Gulp, gulp. Crystal bead-like bubbles emerged from his mouth. This was a big taboo underwater. Thus, the other person hugged his waist even tighter. The two of them were even closer. Xiao Yan's randomly pushing hand was firmly pressed against his chest. He couldn't move. His lips were also firmly sealed. The kiss was even deeper. A gentle and cold stream of air slowly flowed over. While Xiao Yan was at a loss and resigned to his fate, he saw the man's face clearly. It was Hua Cheng. The moment he discovered it was Hua Cheng, he ceased to struggle, and his mind was filled with a multitude of disordered and disorderly thoughts. For example, so it was Hua Cheng. No wonder it was so cold. Ghosts didn't need to breathe, yet they could still transfer qi to him. But couldn't ghosts sink into the water? At this moment, Hua Cheng suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he met the black eye that was so close to him, Xiao Yan stiffened again. Xiao Yan stiffened again. He struggled all of a sudden, fluttering about like a clumsy and unfortunate duck that was drowning. However, this bit of struggle was easily resolved by Hua Cheng. He held Xiao Yan's waist and quickly floated upwards. Not long after, the two of them suddenly broke out of the water. The bottom of the water was cold and the air was also cold. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan's entire body was boiling hot. As soon as he surfaced, he wanted to turn his head away. However, the black smoke that was glaring at him like a tiger still shrouded the surface of the water. As soon as someone came out, it immediately locked onto him. Xiao Yan had just turned his head when Hua Cheng grabbed the back of his head and pulled it back. Their lips hadn't even separated for a moment before they were tightly pressed together again. Xiao Yan's lips were kissed until they were both painful and numb. He almost lost consciousness. If it was someone else, he would have already stabbed them with his sword. However, this person was Hua Cheng. He didn't know what to do and was forced to the point where tears were about to flow out. At this moment, looking past Hua Cheng's face, he saw thousands of silver butterflies breaking out of the water beside the two of them. With a sharp whistling sound, the rain of butterflies shot out from the surface of the water like densely packed steel bullets. The butterfly wings reflected a cold, blade-like light. In an instant, the child's spirit shrieked again and again. The black smoke dispersed as it fled in all directions. However, the butterfly formation covered the sky and covered the earth, locking it in the center. It couldn't break through no matter how it tried. Hua Cheng, on the other hand, didn't even raise his eyes. He hugged Xiao Yan and dove back into the water. After a while, their lips finally parted. As soon as they separated, Xiao Yan spat out another string of bubbles, while Hua Cheng threw out a die with one hand. The die was actually able to spin very quickly in the water, creating a violent current before finally coming to a stop. A moment later, the two of them resurfaced. This time the shore was not far away. Hua Cheng swam over with Xiao Yan. He didn't know where this shore came from, but there were lights and voices, and it seemed to be very far away. On the surface of the water behind him, the butterfly formation soared into the sky with the black smoke, flying towards the faint light. Only the child's spirit's mournful cry was left behind, "Mother!" Oh! The two of them landed on the shore and sat down heavily on the ground. Facing each other like this, Xiao Yan finally saw Hua Cheng's appearance. In reality, the two of them hadn't seen each other for only a few days, but Xiao Yan felt as if they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Every time they met, Hua Cheng looked different. This time he seemed to be a year or two older than the last time they met. His face was originally handsome, but it was even more dazzling when he came out of the water. His hair was extremely black, and his skin was extremely white. On the right side of his face, a strand of hair was tied into a small braid, and a red line was carefully braided. This was the first time Xiaolian discovered that there was a small beauty point on his forehead. It made his face look even more exquisite and beautiful, and the murderous aura coming from the one eye covered by the black mask diluted this exquisiteness, causing his good looks to reach an almost perfect balance. Hua Cheng frowned as if he was enduring it. He lightly gasped a few times, and when he opened his mouth, his voice was clearly lower than before. He said, "Your Highness, I..." From the tip of his hair to his body, Xiaolian's entire body was dripping with water. His lips were red and swollen, and his eyes were empty. After a long while, he finally stuttered, I. After saying "I" countless times, he suddenly burst out with a baffling sentence, "I'm a little hungry." Hearing this, Hua Cheng was startled. Xiaolian still hadn't recovered from his shock, so he muddle-headedly said, "No. I'm a little sleepy." He turned over, his back facing Hua Cheng. Landing on his hands and knees, he slowly fumbled around, as if he was looking for something. Behind him, Hua Cheng asked, "What are you looking for?" Xiaolian subconsciously didn't dare to look at him. Incoherently he said, "I'm looking for something. I'm looking for my bamboo hat. Where's my bamboo hat?" If it was someone else who saw this scene, they would definitely scream out, "It's over, I've become stupid." In reality, Xiaolian had never experienced this kind of thing before. For a moment he was too stimulated and lost control. Xiaolian used his hands and knees to walk a few steps with his back facing Hua Cheng. He muttered, I can't find it. I have to go. I have to go home to eat. I have to collect my junk." Hua Cheng said, "I'm sorry." Sensing Hua Cheng's voice coming from behind him, Xiaolian suddenly jumped up and shouted, "I have to go." His shout sounded as if he was shouting for help. Hua Cheng said, "You can't." Xiaolian hurriedly wanted to run, but before he could run a few steps, his feet slanted and he fell back to the ground. When he turned around to look, he saw that the ground was covered in blood. The needle that had been stuck in the sole of his foot had already completely pierced in. Hua Cheng grabbed onto his ankle. His tone changed as he asked, "What's wrong with you?" Xiaolian hurriedly pulled his foot back and said, It's nothing. I don't feel any pain. It's okay." Hua Cheng was slightly angry as he said, "How can you not feel pain?" As he said this, his hand moved, actually wanting to remove Xiaolian's boot. This scared Xiaolian so much that he kept crawling forward. As he crawled, he shouted, No. As he crawled forward, Hua Cheng pulled him back, not letting him crawl. The mess here finally alerted the other people on the shore. With a burst of gongs and drums, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves, a large group of unknown people surrounded them and shouted, "How dare you? Who are you? Don't you know what this place is? Are you tired of living, or do you want to die again? My God, isn't this the master of the city?" The group of ghosts immediately shouted in unison, "Greetings, master of the city." Xiaolian screamed in his heart, wishing he could cover his face with his hands. This was actually the ghost city. Among the group of ghosts, there were quite a few that he had hurriedly glanced at last. Xiaolian even saw a familiar pig head. The two of them were dripping wet and surrounded by countless ghosts. Hua Cheng was still grabbing onto one of his ankles, refusing to let go. This extremely impactful scene finally made him slightly more clear-headed. Unexpectedly, when the group of ghosts clearly saw that one of them was Hua Cheng, they became even more excited and shouted, "Master of the city, do you want to rape me? Do you need help? We will help you hold him down." Hua Cheng said, "Scram." The group of ghosts hurriedly scram. But even if they were watching from afar and didn't dare to look closer, Xiaolian still wanted to pass out and be done with it. Because Hua Cheng had already stood up, bent down and lightly picked him up, then walked calmly towards the shore. Xiaolian was still wearing women's clothing, so he could only say that it was fortunate that the pillow was no longer in his stomach. Otherwise, this scene would have been even more terrifying. However, this horror finally made him completely sober. He struggled a few times in the crook of Hua Cheng's arm, but couldn't break free. He coughed lightly and said, "San Lang, I'm sorry. I was a little out of control just now. I've made a fool of myself." What happened just now was too much of a blow to him. Let's just say that it was a blow, since it was his first time. However, it wasn't just because it was his first time. In the past few hundred years, it wasn't that there weren't gorgeous naked female ghosts who seduced him, but Xiao Yan had never been so embarrassing. Why did it turn out like this? He could only think that it must be because the imperial advisor only taught him how to guard against women, but not against men. He had no experience, so he was caught unprepared. Thinking back on his series of reactions just now, Xiao Yan blushed slightly and felt that he was a little too extreme. He thought that San Lang had good intentions, but he was scared to this extent. To the person who helped him, it really wasn't very polite. But he heard Hua Cheng say, "It's nothing, I was acting recklessly. I offended Big Brother, San Lang should apologize." Seeing that he didn't take it to heart, Xiao Yan secretly let out a sigh of relief and said, "At that time the situation was urgent, you were just helping. It wasn't a big deal." "Oh right." He still remembered what he was originally doing, and said, "San Lang, why did you suddenly appear again? What about Tong Ling?" Hua Cheng's tone was unquestionable. "Treat the injury first." As they spoke, the two had already arrived in front of a luxurious building. Xiao Yan looked up and saw the words, "Blissful Workshop," written on the building. He was very surprised. Could the burnt Blissful Workshop have been repaired so quickly? Furthermore, it looked exactly the same as before. But he had a guilty conscience, so he was too embarrassed to ask. Hua Cheng carried him inside and onto the black jade couch. Xiao Yan sat on the couch while he half knelt on the couch, holding up Xiao Yan's injured foot, and examined the blood-stained little hole underneath. This position made Xiao Yan very uneasy, and he said, "You can't." He also wanted to get down, but Hua Cheng pushed him back down. His hands were steady and fast as he took off his boots and socks. Chapter 96. Xiao Yan said before he finished speaking, he only felt Hua Cheng exert a slight force. A sharp pain suddenly climbed up, and he couldn't help but shrink back. Although Hua Cheng's movements were already extremely restrained, and this little bit of pain was nothing to him, but for some reason in front of Hua Cheng, he seemed to be unable to hide the pain. Perhaps it was because Hua Cheng had told him first, it made him want to deliberately hold it in instead. He didn't succeed. Sensing Xiao Yan's retreat, Hua Cheng immediately tightened his grip on his ankle. He said in a low voice, "I'm fine. I'll be fine soon. Don't be afraid." Xiao Yan shook his head. On the other side, Hua Cheng's movements were even lighter. His hands were extremely fast. When he raised his hand again, he had already taken out a small needle. He said, "All right, it's fine now." Xiao Yan focused his eyes. The tip of the needle flickered with a vicious light. Hua Cheng's 5 fingers slightly closed. Then he crushed it into a wisp of black gas that dissipated into the air. Seeing this, Xiao Yan temporarily put aside his uneasiness. He said with rapt attention, "What a heavy resentment. A normal fetus spirit wouldn't have such strong magical power." Hua Cheng stood up and said, "Yes. Therefore, it must not be a normal fetus spirit that passed away." At this moment, a masked man bowed his head and came in holding a clay pot with both hands. He handed it to Hua Cheng. Xiao Yan subconsciously observed if this person was wearing a curse on his wrist. This time his sleeves were tightly bound. Hua Cheng took it and held the clay pot with one hand. He glanced at it and turned around to hand it to Xiao Yan, who was sitting on the black jade chair. Before Xiao Yan could get close, he heard a muffled cry of a child coming from inside. There seemed to be something crazily bumping into it, causing the clay pot to shake slightly. It was almost unable to stand, and he became even more vigilant. He took the clay pot and slightly lifted a corner of the seal of the clay pot. With just a glance inside, a chill instantly ran down his spine. Inside was a lump of something that looked like an embryo. Although its hands and feet had grown out, it was weak and powerless. That head was hidden in the darkness. The whole thing looked like a lump of deformed internal organs. This was its true body. Xiao Yan immediately resealed the jar and said, "So that's how it is." He had once heard that some people would look for pregnant women who were not yet full term, cut out the child in the womb of the pregnant woman, and make it into a little ghost to cast some spells. The ghost would be used to harm people, protect themselves, or protect the house. From the looks of it, this fetus spirit was a product of that kind of sorcery, and its mother was very likely to have been a believer of Xiaolian. Otherwise, she wouldn't have placed Xiaolian's amulet in the clothes of her unborn child. After muttering to himself for a moment, Xiaolian said, "You were the one who caught this fetus spirit. Zanlang, do you mind if I take it and investigate it? This is the second time it has appeared in front of me. I don't know if it's a coincidence or if it's related." Huacheng said, "If you want to take it, just take it. Even if I don't appear, you can catch it by yourself." Xiaolian smiled and said, "Be that as it may, Zanlang catching it is much easier than me catching it." He had said it casually, but he heard Huacheng say, "Is that so? If I hadn't been there, how would you have caught it? Swallow it into your stomach and then swallow the sword?" Xiaolian had actually guessed correctly. Huacheng's expression didn't show any displeasure, but Xiaolian inexplicably felt that he was a bit angry. His intuition told him that if he answered incorrectly, Huacheng would become even angrier. Xiaolian didn't know how to respond when he suddenly felt his stomach contract. He couldn't help but say, "I'm a bit hungry." Xiaolian only reacted after he said it. He was too embarrassed to look at Huacheng's expression and could only honestly explain, "This time I'm really hungry." After a long while, Huacheng finally let out a pft and laughed. With this laugh, it was as if the haze in front of Xiaolian's eyes had dispersed, and he immediately let out a sigh of relief. Huacheng half smiled and half sighed. He nodded and said, "All right." Originally, Huacheng wanted him to stay at the Extreme Happiness Workshop to set up a banquet. However, when Xiaolian heard the word banquet, he knew that it would inevitably be extravagant. Thus, he took the initiative to suggest going out for a walk and finding something to eat. Huacheng agreed. The Extreme Happiness Workshop was very warm. Not long after the two people entered, their wet clothes dried up. However, Xiaolian's female clothing was exceptionally eye-catching, so he still borrowed a set of clothes from Huacheng and changed into a clean set of white clothes. Afterwards, the two of them walked out. Even after walking for a long distance, they could still hear the cries of the fetus. It kept calling out "Mother," showing how tenacious it was. However, the ghost city was originally filled with the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves, so it wasn't strange at all that the sound of crying was drowned out. The main street of the ghost city was still bustling with activity. Both sides of the street were filled with stalls selling specialty snacks. Although the ghosts were still the same, their attitudes were vastly different from the last time Xiaolian came. Huacheng walked side by side with him. Those bosses who looked extremely fantastical all welcomed them with smiles on their faces. They scrambled to be the first to greet the two of them, practically bowing and nodding their heads. This made Xiaolian inexplicably think of a phrase, "The fox assumes the tiger's might." Aside from paying respect to Huacheng with their gazes, there were also several thousand pairs of eyes that cast even more scorching gazes at Xiaolian. It was as if they were scrutinizing and guessing what kind of person could walk side by side with the master of the ghost city. This made Xiaolian wonder if he had made the wrong decision. Despite being in the middle of the turbid flow of demons and ghosts, and being the center of attention of tens of thousands of people, Huacheng was still used to it. He asked, "What do you want to eat?" Xiaolian finally saw a stall that wasn't selling anything strange. He wanted to settle this quickly, so he said, "I'll go with this one." However, Huacheng said, "This one won't do." Curious, Xiaolian asked, "Why not?" Huacheng didn't say anything and gestured for him to look inside the stall. Xiaolian looked. When the stall owner saw that they had stopped here, he excitedly rubbed his hands together, as if he was waiting for their arrival. He was so nervous that he used all his strength to fiercely wipe the tables and chairs. However, the thing he used to wipe the tables and chairs was his tongue. Although the pots and pans that had been licked by that wide and long tongue had sparkling and translucent water droplets hanging off them, reflecting a luster as if they were brand new, Xiaolian still decisively gave up on this store and hurriedly left. After walking a few steps, he saw a chicken soup shop that was decorated very cleanly and refreshingly. The sign in front of the door read, "Home Retirement Free-Range Chicken, Slow Fire Old Fine Soup. Freshly made and sold, guaranteed to be clean." He stopped and said, "Ah, there's chicken soup. How about drinking a bowl?" Hua Chong then said, "This one won't do either." Xiao Yan understood and said, "Is there a problem with the plate or the chicken?" Hua Chong brought him into the shop and pulled open a curtain, indicating for Xiao Yan to look inside. Xiao Yan curiously stuck his head in to look and was immediately speechless. He saw a large pot placed behind the kitchen. A large fire was lit under the pot, and steam was rising from the top of the pot. Inside the pot, a man with a large red comb on his head was happily taking a bath in the boiling water. Beside the large pot, there were also many buckets filled with salt, pepper, herbs, and other seasonings. A customer in the front hall shouted, "Boss, be a little more salty. The taste is too bland." As the man took a bath, he grabbed a large handful of seasonings and rubbed them on his body. Then he wiped his back with a towel, adding more seasonings. Finally, he let out a loud and clear cry, "Oh, oh, oh." Xiao Yan put down the curtain and silently left. After walking a big round, the two finally found a shop that had a sign that said, "Authentic Human World Delicacy." Although Xiao Yan felt that this authentic was questionable, for example, as far as he knew, chefs in the human world would not use meat from large demonic beasts that were hard to hunt to make skewers. But relatively speaking, this shop was already the most normal one. The moment the two sat down, the group of ghosts that had been following them for a long time surrounded them and eagerly offered up additional dishes for the meal. The pig butcher carried a white human leg on his shoulder and slapped it loudly. He said in a rough voice, "City Lord, do you want fresh thigh meat? It's just arrived." The group of ghosts scolded, "Go, go, go. Do you think City Lord's friends will eat that thing? Do you think it's a green ghost? You might still be able to eat it if we cut off your thigh. The smell of blood is so strong, don't disgust people." The pig actually raised a hoof and said, "If City Lord and City Lord's friends think highly of it, this leg is nothing. Just cut it off. I'm telling you, this daddy's thigh meat is definitely chewy." Xiao Yan couldn't help but lower his head to eat his porridge. Hua Chong ignored them. The group of ghosts filled with hot blood all walked in front of Xiao Yan and said, "This is a local specialty snack, brain juice. We've carefully selected the best demon brains, all of them cultivated for more than 50 years. You smell this mellow fragrance. This duck blood is very good, squeak. Look, squeak, I just cut it from my own body, squeak. Have a taste, squeak. Our family's fruits are authentic fresh fruits from graves. We don't pick fruits that don't grow on the bodies of dead people. We're honest with young and old." Pile after pile, Xiao Yan had a feast for his eyes. He kept thanking them. It wasn't good to brush off this kind of surging enthusiasm, but some of the specialty snacks were really hard to look at. In the midst of his fluster, he saw Hua Chong supporting his chin with one hand and looking at him with a smile. Xiao Yan looked left and right, then lightly coughed and said in a low voice, "Sanlang." Only then did Hua Chong say, "Brother, don't pay attention to them. They're just going crazy when people come." Some ghosts immediately said, "Master Chong, you can't say that. We're not going crazy when people come. If Master Chong is our grandfather, then what is Master Cheng's older brother? He's our uncle. That's right, if uncle comes, of course he'll go crazy." Xiao Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself, what kind of nonsense is this? What a mess. Hua Chong also shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. Shut up." The group of ghosts hurriedly said, "Yes. Master Chong, you're right. Shut up. It's not uncle." Unexpectedly, at this moment, a few female ghosts who had been giggling finally couldn't help but blurt out, "Hey, you. Aren't you the Taoist brother who told Lan Yi that he couldn't get it up?" Xiao Yan almost spat out the mouthful of porridge on the spot. The group of ghosts seemed to have discovered an earth-shattering secret. They exploded, "Oh my God! It's true. It's him, it's him, it's him." Lan Yi told everyone about it. Many of the more astute ghosts went to cover the mouths of the noisy ghosts. However, Hua Chong must have heard them. Xiao Yan looked up and saw Hua Chong raising an eyebrow. He was looking at him with an indecipherable gaze, as if he was thinking about the meaning of the word impotent. That was originally an excuse that Xiao Yan had made up when he was harassed by the female ghosts. At that time he was also surrounded and laughed at by the group of ghosts, but he was able to face it calmly. Now that it was in front of Hua Chong, he couldn't take it anymore. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to choke on the porridge and faint. He said, Hua Chang seemed to be waiting patiently for him to continue speaking. But what could he say about this? Was he supposed to seriously explain that he wasn't impotent? Xiao Yan could only say, "I'm full." He was indeed full. After saying that, he got up and hurried out of the stall. The group of ghosts behind him were holding a pile of specially prepared snacks. They kept howling, "Sir, do you still want to eat?" Hua Chang also chased after them. He took a moment to turn around and said, "Scram!" The group of ghosts hurriedly scram again. Xiao Yan randomly walked in front of them for a while. Seeing that there were no more ghosts following him, he slowed down and waited for Hua Chang. After a while, Hua Chang walked up with his hands behind his back. With a deadpan expression he said, "I didn't know Big Brother had such a hidden illness." Xiao Yan immediately said, "I didn't." Then, he helplessly said, "San Lang." Hua Chang nodded and said, "Okay, San Lang understands. I won't say it again." He pretended to be very obedient, but it was very obvious that he was faking it. Xiao Yan said, "You really don't have any sincerity." Hua Chang smiled and said, "I swear, no matter what, you won't be able to find someone more sincere than me." Hearing this familiar reply, Xiao Yan also smiled. Chapter 97. This question. He actually had a vague answer in his heart. However, Hua Chang's reaction was very different from what he had expected. After a moment of silence, Hua Chang suddenly said, "I'm sorry." Xiao Yan was puzzled. What? He had originally thought that if the Thousand Lantern Temple wasn't a mistake, then it was most likely related to it. Only Hua Chang was the only one. But regardless of whether his guess was right or wrong, Hua Chang had no reason to apologize. Hua Chang didn't answer, he only gestured for him to walk forward with him, and Xiao Yan followed him. The two of them walked for a while. Turning a corner, suddenly their line of sight suddenly opened up. A temple flowing with spiritual light quietly appeared in front of Xiao Yan's eyes. In an instant, his breathing froze. In all directions, there was the scenery of the ghost domain crisscrossed by jet black and crimson. And in this encirclement, that temple was magnificent and magnificent, with thousands of lamps shining brightly. Like a fairyland, such a temple based on light and glory was located in a ghost city where dragons and snakes mixed together and demons danced chaotically. So out of place. Yet it was so shocking. The moment it entered one's eyes, it would leave an indelible deep impression in one's mind. After a long while, Xiao Yan finally said, "This is..." The two of them stood in front of this temple, both looking up. Hua Chang also raised his head slightly and said, "A few days ago, the Mid-Autumn Festival arrived. I thought that brother would probably have to participate in their annual boring game in the Heavenly Court, so I made this place to find some fun and relieve your boredom when you attend the banquet." His way of relieving boredom was truly shocking. In order to find some fun for Xiao Yan, he made a temple and even lit up 3,000 eternal lamps for praying for blessings. Hua Chang lowered his head slightly, straightened his cuffs and said, "I originally didn't want to tell you, because I was the one who arranged it on my own. I built Big Brother's monastery in this mess of a place. I hope Big Brother doesn't take offense." Xiao Yan immediately shook his head. Hua Chang actually felt that he had caused trouble for him, so he didn't want him to know. He simply didn't know what to say. At this point, saying thank you would be too powerless. Therefore, Xiao Yan calmed his mind, took a deep breath, and concentrated on admiring this Thousand Lanterns monastery. After a moment, he tilted his head and said, "This monastery is marvelous and magnificent, the workmanship surpassing that of God. It can't be completed in a few days. Did San Lang just build it recently?" Hua Chang laughed. "Of course not. Big Brother, you're right. This place was built a long time ago. But because it couldn't be put to use, it's always been hidden. I've never let anyone in. But I have to thank Big Brother for finally finding a use for it. Now it can see the light of day." Hearing this, Xiao Yan actually heaved a sigh of relief. Since it was built a long time ago but it had never been put to use, it must have been used for something else in the beginning. Now it was conveniently used. Otherwise, if Hua City had specially built a temple for him, he would be even more uneasy. Of course, with Hua City's temperament, it was also very possible that it was built purely for fun. Although Xiaolian was extremely curious as to why Hua City had originally built this building that was worlds apart from the Ghost City, he still restrained his urge to ask. Asking too much wasn't a good habit. Who knew when he would ask something he shouldn't? Hua Cheng said, "Let's go in and take a look?" Xiaolian cheerfully said, "Of course." Shoulder to shoulder, the two slowly walked into the palace, strolling on the jade-paved ground. Looking around, they found that the inside of the monastery was spacious and bright. However, there were no statues of deities, nor were there any praying mats for believers to kneel on. Hua Cheng said, "It was built in a hurry. There are many careless and inconsiderate areas. Big brother, please forgive me." Xiaolian smiled, "Not at all. I think it's very good, very good. It's good that there aren't any statues or praying mats. It would be best if there were never any. However, why isn't there even a signboard?" This question wasn't one of reproach. It was just that there were a few places inside the monastery that had the words Thousand Lanterns Monastery meticulously carved on the ground. However, the signboard that supported the entrance wasn't hung. Naturally, it wasn't because it was built in a hurry, so he asked out of curiosity. Hua Cheng smiled and said, "There's no other way. I don't have anyone here who knows how to write. Just look at that group of people just now. It's already pretty good if they can read. Big brother, do you have any calligraphers you like? I'll go find someone to write this signboard for you. Or, I think the best way is for Big brother to write one yourself and hang it in this Thousand Lanterns Monastery. That would be wonderful." As he spoke, he pointed at the altar in the main hall. That jade table was extremely long and wide. On it, there were some offerings and an incense tripod arranged in an orderly manner. There were also brushes, ink, paper and inkstones. The two walked forward. Xiaolian said, "Then how about I ask San Lang to help me write it?" Hearing this, Hua Cheng's eyes slightly widened. It seemed he hadn't expected Xiaolian to say this. He said, "Me?" Xiaolian said, "Yes." Hua Cheng pointed at himself and said, "You really want me to write it?" Xiaolian sensed something and asked, "San Lang, do you have any difficulties?" Hua Cheng raised an eyebrow and said, "I don't have any difficulties, it's just..." Seeing that Xiaolian had been waiting for him to answer, he put his hands behind his back and seemed a little helpless as he said, "All right. It's just that my writing isn't good." This was really strange. Xiaolian really couldn't imagine what Hua Cheng couldn't do well. He smiled and said, "Oh? Is that so? Write one for me to see?" Hua Cheng asked again, "You really want me to write it?" Xiaolian took out a few pieces of white paper and neatly spread them out on the jade table. He carefully smoothed them with his own hands and picked out a purple writing brush that fit his eyes. He handed it to Hua Cheng and said, "Come." Seeing that he had prepared everything, Hua Cheng said, "All right. But you're not allowed to laugh." Xiaolian nodded. "That's only natural." And so, Hua Cheng took the brush and began to write with a serious expression. Xiaolian watched from the side. The more he watched, the more his expression changed. He really wanted to hold back, but he couldn't. As Hua Cheng scribbled on the paper, his tone carried a little warning and a little joking as he said, "Big brother." Xiaolian immediately turned serious and said, "It's my fault." He didn't want to either, but what could he do? Hua Cheng's calligraphy was really too funny. Even the craziest cursive that Xiaolian had ever seen wasn't half as wild as this one. In this wildness there was an evil aura that assaulted one's face. Perhaps it would blow so hard that the eyes of the calligraphers would roll back and they would faint. Xiaolian spent a long time trying to decipher the words vast ocean, water, Mount Wu, and cloud. He guessed that Hua Cheng must have written, "Those who have seen the vast ocean cannot be water. Those who have not seen Mount Wu are not clouds." Thinking of Hua Cheng as the overlord of the world of spirits and souls, who was so fearful of gods and ghosts, finally revealed this kind of expression on a certain matter, and it was something like calligraphy. Xiang Xiaolong held back his laughter until his stomach twitched. He picked up Hua Cheng's work with both hands and pretended to be calm. He said, It's very unique and self-contained. It has wind." Hua Cheng put down his brush and his posture was quite proper. He squinted his eyes and laughed, "Are you crazy?" Xiaolian pretended not to hear him and commented seriously, "Actually, it's not difficult to write well. What's difficult is to write your own wind. If it's just good looking but it's so good looking that it's all the same, then it's still inferior." San Lang's path is very good. He has the style of a great master. His spirit swallows the mountains and rivers. There were 8 more words at the end. The mountains and rivers are shattered. The soldiers are in chaos and the horses are in turmoil. There was no other way. Coming up with words to praise someone was also very tiring. As Huacheng listened, his eyebrows rose even higher. He doubtfully asked, "Really?" Xiaolian said, "When have I ever lied to San Lang?" Huacheng leisurely added a few new strands of incense to the small golden tripod beside him. Amidst the faint fragrance of the smoke, he pretended to be careless as he said, "I really want to write well. It's just that I don't have anyone to teach me, so I don't know what the knack is." He had asked the right person this time. Xiaolian muttered to himself, "There's actually no knack, it's just that." After thinking about it, he still felt that just talking wasn't enough. He moved closer and picked up his brush. He wrote 2 lines next to the poem Huacheng had written on the paper in one go. After scrutinizing it for a moment, he smiled and sighed, "I'm ashamed. I haven't had the opportunity to write for many years, so I'm not as good as I was in the past." Huacheng stared at the 4 lines of words that were as different as heaven and earth. They had completely different styles, especially the last 2 lines that Xiaolian had added. Taking a glance at a cluster of flowers, "I am too lazy to look back. Half destined to cultivate the Tao, half destined to be a monarch." He linked the lines together and read them a few times, his gaze lingering on them. After a while, he raised his head and asked, "Seeking advice?" Xiaolian replied, "I don't dare to give advice." Thus he began to teach Huacheng the essentials of learning calligraphy. Without holding anything back, he taught him everything he knew about calligraphy when he was young. Xiaolian spoke seriously, and Huacheng listened attentively. In the main hall, Xiaolian spoke slowly and softly. The scene and voice were both very soft. After a while, Xiaolian said, "Why don't you try again?" Huacheng made an "oh" sound and took the brush. Then he seemed to seriously write a few words. Xiaolian stood beside him and watched. He crossed his arms, tilted his head and said, "It's a bit interesting." However, he still felt that there was something wrong with Huacheng's brush. After frowning and observing for a moment, he suddenly realized what was wrong. Huacheng didn't hold the brush correctly. Even the way he held the brush was messy. Of course it was wrong. Xiaolian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He stood a bit closer, and without thinking, he reached out his hand to correct Huacheng. He said, "The way you hold the brush is wrong. You have to do it like this." Only when he reached out his hand did he suddenly feel that something might be wrong. The 2 of them weren't a master and a young disciple. Teaching Huacheng hand in hand like this was unavoidably too intimate. However, since he had already made his move, there was absolutely no reason for him to rashly take it back. Thus, after hesitating for a moment, he still didn't take it back. He thought about it again. Last time at the ghost gambling house, didn't Huacheng also teach him how to shake the dice step by step like this? Although Xiaolian felt that he didn't learn anything at that time, and even vaguely felt like he had been deceived afterward, this time, he sincerely wanted to teach Huacheng a few things. Thus Xiaolian's warm palm felt at ease and pressed against the back of Huacheng's ice-cold hand. Gently holding it, he guided the movements of Huacheng's brush as he softly said, "Like this." Sensing that Huacheng's hand was holding the brush in a frenzy, Xiaolian slightly exerted some force to correct it. Not long after, he felt that his hand's movements were even more frenzied and out of control, so he could only hold the brush even tighter. The 2 people's combined efforts to write were crooked and unsightly. The more Xiaolian wrote, the more he felt that something was wrong. He couldn't help but say this. Huacheng seemed to have succeeded in his mischief and let out a low laugh. Xiaolian helplessly said, "San Lang, don't be like this. Learn well and write well." Huacheng said, "Oh." One look and it was obvious that he was pretending to be serious. Xiaolian shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Although Huacheng's hand was cold, when he held it in his hand, it inexplicably felt like he was holding a soldering iron. He didn't dare to use any more force. At this moment, the corner of Xiaolian's eyes suddenly swept to the edge of the altar and froze. Chapter 98. Xiaolian was slightly stunned. The distant memory seemed to be a dusty picture, slightly brushing away the dust, but it was still unclear. He let go of his hand and picked up the flower, concentrating without saying a word. Hua Cheng also put down his brush and slowly ground the ink. What's wrong? Xiaolian smiled. Nothing. It's just that this kind of flower has a refreshing fragrance. I've always liked it. Offering flowers in temples wasn't uncommon. However, they would usually offer big bouquets of red and purple flowers, or artificial flowers that would never wither. He paused. Xiaolian said, could it be that blood rain searching for flowers? Is it this kind of flower? Hua Cheng smiled. Brother, you really have a godlike foresight. Amidst their laughter, the two of them finally completed a piece of calligraphy. It was still the same 4 lines of poetry. Hua Cheng picked it up and admired it for a moment. He seemed very satisfied. Not bad. Frame it. Hearing him say not bad, Xiaolian choked. Hearing him say frame it, Xiaolian choked again. You're not thinking of hanging it on the wall, are you? If his deceased teacher saw a piece of calligraphy with Xiaolian's participation like this, they would probably be so angry that they would come back to life. However, Hua Cheng smiled and said, No, I'll keep it for myself. I won't let anyone see it. At this moment, the two of them suddenly heard a faint cry from outside. Fire! Fire! Extreme Happiness Square is on fire. It was extremely quiet inside the Thousand Lanterns Monastery. However, the two of them had extraordinary senses. They quickly looked at each other when they heard the sound. Xiaolian blurted out, Extreme Happiness Square again? Once the words left his mouth, he felt that the word again was a bit funny. Hua Cheng calmly put away the calligraphy and said, Don't worry. Brother, sit here. I'll be back soon. How could Xiaolian sit here peacefully? He said, I'll go with you. He hurriedly followed. He was puzzled. Why did the Extreme Happiness Square catch on fire every time he came? The title of God of Plagues was confirmed again. Although this time it had nothing to do with him, he was almost used to feeling guilty. The two of them rushed back to the blissful workshop. The entire street was covered in thick smoke, and the little ghosts and monsters were noisily running back and forth with buckets of water to extinguish the fire. When they saw Hua Cheng and Xiaolian, they all said, City Lord, you don't have to worry. The fire isn't big. It's already out. Hua Cheng didn't say anything, but Xiaolian heaved a sigh of relief. He warmly said, That's great. Thank you for your hard work. The little ghosts didn't expect to be thanked, not to mention that it was from the City Lord's friend. They were overjoyed and said, It's not hard at all. It's no big deal. Of course. Only then did Xiaolian realize that it was slightly inappropriate for him to say that it was hard, because he wasn't the owner of this place. However, since Hua Cheng didn't say anything about it, there shouldn't be any harm for him to say it. Feeling ashamed of himself, he didn't care about it anymore. The two of them entered the blissful workshop to take a look at the place where the fire started. As expected, it was only a small area, and it was an inconspicuous little house in a corner. No wonder the fire was put out so quickly. However, after confirming this, Xiaolian became vigilant. He said to Hua Cheng, the arsonist wasn't ignorant and bold enough to play a prank, nor did he really want to burn anything. It's more like he wanted to divert everyone's attention and attract everyone's attention. However, at this critical juncture, what was he trying to divert attention from? Suddenly, Xiaolian reacted. That's the fetus spirit. Previously, when they left the blissful workshop, the fetus spirit was still crying for a long time. Its cries were ear-piercing, and it even called for its mother from time to time. But now the sound had disappeared. They went to a side hall outside the blissful palace to investigate. When the two of them came out, Hua Cheng casually placed the earthen jar containing the fetus spirit on a table. The earthen jar was still there. But when Xiaolian went up to pick it up, he felt that the weight wasn't right. It was too light. When he opened it again, there was indeed nothing inside. It was sealed, so it was impossible for the thing trapped inside the jar to open it by itself. Xiaolian immediately said, the fetus spirit was released by someone. However, Hua Cheng didn't panic in the slightest. He said it was stolen by someone. That thing passed through the butterfly array once, so its vitality is greatly injured. Can't run far on its own. Xiaolian said, then it's easy to handle. Sanlang, do you have any guards in the blissful workshop monitoring the people going in and out? Let's see if we can find any suspicious people. However, Huacheng said, we don't. Xiaolian blinked his eyes. You don't? Huacheng said, yeah. We never did. No wonder he didn't see a single guard when he tried to do something sneaky in the blissful workshop. Xiaolian even wondered if it was because the ambush was too deep that he didn't discover it. He didn't expect that there really wasn't anyone. Slightly stunned, he asked, are you that confident in the blissful workshop? Huacheng said, Gij, have you noticed the door in the blissful workshop? After thinking for a bit, Xiaolian said, I haven't. Could it be that there's something special about it? Huacheng said, that's right. He pointed at the door of the side hall and said, if the owner of this place didn't take away the person who was originally inside without permission, or something that doesn't belong to them, even if it's just one item, then they wouldn't be able to open the door and would be trapped in that room. Xiaolian recalled the last time he came to the blissful workshop. At that time, he seemed to have been using his die to open the way. When he finally left, it was the Windmaster who raised a gale and lifted the roof. Only then was he able to avoid leaving through the door. These were all relatively violent scenes. The more Xiaolian thought about it, the more he felt he shouldn't think about it. Pausing, he then asked, then if Sanlang stole a transcendent artifact from me and brought it to the blissful workshop, as the original owner of the transcendent artifact, wouldn't I be able to take it away? Huacheng raised his eyebrows and said, of course I wouldn't be able to take it away. Once it's in my hands, it's mine. However, Gij, don't wrongly accuse me. I won't steal your transcendent artifact. Xiaolian coughed lightly and said, that's only natural. Of course I know that. That's why I said it was a hypothetical situation. Furthermore, I don't have any transcendent artifact for others to steal. Huacheng stopped joking and laughed before continuing, therefore, it's impossible to steal something from me without being discovered. Of course I wouldn't need any guards. Xiaolian's first reaction was that the person who stole the embryo spirit hadn't left through the door, but had used some other method. However, when he looked around, the roof of this side palace hall was fine. The ground was fine, and the walls were also fine. There wasn't a single trace of any damage. Xiaolian couldn't help but form an even stranger conjecture. Could it be that the person who stole the embryo spirit hadn't left and was still in this side palace hall? Although there wasn't any place to hide in this side palace hall, there were many ways to hide oneself. Perhaps that person was currently nearby, quietly observing their every move. Xiaolian focused his gaze on his surroundings, paying attention to whether or not there was any abnormal distortion in the air. However, regardless of whether it was his eyes or his intuition, both were telling him that there wasn't a third person or ghost in this place. Perhaps his train of thought was wrong and he needed to think in a different direction. At this time, Huacheng smiled and said, Gij, you don't need to worry. I naturally have a way to find the person who stole the embryo spirit. He actually had a card up his sleeve. Xiaolian turned towards him and pondered for a moment. Then he suddenly became enlightened. The two of them waited quietly. After a while, the noise gradually drew closer. A large group of demons and ghosts rushed over and gathered outside the side palace hall. They all said, City Lord, what instructions do you have for us? There were at least 1,000 of them. If it weren't for the fact that the Extreme Happiness Square's house and courtyard were large enough, they probably wouldn't have been able to fit them all. The person who brought them here was the masked man. He said to Huacheng, City Lord, everyone who appeared on this street today should be here. The ghost city has also been locked, so no one can leave. It was still the voice of the young man from last time. Xiaolian couldn't help but glance at him again. The group of ghosts said, City Lord, have you caught the person who set the fire? I heard they even stole something. If it's not because they're tired of living, then they want to die again. How daring! Not only did they set the fire, but they also stole. They dared to touch the Tai Sui's head. How could the City Lord let them off? Although the group of ghosts wasn't talking about him, Xiaolian was someone who burned down the Extreme Happiness Square's house, stole someone, and was let off by Huacheng. He felt like he had been hit by countless arrows. He coughed lightly, feeling even more apologetic. He stole a glance at Huacheng and coincidentally met Huacheng's gaze. Huacheng also glanced at him, then quickly averted his gaze. Following that, Huachang calmly said, "The person who stole the fetus spirit, step forward. Don't waste my time." The group of ghosts was shocked. They all said, "Among us. I thought it was an outsider. Who is it? Hurry up and step forward." After a while the uproar gradually subsided, but no one stepped forward. Huacheng said, "Very good, you're really brave. Men on the left, women on the right." Separate into two groups. Although the group of ghosts was puzzled, they didn't dare to disobey Huacheng's words. They immediately did as he said and split into two groups. The male ghosts crowded on the left, speaking in a gruff voice. The female ghosts were all on the right, almost all of them graceful and charming. Huacheng and Xiaoyan glanced at each other before walking straight to the right. He walked through the group of female ghosts, glancing at flowers from horseback. He practically swept his eyes over 10 of them. After a few steps, when he passed by a female ghost, his footsteps slightly paused. This female ghost was wearing a long dress, and her face was smeared with a thick layer of white powder. It was frighteningly white, making it almost impossible to see her original appearance. However, this overly gorgeous and exaggerated makeup made her look slightly familiar. Xiaoyan said, "Miss Lani?" This female ghost was stunned, as if she was the one who had seen a ghost. Sure enough, it was the female ghost Lani who had pestered Xiaoyan on the streets of the ghost city, quarreled with the pig butcher, and even ridiculed him for his impotence. After her astonishment, she put her hands on her hips, raised her head and said, "What? You're the one who said you can't get it up. It's not like I've wronged you. Don't tell me that I want Master Cheng to teach me a lesson before I take my revenge?" Although the female ghosts and demonesses around her were a bit nervous, when they heard her say this, they still giggled. Huacheng also walked over. Although she couldn't see his expression, that female ghost Lani was still a bit afraid of him. She didn't dare to be too rash with her posture. Xiaoyan warmly said, "That kind of joke, it's fine if you say it however you want. However, that fetus spirit has harmed countless people and is extremely bloodthirsty. We can't let it go, so please return it first." Even though Lani was smeared with an extremely thick layer of powder, it could still be seen that her face had become even paler. She retreated again and again. However, she was currently in the middle of a group of female ghosts. After retreating a few steps, she would be grabbed by the female ghosts around her, putting an end to any possibility of escape. She could only shout, "I don't know what you're talking about. What fetus spirit?" Xiaoyan said, "Please return it." Lanchong said, "Return what? I didn't. You said that I stole something from the master of the city's house, but everyone knows that you can't take things from the master of the city's house. Even if you take something, you won't be able to leave." The group of ghosts all agreed that that's right, they all knew that. The pig butcher also shouted. Lani then said, "The fire at the Extreme Happiness Workshop happened not too long ago. I've been on this street the entire time, so if I stole something, I definitely wouldn't have had the time to hide it, right?" As she spoke, she spread out her hands to show that her hands were empty. She even pulled up her skirt to show that she didn't hide anything. However, Xiaoyan said, "Miss, the last time I saw you, you were also wearing very little in the cold wind. Today's weather is nice and sunny, so why are you wearing a long skirt? Did you suddenly want to change your clothes? Or are you trying to hide something?" When they heard him mention it, the group of ghosts realized that normally, Lani always wore revealing clothes. Xiaoyan saying that she was wearing very little was already a very polite way of saying it. On the streets, she was practically bare-chested. Today, however, she was wearing a long skirt that completely covered her waist and legs. It was indeed strange. Furthermore, when Huacheng had brought Xiaoyan to the ghost city and the group of ghosts had been making a ruckus, they hadn't seen Lani, who usually loved to shout obscenities on the streets and proclaim, "It's him who can't get it up, it's not me who can't." Xiaoyan slowly said, "You didn't take anything that doesn't belong to you. You only took away a part of your body. That fetus spirit is currently in your belly. Since the person who stole the fetus spirit didn't use any other method to leave, nor did he stay in the side hall, then there was only one possibility left. This person had openly and honorably left through the main entrance. If this fetus spirit had already been born, then it would be a child, an independent person. However, this fetus spirit had been forcibly removed from its mother's body before it reached full term. Therefore, if its mother had stuffed it back into her belly, then it would naturally be considered as her own thing. No, it should be said that the fetus spirit was basically a piece of flesh on her body, a part of her. After all, the blood of mother and son was thicker than water. In this kind of situation they were one body. That female ghost would naturally be able to walk out of the extreme paradise's main entrance unscathed and honorably. Therefore, the person who stole the fetus spirit was definitely a female ghost, the fetus spirit's birth mother. If they quickly sealed off the ghost city and found all the female ghosts that appeared on the streets before and after the fire, then they would definitely be able to catch the culprit. Thinking about it, the moment Hua Cheng entered the side hall, he had already thought about it. Chapter 99. Xiaolian said, "Miss." Lan Yi's face was deathly pale. She couldn't say a single word. Suddenly, something seemed to explode in her stomach. Her originally flat abdomen suddenly swelled into a huge ball, almost tearing her long skirt apart. Black smoke even overflowed from the seams of her clothes. The female ghosts loosened their hands and slightly spread out. Lan Yi barely managed to hold her abdomen. Frightened, she said, "Stop messing around." It was actually the fetus spirit that was causing trouble in her stomach. Hua Cheng calmly said, "Gij, step back." Xiaolian said, "It's nothing." Lan Yi's knees suddenly knelt on the ground. With a face full of pain, she said, "Be obedient. Be obedient. Be obedient. Be obedient, okay? Stop messing around." Xiaolian said, "Miss Lan Yi, let it out first." Lan Yi frantically shook her head. She said, "No. No. I will definitely keep him in my stomach and raise him properly. He will never go out and harm people again. City Lord, I beg you, don't take my son away. I've been looking for him for hundreds of years. Don't take my son away. Don't hand him over to those people in heaven." It seemed that the ghosts in the ghost city knew that Xiaolian was a person from heaven. Lan Yi screamed. She hugged her stomach and rolled on the ground. It was as if her stomach was no longer a part of her body. It was like a living thing. Sometimes it shrunk and sometimes it expanded. Sometimes it moved up and down, left and right. The black smoke grew thicker. Presumably, this evil fetus spirit had returned to its mother's stomach to rest for a while. After recovering a bit of its vitality, it was about to cause mischief again. The female ghosts scattered for a while before going up to press her down again. Thus, the demons and ghosts on the left shouted, "Look at us," and came up to press her down. The scene was incomparably chaotic. Xiaolian clenched his fists and said, "Miss Lan Yi, the fetus in your stomach is far stronger than you. Moreover, it can hurt you, but you can't bear to hurt it. You can't do anything to it. Sooner or later, you will be sucked dry by it and break out of your body. Quickly let it out." If Lan Yi didn't release the thing she hid in her stomach, sooner or later, she would be sucked dry and torn to pieces by this ferocious fetus spirit. Xiaolian would have no choice but to personally cut open her abdomen. Although it was better than watching her get torn to pieces by his own son, if he didn't have no other choice, he wouldn't do such a thing. Although it was better than watching her get torn to pieces by his own son, he wouldn't do such thing. However, this female ghost Lan Yi was extremely stubborn. Even if she screamed in pain, she wouldn't let the fetus spirit out. This couldn't go on, so he would rather do it himself. He gritted his teeth and said, "Sorry for offending you." Unexpectedly, when he placed his hand on the hilt of the maiden heart sword, Hua Cheng immediately pressed him down and said in a low voice, "No need." At the same time, a burst of golden light suddenly burst out from Lan Yi's abdomen, causing a group of demons and ghosts nearby to cry out in unison, "Xie Xiaolian du Xie spirit." Xiaolian took a closer look. After the golden light faded, the fetus spirit that was rushing out seemed to be locked by something. Lan Yi's abdomen also flattened out. "E to the Lan. Right. Lan. Xiebi. Bibi. Alan. Xia. Lian. Feng." Even though its color had faded because it had been washed too many times, Xiaolian could still tell that this belt was something from the heaven realm. Many things in the heavenly realm were exquisite magic treasures. Therefore, when it was necessary, it showed its special ability to protect its owner in emergencies. Even if the embroidery was badly worn, Xiaolian was sure it was a golden belt that only a heavenly official could use. Looking at its rank, it was a heavenly official from heaven. In the heaven realm, gifting a golden belt was a very popular and elegant act. It had a special meaning. For a male heavenly official to give his belt to someone else, this action had an ambiguous meaning. It was easy to imagine. Things like belts couldn't be casually given away, and they weren't easy to lose. Xiaolian said, Mississippi. Could it be that your child? Xiaolian suddenly remembered. No matter if this was a devil's den or not, asking a woman about such a private matter in public wasn't a good idea. He quickly stopped himself. Lani immediately said no. Xiaolian thought to himself, I haven't said anything yet. Why are you saying it's not? He asked, for the past 700 or 800 years, did you rely on this golden belt to survive? Hearing this, the female ghosts were flabbergasted. Oh, my God, Lani, how old are you? Didn't you say you were only 300 years old? That's not right. She also said she was 200 years old. She lied about her age. This fetus had a cultivation base of around 700 or 800 years. Then its birth mother should also be around that age. However, this female ghost, Lan Yi, didn't have such a strong evil aura. As an ordinary female ghost, the fact that she was able to stay in this world for so long was probably due to this golden belt. If the father of this fetus was a heavenly official, then it would be more reasonable for it to be so cruel. A heavenly official had an affair with a mortal woman. In the end, no one knew if he abandoned her or if he ignored her, but the woman suffered a tragedy. The fetus in her stomach was cut out while she was still alive. Now that both mother and child had turned into ghosts, the fetus could have killed countless people. No matter how he looked at it, the severity of this matter was no less than Xianji's. Moreover, it seemed a bit familiar. Then it would be easy to think of how to solve this matter. Xiaolian immediately turned around and said to Huacheng Sanlang, this girl. Without needing him to say anything, Huacheng said, do what you need to do. You don't need to ask me. Xiaolian softly said, and, after receiving permission, he turned to Lan Yi. At this time, the group of ghosts asked, Lan Chong Lan Yi, who is this child's father? So angry. Only caring about killing and not bearing? Only caring about giving birth and not raising? Who is it? Should we go find him and settle the debt? Lan Chong gritted her teeth and looked at Xiaolian. Oh, who else could it be? She didn't say a name, but Xiaolian understood tacitly. He said, come back to the heavenly court with me. However, Lani immediately said no. Of course it was useless if she said no. Whether she could or not, Xiaolian would still take her away. Xiaolian straightened his face and said, this fetus spirit is extremely savage. Who knows how many people's blood has stained its hands? Now that things have reached this point, there are too many people involved. You won't be able to protect him. You must definitely go to the heavenly court to confront him and report this. If that heavenly official is an upright person, or if there is a misunderstanding between you two, then let the two of you go and acknowledge him. Then you can deal with this child's matter. If that heavenly official has wronged you or made an even bigger mistake, then you must seek justice from him. No matter what, this fetus spirit is your son and also his son. If his father doesn't care about this matter, then how can others care? These words made sense to the group of ghosts. Moreover, letting Lani bring her child to the heavenly realm to wreak havoc was exciting enough to hear. They were only afraid that the matter wouldn't be too big. The bigger the better. They all urged, that's right, Lani, what are you afraid of? Let's go find him and settle the debt. If he dares to not acknowledge it, then we'll burn his temple. Xiaolian said to Huacheng, I'll go back to the heavenly court first and quickly report this matter. Although Lani resisted, she knew she couldn't stop Xiaolian. She stared blankly for a moment before suddenly bowing to Huacheng and saying, City Lord, many thanks for your great kindness in taking me in. Xiaolian was startled for a moment before she continued. Lani setting fire to the Extreme Happiness Workshop was a last resort. I broke the rules of the Ghost City, so I'm sorry. I hope you won't take offense. She had always been bold and unrestrained, but when she opened her mouth this time, it was as if she had changed into a different person, causing many familiar demons and ghosts to be greatly shocked. However, Huacheng's expression was the same as usual. He said to Xiaolian, Gij left in a hurry this time. I'll wait for you to come down. Then I'll properly entertain you. Xiaoyan nodded and brought Lan Yi straight towards the heavenly realm. Walking on the streets of Xianjing, Xiaoyan called out from the spiritual communication array, "Everyone! I'll have to trouble you to meet me at the Divine Martial Hall. There are matters we need to discuss." After he finished speaking, he withdrew from the array. He didn't stay for a moment longer and first brought Lan Yi to the Divine Martial Hall. Because Lan Yi had the body of a female ghost, she couldn't enter the Golden Hall. Xiaoyan first waited with her outside the hall for a while. Only when Junwu arrived and personally gave his permission did Lan Chong enter. Not long after, all the heavenly officials in Xianjing arrived one after another. When they saw a female ghost with heavy makeup beside Xiaoyan, who was completely incompatible with the celestial atmosphere of Xianjing, they were all dumbfounded. A black-robed heavenly official stepped into the hall. When he saw the scene in the center of the hall, he paused for a moment. It was Mu Qing. Lan Yi also glanced at him and immediately lowered her head, her lips trembling. However, Mu Qing's expression was calm. He only faintly said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, who is this woman?" When she heard the words, "Your Highness the Crown Prince," Lan Yi's expression slightly changed. She looked at Xiaoyan as if she remembered something, but she didn't dare to confirm it. At this time the two feng shui masters also arrived. They were a pair of brothers who looked 60 to 70% similar. Each of them lightly waved a paper fan, and their white clothes fluttered in the wind. The scene was extremely beautiful. Shi Qingxian said as he waved his fan, "That's right, monastery head. Why did you also bring the female ghost here today?" Xiaoyan asked in confusion. "Monastery head? What monastery head? Puqi Monastery? Why did he suddenly call her that?" Thinking about it again, it was most likely the Thousand Lanterns monastery head. He didn't know how to deal with it, so he could only pretend that he didn't hear it. Shi Qingxian was immensely proud of himself. He greeted everyone and then said, "Huh? Could it be that there's something in this female ghost sister's stomach? Why do I feel like..." As he said this, he went forward as if he wanted to touch it. Shi Wudu folded his fan and said, "Qingxian." Shi Qingxian immediately retracted his hand and explained, "I just felt a very bad evil aura, and wanted to see if there was anything dangerous inside." Shi Wudu reprimanded, "You are a man and a heavenly official. This is still the Divine Martial Hall. How can you do such a disgraceful thing? You are also not allowed to change your appearance. It is still disgraceful for a female to do this kind of thing. Change back for me." Lingwen shook her head and tucked the document under her arm. She stepped forward and placed her hand on Lan Yi's abdomen. After pausing for a moment, she withdrew her hand and muttered, "What a fierce fetus spirit. Has it been a few hundred years?" Xiaoyan said, "About 700 to 800 years. He explained how he met the fetus spirit twice, how the fetus spirit harmed a pregnant woman, and how it drew out this female ghost. He didn't mention the matter of Flower City and Ghost City, so Lan Yi naturally wouldn't take the initiative to bring it up. In the end, Xiaoyan said, "That's how it is. I don't know if that heavenly official is still alive or in office. Is there some misunderstanding? Does he know about this matter? That's why I brought this girl up here." Feng Exine frowned and said, "If there is no misunderstanding, and you know about this mother and son, yet you still ignored them for 700 to 800 years. That's too irresponsible." Pei Ming crossed his arms and leisurely said, "I agree with General Nanyang's words. This is too irresponsible. I don't know which immortal advisor left this behind. If he is still in office, it's better if you stand up yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt countless gazes boring into him. Above the Divine Martial Hall, everyone was speechless. After a long while, Pei Ming finally said, "Does everyone have some misunderstanding about me?" Shi Qingxian didn't even wave his fan and said, "I don't think there is any misunderstanding. It should be said that I understand you too well." Pei Ming immediately said, "There is absolutely no such thing." Everyone laughed dryly. Even Shi Wudu and Lingwen's gazes didn't seem to trust him. Pei Ming's head swelled up. Holding his forehead, he earnestly said, I've been on good terms with some women from the ghost realm, but this girl, I've never seen her before." If one listened to these words seriously, they could be trusted. How could it be that he himself didn't know which woman he had been on good terms with? Although Pei Ming was criticized for being fickle, he had never denied any of his relationships. Once he did it, he wouldn't deny it. In any case, it wasn't like he couldn't afford to play. For the women he had been on good terms with, unless they were like Xianji who didn't want to be with him, they at least guaranteed that they wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. If this female ghost had really had a one-night stand with Pei Ming when she was alive, she wouldn't have fallen to the point where her belly was cut open and her child taken away, turning into a malicious spirit. Moreover, Pei Ming's standards for women were very high. The women he had hooked up with were all women with extraordinary looks and skills. He especially liked beauties without makeup. From what the other people in the hall could see, with Lan Yi's heavy makeup, it was impossible to see her true appearance. Her appearance, taste in makeup and mannerisms were all far below Pei Ming's standards for choosing lovers. Therefore, when he said there was no such thing, everyone still faintly believed him in their hearts. However, it was only in their hearts and faintly. If they had the chance to see General Pei being general, why not? They could just watch him argue. Whether they believed him or not, didn't that depend on whether they were happy or not? Originally, Xiao Yan also felt that there was an 80 to 90% chance that it was Pei Ming. After all, he had a lot of criminal records. However, looking at Pei Ming's expression, it didn't seem fake. Thus he wavered. He remembered that Hua Chong seemed to have said that Pei Ming didn't play dirty, so there was no need to be afraid. After thinking for a moment, he said, before Miss Lani vaguely asked who else could it be. So I took it for granted. However, since General Pei said this, perhaps there was some misunderstanding. It might not be the same person every time. Why don't we ask? Unexpectedly, Lani suddenly said, "It's not him." Xiao Yan was startled and turned around. Lani repeated herself and said, "It's not him." Ling Wen indifferently said, "What? So it wasn't him?" Shi Wudu also very politely said, "It actually wasn't him?" Pei Ming said to Shi Wudu and Ling Wen, "I already said it wasn't him. You hit me when I'm down. Just wait for me." The crowd of heavenly officials was disappointed, but they immediately became even more excited. After all, Pei Ming was someone who had been caught up in rumors all year round. Even he wasn't fresh. But it wasn't him. In other words, it was very likely that it was another male heavenly official present or not. Perhaps a rising star was about to appear. How could he not be excited? Previously in the Ghost City, Lani had clearly hinted that it was Pei Ming, but now it was overruled. Xiao Yan felt strange in his heart, but his expression didn't change. He said, "And who is it?" Lani fixed her gaze on him and said, "You." Xiao Yan thought she hadn't finished speaking and asked, "What about me?" Chapter 100. Even if Lani said, "The person who killed me was you," the effect of these words could not have been more shocking than a bolt from the blue. Xiao Yan was stunned by her on the spot. He said, "Me?" Jun Wu, who was holding his forehead on the throne above, seemed to have slipped. The divine officials were silent for a moment before they immediately looked at him. Jun Wu's hand was straightened again, and he continued to hold his forehead in this deep posture. The divine officials looked at Xiao Yan in unison. Was it finally coming? The third time he was demoted in front of everyone. Xiao Yan felt his entire heart and earth tremble. He forcefully swallowed the sentence, "I can't lift it." That was out of habit and was about to break through his teeth. This was just a casual excuse. It was not good to take it out at this time. Moreover, there was a joke in the heavenly court that was widely circulated in private about the attitude of the martial gods towards women. Feng Exine kept a distance when he saw women. Lang Qianqiu blushed when he saw women. Mu Qing refused to see ugly women. Pei Su was expressionless when he saw women and did not know what he was thinking. Quan Yizhen did not have women in his mind at all. Pei Ming's mind was full of women. If he shouted it out, he would probably be able to add him to this summary in the future. Xiao Yan said sincerely, "Miss Lani, calm down. There's no such thing." Lan Yi's eyes widened even bigger than copper bells. She said, "Yes. It's you, His Highness the Crown Prince of Xianle country." Although the time of this woman's death was later than the time of his ascension, it could roughly match. However, whether or not Xiao Yan had ever seen her, how could he not know? Amidst the whispers around him, Xiao Yan restrained his expression and said seriously, Miss, although I am not a saint, but I also know that I am wholeheartedly. If I do not truly love someone, I will definitely not have any actions with this person. If I do, even if I sell my pots and pans to collect trash, even if he had to perform on the streets to support his family, he would rather not let this person suffer any grievances. This is the divine martial hall, don't speak carelessly. Shi Qingxian also said, if the person who did this was really His Highness the Crown Prince, why would he take the initiative to bring this female ghost sister up to confront her? Why did this Miss Lonnie only recognize him now? Just thinking about it, I know something is wrong. Something was obviously wrong. However, when there was a good show to watch, people didn't care whether you were right or not. Everyone held back their attitudes. Another priest made a wild guess. Could it be like this? Could it be that His Royal Highness lost his memory so he doesn't remember what he did? To be honest, I believe that he is bold enough to think that people won't recognize him after 800 years. Xiaolian was speechless. He reminded them, in order to prove one inconceivable thing, fabricating another even more inconceivable thing, isn't this line of thought a little dangerous? On the other side, Feng Xian seemed to want to say something, but as if he was unable to confirm something, he paused, and in the end did not say anything. Junwu coughed lightly and said, Xianlu, before this, how many golden belts did you have? Xiaolian held his forehead and said, that's too much. At least 10. Mu Qing said indifferently, more than 40. The color of each pattern is different. As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt that it was inappropriate and stopped talking. This was because people immediately remembered that Mu Qing was once Xiaolian's personal attendant, and was in charge of Xiaolian's daily life. That was why he knew these details like the back of his hand. All the priests thought just the golden belts alone have more than 40. This His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was really extravagant and pampered in the past. Not only the others, but Xiaolian also blushed with shame when he thought about it. At that time he would change into a set of luxurious clothes every day, and the matching of the belts would also change according to the clothes he wore. How could it be like now, where he would change and wear 3 sets of clothes in a year, and these 3 sets of clothes were all exactly the same? Just by looking at him, one would think that he was so poor that he only had 1 set of clothes to wear. Junwu asked again, do you still remember where you put them? Xiaolian and Feng Xian both choked inwardly. Xiaolian rubbed his forehead and said, cough, I don't really remember. After all, they are things from 800 years ago. I don't know where they went. Not only was it because he had forgotten them, but the main reason was that he and Feng Xian often pawned things when they were short of money. After pawning so many things, they really didn't remember whether or not there was a belt. Although Feng Xian also didn't have the heart to discuss this topic, he still said, to be able to obtain this golden belt, it might not have been given to someone, but it could also have been picked up. Junwu also didn't seem to have any hope that Xiaolian would remember, so he said, Xianlu, I remember that the cultivation technique you cultivate requires you to maintain a virgin body. Otherwise, your mana will drop greatly. Xiaolian said, yes. Shi Qingxian casually said, wow, when I saw His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, I felt that he definitely cultivated this kind of cultivation technique. Sure enough, it's like this. If it's like this, don't even talk about having a child. He probably hasn't even held hands with anyone before. Xiaolian was just about to blurt out a yes, when a pale and slender hand suddenly appeared in his mind. Under the cover of a bright red wedding handkerchief, it was as cold as jade, and the 3rd finger was tied with a thin red line. This yes was stuck in his throat, unable to come out. Right now, everyone in the hall was staring at him. With one look, he knew that this card meant no. However, never held hands. This line was too low. Even if he had held hands before, it wouldn't matter. Shi Qingxian immediately changed his words and said, even if he had held hands before, he definitely hadn't kissed anyone before. Xiaolian wanted to say yes again, but this time, a string of crystal bead-like blisters suddenly rose in front of his eyes. The crystals scattered, and behind them was an extremely handsome face with its eyes closed. On the center of its forehead, there was a small beauty's tip that was extremely beautiful. This time, not only did he not manage to squeeze out a single word, his entire face turned completely red. All the heavenly officials in the hall instantly understood, and they all let out dry coughs. Shi Qingxian started to regret. Using his fan to knock on his head, He quietly communicated with Xiaolian and said, "Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince, I'm sorry. I just wanted to convince everyone that you really had a pure heart and few desires, that's all. I didn't expect that you weren't. Turns out you had this kind of experience, I couldn't tell." That sentence, "I didn't expect that you weren't," shattered Xiaolian's strong will. He replied with difficulty, "Don't say anymore, that was an accident." Junwu clenched his hand into a fist and put it in front of his mouth. Coughing even harder, he said, "That's very good. All these years you haven't violated the rules, right?" Xiaolian finally let out a sigh of relief and said, "Yes." Junwu said, "Then it's easy to handle. I have a sword here called Yanjin. It has a strange technique. When a child's blood flows on it, it won't leave a trace. The more it is washed, the brighter it becomes. Take a drop of blood, drip it, and you'll know." Although everyone knew about Junwu's hobby of collecting all kinds of rare and strange treasured swords for many years, all the heavenly officials still secretly said in their hearts, "Why do you have so many messy swords? Why do you keep them?" Xiaolian felt that this situation was really inexplicable, and he just wanted it to end quickly. Once Lingwen took out that gentle and graceful Yanzhan sword, he immediately raised his hand and scraped the blade. Countless pairs of eyes stared at this side. Shi Qingxian clapped his hands and said, "All right, the case is solved." The drop of blood slid across the blade, and sure enough it didn't leave a trace. With the irrefutable evidence, everyone could only disperse and say, "Ah, so that's how it is. Who exactly is it?" They actually all lacked interest and were slightly disappointed. Lingwen said politely, "Miss, I'll have to trouble you to tell us honestly, which heavenly official is it? If the fetus in your stomach continues to be so restless, and your magic power is insufficient, I'm afraid only the father who is related to it by blood can gently enlighten it." "I?" Who knew that before she could finish, Lan Chong pointed at Lingwen and said, "You. That person is you." Lingwen. Lingwen had probably just rushed over from the temple to participate in the meeting. At this moment he was in his male appearance. Suddenly being pointed out by Lan Chong as the child's father, his face was filled with confusion and shock. All the heavenly officials choked at the same time. Pei Ming said, "Jieqing, have you finished approving the official documents? Go down and find a girl to give birth to your child, ha 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 ha." This was probably the so-called karma in one's lifetime. Lingwen shook his head and declined Shi Wudu's benevolent gesture of giving a red packet to his virtuous nephew. Regaining his composure, he said, "I'm not done, I'm not free." After all this commotion, he had already suspected a few people. Naturally, no one would believe him anymore. Even Feng Exine couldn't stand it anymore and said unhappily, "I understand. This female ghost is completely crazy. She's here to pester us endlessly and bite us randomly. She's here to cause trouble." Lan Chong laughed mischievously, looking more and more like a crazy woman in the human world. If this continued, who knew if the next person she would accuse would be themselves? All the heavenly officials also changed their tone and said, "That's right, who knows if that golden belt was stolen by her? Logically speaking, I have more than one golden belt. I can't be sure how many there are, and I can't remember if I've kept them properly." Lan Chong, however, didn't let it go. She put her hands on her hips and said, "What, you want to clear your name now? Too late. No way. It's you, it's still you." From this stance it seemed like she did not even look at him and just pointed at him randomly. Even Ming Yi, who was silently standing in the corner with her cheeks stuffed with something and looking indifferent and focused, was also forced to acknowledge her as her father. The hall was in chaos. Everyone pushed and ran. "Pull her down, pull her down. Don't let her speak nonsense. This sister, the lady I like, is not like you. Don't accuse me falsely. This is really improper." Junwu waved his hand and a young heavenly official came in to take Lan Chong away. She was dragged out of the divine martial hall, still laughing shrilly along the way. All the heavenly officials in the hall returned to their original positions with lingering fear. They all had a headache. Originally, everyone thought that this matter had nothing to do with them, and only wanted to watch the show. But now they didn't know if a bucket of shit would suddenly be thrown at them. Who knows, the next time they saw their new drama, they might inexplicably have a female ghost lover with heavy makeup and a ghostly son who had killed countless people. Suddenly feeling a sense of crisis, they all waved their hands and said, "There's no way to investigate this matter. I think there's something wrong with her brain. There's no need to investigate, it's a waste of time. Just close it. It's also very likely that she was deliberately sent by the ghost realm to muddy the waters. Xiaolian disagreed and said, on the way here, this Lady Lanchong was clearly very normal and clear-headed. How could she become like this when she came to the Divine Martial Hall? I'm afraid it's not something that can be explained with just crazy. Thus, they were once again divided into two factions. After a round of debate, the conclusion was still watch again, watch again. After the meeting was over, Xiaolian said goodbye to Shi Qingxian and verbally agreed to go play in a few days. Walking out of the Divine Martial Hall, Xiaolian sighed in his heart. It's said that Lingwen Hall's efficiency is low, but there's nothing we can do about it. Every time we gather to discuss something, it's all over the place and the final result is still mediocre and mild. How can Lingwen Hall be swift and decisive? At this moment he felt someone following behind him. Looking back, he was slightly startled to see it was Feng Xian. Before greeting him, Feng Xian quickly whispered, "Be careful of Mu Qing." Xiaolian also lowered his voice and said, "Mu Qing?" Feng Xian said. When he entered the hall, the female ghost's expression was strange. It seemed like she was a bit afraid of him. I don't pry into other people's private affairs. In short, be on your guard. Finished speaking, he hurriedly walked away. Xiaolian stood in place and waited until he was far away before slowly walking away. Although it was hard to detect on the surface, Xiaolian had always been secretly paying attention to the subtle expressions of every heavenly official and Lan Chang's reaction. Naturally, he didn't miss Mu Qing. However, he believed that the father of this fetus spirit was unlikely to be Mu Qing. Xiaolian couldn't imagine that Mu Qing would do such a thing. In reality, Mu Qing was a person who wholeheartedly devoted himself to practicing martial arts, expanding his followers, and fighting for territory. Moreover, he and Mu Qing cultivated the same path, so he wouldn't be affected by women and ruin his cultivation. However, Mu Qing recognized Lan Chong. This shouldn't be wrong. There were too few clues. Shaking his head, Xiaolian descended the heavenly court. Although the fetus spirit had already been subdued and Lang Ying and Gu Zi had been placed in a rich merchant's home with food and water, so there was nothing to worry about, it wasn't good for him to leave for too long. If he didn't see Xiaolian's shadow for a long time, the rich merchant would most likely have some misgivings in his heart. Thus, the moment Xiaolian descended, he went straight to Puqi town. As soon as the rich merchant saw him, he tightly grasped both of his hands and excitedly said, "Taoist priest. An expert, an expert. Last night, you slept in my Lady Ru's room. Our door was locked, but when I opened it this morning I couldn't believe it. You disappeared into thin air. Amazing, you're really too amazing. How is it? Did you catch that monster?" Xiaolian replied, "I caught it. Please rest assured it's already fine. How are the two children I brought with me?" As if he had been granted amnesty, the rich merchant happily said, "They're very obedient, very obedient. They don't even eat much. Taoist priest, where is your Thousand Lanterns monastery? I want to go donate money and fulfill my vow. From today onwards, I want to be a nominal disciple of your monastery. No one is allowed to fight with me." Xiaolian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, no matter what, he still managed to develop a believer. Furthermore, he was a very rich believer, so he was extremely gratified. He preached to this rich merchant, warning him that in the future, he shouldn't get involved with women too much, and that he should wholeheartedly love his wife and family. Finally, he told him to visit Puqi Monastery another day. Only then did he leave with Lang Ying and Gu Zi. The three of them returned to Puqi village. When they arrived in front of Puqi Monastery, Xiaolian placed the sign that said, "This monastery's dilapidated house asking for donations in a more conspicuous place." He secretly hoped that when the rich merchant arrived, he would see it at first glance and then push the door open to enter. Who knew the moment he pushed the door open, he would feel that something was different in the room. Walking into the monastery, sure enough, it was very different. The floor of the room had been swept, the tables and chairs on the altar had also been wiped, the yang dust had also been swept away, and the dirty waste in the corners had also been cleaned up. It was as if the place had been visited by a conch girl. It was excessively clean, because even Qi Rong had disappeared. As soon as he disappeared, The entire room seemed to have become spacious and bright. Even the air seemed to have become a bit fresher. Wuxia, who was holding the meat patty that he had specially brought back from the town, poked his head out and did not see anyone. He anxiously asked, "Big brother, where's my father?" Xiaoyan immediately turned around. Before he could walk out of the door, he felt a dangerous cold light coming at him. With a backhand, he pulled out his sword from her heart. With a clang, that cold light was immediately sent flying high into the air, landing dozens of feet away. His sword was as fast as lightning, and his sword was also as fast as lightning. His heart instantly returned to its place, and he lightly exhaled a breath of air. Immediately he felt puzzled. Why didn't there be another move after that cold light? Looking at that cold light again, after it was sent flying by him, it crookedly stabbed into the ground far away. Looking at that curved silver light from afar, Xiaoyan found it more and more familiar. He walked over with the two children, and as soon as he saw it, he quickly squatted down and said, Isn't this misfortune? What happened to you?" Chapter 101. The scimitar trembled even more miserably. Xiaoyan was a little flustered. He gently caressed the back of the blade. Sorry. I didn't see you clearly just now. I won't do it again." After a few strokes, evil fate narrowed his eyes and the trembling finally stopped. Xiaoyan asked again, "Where's your master?" Suddenly a voice came from behind. "Ignore it." Xiaoyan turned around to look. He suddenly stood up. Surprised and happy, he said, "San Lang? Why are you here?" The young man behind him slowly walked over. It was Hua Cheng. He tied his black hair into a crooked ponytail. His upper body was dressed in white, and his red shirt was tied at his waist. His sleeves were rolled up. His pale but sturdy arms were revealed, as well as the tattoos on them. As he walked, the silver chains on his boots jingled. He was very casual, like a young man next door. But he was also very confident. He bit a small weed. He smiled at Xiaoyan and said, "Brother." Xiaoyan had originally planned to find Hua Cheng to thank him after settling the two children down. Who knew that he would actually come himself? Hua Cheng leisurely walked to his side. He pulled out the silver scimitar stuck in the ground with one hand and looked at it. Then, he put the scimitar on his shoulder and said, "Brother is busy here. There's no need to trouble you to make a trip, so I came myself. You forgot this." He was actually carrying a bamboo hat on his back. He took it off and gave it to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan had forgotten this at the rich merchant's house. He was startled and hurriedly said, "I forgot about it. Thank you." After he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered that after something happened last night, he had said to Hua Cheng, "I'm looking for my bamboo hat. My bamboo hat is missing." That was nonsense, said in a muddled state, but Hua Cheng actually went to help him find his bamboo hat. He suddenly felt embarrassed, afraid that Hua Cheng would use this as a joke. Fortunately, Hua Cheng didn't even mention it. He smiled and changed the topic. "Brother picked up 2 more children?" As he spoke, he carelessly rubbed Wuxia's head, making his hair a mess. However, Wuxia seemed to be very afraid of him and hid behind Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan said, "It's okay. This brother is a good person." Hua Cheng said, No, I'm very bad." As he said that, he flipped his hand and a small silver butterfly appeared in his sleeve. It fluttered its wings and slowly flew in front of Wuxia. Wuxia's black eyes widened as he stared at the little silver butterfly for a while. Finally, he couldn't help but reach out to grab it. Because of this, his wariness towards the city of flowers was greatly reduced. Then Hua Cheng casually glanced at Lang Ying. His gaze was different from when he looked at Wuxia. When he looked at Lang Ying, his gaze was cold and sharp, not friendly at all. Lang Ying lowered her head and anxiously shrunk behind Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan took the bamboo hat in his hand and said, "If you want to come, then come. Why did you sweep through Puqi Monastery?" Hua Cheng said, "I'm just cleaning up the house. Don't you feel refreshed after getting rid of all the rubbish?" Xiaoyan remembered the missing Qirong and wondered if Hua Cheng had thrown him away like trash. At this moment, a blood-curdling scream was suddenly heard from behind the Puqi Monastery. The dog flower city that should go to hell and be slaughtered with 1,000 knives. Murder. Hua Cheng is murdering people. Guzi shouted, "Father." He ran over with his 2 short legs. Xiao Yan also hurriedly followed. There was a small stream behind Puqi Monastery. Normally, Xiao Yan washed his clothes and washed his rice here. At this moment, Qi Rong was also soaking in the water. His body was still tightly bound to Wuxia. He struggled to break his face out of the water and shouted with all his might, "I'm not going out, I'm not going out. I'm going to stay in this body until he dies. I won't give in." Hua Cheng spat out the wild grass and said, "Do you think you're some brave warrior? Trash." Xiao Yan said helplessly, "I caught him on a mountain a few days ago. He attached himself to someone else's body and refused to come out no matter what. This person isn't dead yet. Forcibly stripping away his soul will destroy his body. Really? Sanlang, do you have any ideas?" Hua Cheng said, "Huh? Are you asking for a way to make him wish he was dead? There are plenty." These words were a threat. Qi Rong scolded, "You too? Really a broken pot with a rotten lid. Heart of a snake and scorpion. Guyul." Before he finished speaking, he sank back into the stream. Although when Xiao Yan saw him, he thought of his mother's corpse that had turned into ashes, and felt anger and sorrow in his heart. This corporeal body belonged to someone else. He must protect it. Thus, he lifted him out of the stream and placed him at the entrance of Puqi Monastery. Qi Rong hadn't eaten anything for a day and night. He was so hungry that his heart was sticking to his back. Then he was viciously tormented by Hua Cheng. He was weak and weak. Guzi fed him meat pancakes that were secretly brought back from a rich merchant. He wolfed them down, truly hateful and pitiful. Xiao Yan shook his head and discovered that Qi Rong's limbs were stiff. It wasn't due to Wuxia's binding. It was probably because Hua Cheng had used some sort of spell to fix his body in place. Thus he said, "Wuxia, come back." Wuxia had tied Qi Rong up for several days and had long been aggrieved. With a swish it slithered down and wrapped around Xiao Yan's entire body like a white snake. Xiao Yan opened the door. As he comforted it, he untied it from his body and said, all right, I'll give you a bath later. Don't feel bad. Go play on the side first." Wuxia then dispiritedly swam over to the side. Hua Cheng also casually tossed Calamity Sword to the side. Calamity Sword found a dignified posture and landed on the ground. Wuxia, who was facing the wall, suddenly discovered that there was a scimitar flashing with silver light leaning on the side. The eye on Calamity Sword's hilt also rolled over to this side, sizing up Wuxia. Fong Xian, on the other hand, was lifeless and motionless. She didn't show any expression. These days, Xiao Yan had been concentrating on studying culinary arts. He felt that he had gained quite a bit of experience, so his confidence had multiplied. He wholeheartedly wanted to show off his skills and properly entertain Hua Cheng. Thus he asked him to stay for a meal. Naturally, Hua Cheng happily agreed. When he returned from town, Xiao Yan had bought a large pile of vegetables. Now they were all piled up on the altar. Picking up the kitchen knife, he struck the pot and chopping board with it. This altar could be used as a study table, but it could also be used as a kitchen counter. It could hold bowls and chopsticks, and it could also be used as a seat for children. It could be said that this table could be used for 100 purposes. Hua Cheng leaned against the wall and watched for a while. In the end, he couldn't stand it anymore and asked, "Do you need help?" Xiao Yan was currently working in full swing, so he said, "No need. Wuxia's help is enough." As he said this, he swung his hand and tossed over a few bundles of firewood that hadn't been chopped yet. Bah! Like the sudden attack of a cobra king, that white silk whipped at the firewood. The wood that was as thick as a calf was immediately chopped into thin pieces of firewood. After Wuxia revealed this skill, he concave into an exceptionally exaggerated pose in front of Calamity Sword and Fong Xian. It was as if he was showing off his strength and beauty. But not long after, Xiao Yan placed another plate on the ground and tossed over a cabbage. Wuxia was just about to receive it when Calamity Sword's eyes suddenly turned cold. He flew up and danced in the air, creating dazzling silver lights. Immediately, the sky was filled with vegetables. By the time he landed on the ground, that cabbage had already been chopped into a neat and fragmented plate. Xiao Yan crouched down and picked up the plate to take a look. He praised, "You're really amazing. Your chopping is even better than Wuxia's." In an instant, Wuxia was plastered to the wall. It was as if he had retreated a few steps until he reached the edge of the wall. On the other hand, Calamity's sword frantically rolled his eyes, revealing a proud expression. It was as if he was already floating in the air. Amidst the knife and the silk, Feng Xian remained unmoved. Xiaoyan didn't pay any attention to the small battle between the transcendent artifacts. As he tossed 7 or 8 different side dishes into the pot at the same time, he turned his head and asked, "That's right, Sanlang, how long will you be here this time?" Hua Chong had been paying attention to his movements the entire time. It seemed as if he wanted to remind him of something, but in the end, he held back and smiled. "It depends on the situation. There's nothing to do over there, so I'll play for a few more days. If I stay here, I hope Gitch doesn't mind." Xiaoyan hurriedly said, "How could I? It's fine as long as you don't mind that my place is small." He talked about how the female ghost had come to divine martial hall and blindly pointed at him in anger. However, he naturally concealed the matter of him being accused of dripping blood with Yan Zhan's chastity. But then he thought about Jun Wu saying that Hua Chong had planted spies in the heaven realm. Could it be that he already knew? Fortunately, regardless of whether Hua Chong knew or not, Xiaoyan didn't show that he knew. Xiaoyan said, "Sanlang, who do you think the father of this fetus spirit is?" Hua Chong raised his head and faintly smiled. "It's hard to say. Perhaps she really picked up the golden belt from the streets." This kind of vague answer wasn't like Hua Cheng's usual style. Xiaoyan found it a bit strange, but very quickly, the bubbling pot snatched away his attention. After the time it took for 2 incense sticks to burn, the pot was uncovered. In the past, Qi Rong only ate the offerings the villagers gave to Xiaoyan. Although it was just some steamed buns, pickled vegetables, pancakes, eggs, sour wild fruits, and so on, it was still something a human could eat. Once the pot was uncovered, the smell wafted out of Puqi Monastery. Outside the door, Xiaoyan loudly cursed, "Goddamn Xiaoyan! Black-hearted Shuelian! Why don't you just give me a quick stab? You pretentiously scooped me up, so it turns out that you wanted me to suffer this kind of torture. I've finally seen through you." Before he opened the pot, Xiaoyan was originally full of confidence. After removing the lid, he once again began to doubt himself. After racking his brains, he ended up making this kind of pot of food. Hua Chong was still standing at the side watching, not knowing what to do. Did he really want Hua Chong to eat this kind of thing? Hearing Qi Rong's ghostly howls and screams, he became even more vexed. Hearing this, Hua Chong crossed his arms and was about to walk out. Xiaoyan raised his hand to stop him and said, "Forget it." He sighed and scooped a bowl of food from the pot. He then said to Hua Chong, "Don't eat this pot. Wait for me for a moment." He went out and called Guzi and Langing to fetch water and leave the scene. Then he carried the bowl of food and squatted down. With a pleasant expression he said, "Cousin, it's time to eat." Qi Rong was terrified and said, "What are you doing? What are you doing? What do you want to do?" "Xiaoyan, I'm warning you right now, I'm a human life. You better think about it clearly. Whoever can eat this thing of yours will be able to transcend the shackles of the 3 realms and jump out of the 6 paths of reincarnation. There won't be any." Before he finished speaking, he saw Hua Chong standing next to the pot. Hua Chong himself picked up a spoon and scooped a bowl of food. Then he sat at the altar and ate a mouthful. Unexpectedly, his expression didn't change and was as steady as Mount Tai. Xiaoyan was instantly awed. A thought that he had never thought before flashed through his mind. Worthy of being called absolute. Xiaoyan brought the bowl closer to his face and calmly said, "It's fine if you don't want to eat. Come out." That was even more impossible. Qi Rong clenched his teeth. However, Xiaoyan pinched open his lower jaw with a ka sound and forced the food down his throat. In the next moment, a scream resounded through the sky above Puqi village. The bowl in Xiaoyan's hand was empty. On the ground, Qi Rong's nose was already crooked and his eyes were slanted. Even his voice was hoarse like an old man with 1 foot in the grave. He moaned, "I hate." Xiaoyan saw that Qi Rong wasn't willing to come out even when he tried to stuff a bowl of food into his mouth. He didn't know whether his mood was happy or sad. Although he really wanted to force Qi Rong out as soon as possible, since he didn't succeed, this seemed to prove that the food he made with all his heart wasn't that hard to swallow. It seemed to be something worth being happy about. When he turned around, he saw that Hua Cheng was also holding a bowl. He was slowly eating while looking over. That bowl was also almost empty. Xiao Yan's eyes brightened and he stood up saying, "San Lang, you finished eating?" He originally felt that it wasn't done and felt embarrassed to give it to Hua Cheng. Who knew that Hua Cheng would eat it himself? Hua Cheng smiled and said, "That's right." Xiao Yan cautiously asked, "What do you think of the taste?" Hua Cheng also drank the soup. He smiled and said, "Not bad. It's a bit thick. Next time it can be a bit lighter." Xiao Yan let out a sigh of relief and nodded. "All right, I'll remember. Thank you for your opinion." Chapter 102. Xiao Yan, who originally planned to show off his skills on this night, his confidence experienced twists and turns. Hua Cheng had suggested that it would be better to let him cook, but how could Xiao Yan have the nerve to let him fix his door, help him clean his house, and then help him cook? How could he ask a guest to do this? Moreover, what did he take the dignified desperate Ghost King for? Fortunately, he brought back a lot of stock from town. Although most of it went into Xiao Yan's pot last night, there were still some steamed buns, pancakes, vegetables, and fruits left. He could just make do with it and eat it. But after he finished eating, what should he do? On the second day, this problem was solved by itself. Early in the morning, the door of Puchi Monastery was knocked open by a group of village girls, bringing in a few large pots of porridge and a cooked chicken. All the village girls were shy and timid. Who did they come for? It was obvious. Xiao Yan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Looking good could really make a living. The roasted chicken was divided among the two children. Xiao Yan only drank a little porridge. Hua Cheng didn't touch anything. He said, "Brother is really popular here." Xiao Yan laughed. "Don't make fun of me, San Lang. Everyone clearly has an ulterior motive." After that bowl, Qi Rong struggled outside the monastery for an entire night. He wailed incessantly, "I'd rather be caught by Lang Qianqiu and be hacked into pieces than be poisoned by you here. Cousin Crown Prince, I was wrong. I beg you to give me the antidote." Moreover, he seemed to see many illusions. Guzi was simply frightened. Early in the morning, Qi Rong was dispirited and listless. His face was already green. Now, he lowered his head and gulped down the porridge in Guzi's hands. Finally, he caught his breath and said in a hoarse voice, "Bullshit. What popular? Who's coming for him? With his shabby appearance. Also, dog watching, don't be too proud. You can only attract these village girls from the countryside. Isn't it because you're dressed so rich that they eagerly stick to you? If you were dressed like a beggar, I don't believe they would still look at you." Xiao Yan thought these words weren't right. Even if Hua Cheng dressed like a beggar, Xiao Yan believed that he could ask for a mountain of gold just by begging. But he didn't say anything and just slowly busied himself. After a while, a smell drifted out, and Qi Rong cried out again, "What are you doing now? What is this?" Xiao Yan warmly said, "That pot of 100 years good broth. I'm heating it up." Hearing this, Hua Cheng immediately clapped his hands and said, "Good name, good name." Qi Rong said, "You fucking gave this thing a name. Stop." Qi Rong didn't really need to feed it to Qi Rong. Just by heating it up a little, Qi Rong's horrifying memories would be evoked. He didn't dare to speak again. After finishing this meal, Lang Ying silently put away the bowls and chopsticks, as if she wanted to take them to wash. Xiao Yan said, "No need. You can go play on the side. I'll do it." He might not be able to cook, but he could still wash the dishes. Hua Cheng watched as Lang Ying brought Guzi out to play and said, "Let me do it." Xiao Yan declined. "You don't need to, just sit." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly heard Qi Rong, who had eaten and drunk his fill and had nothing to do, whistle twice. His voice was full of oil and gas as he said, "Yo little girl, what are you staring at this uncle for? Are you having a crush on me?" This ghost had just said that he didn't like this rural village girl, but now he was flirting with her, and in such a cliché way. Xiao Yan shook his head, thinking to himself that he should just drag him inside so that he wouldn't scare people outside. Unexpectedly, before he could open the door, the villagers outside exclaimed, "What a peerless beauty! Why would such a beautiful girl come to our village? I've never seen such a beautiful girl in my life, and there's even two of them at once." Immediately after, a series of knocking sounds came from outside the door. It was actually knocking on the door of Puchi Monastery. Xiaolian was puzzled. Peerless beauty? There are two more? Why would two peerless beauties come knocking on my door? Could it be that the rich businessman brought his new wife here to fulfill his vow? Thinking of this possibility, he hurriedly took out the monastery's dilapidated house seeking donations, sign and prepared to put it out. At this moment he heard a girl say coldly, "What is that thing at the door? So irritating." Immediately after, another girl said in a puzzled voice, "Could it be that it's raised to guard the door? It can't be. There's no need to pick such a low-grade spiritual beast, right?" Although these two voices were female, Xiaolian had heard of them before. Wind Master Qing Xian and Earth Master Yi. He originally wanted to push the door open and go out, but he suddenly turned back and saw Hua Cheng, who was slowly cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks by the altar. He stopped what he was doing and cautiously looked out through the crack of the door. He saw two tall and slender girls standing outside the door. One was a white-clothed female with red lips and white teeth. Her figure was elegant and graceful. She swung her horsetail whisk and her eyes shone brightly. The other was a girl in black. Her skin was snow-white, her brows beautiful and sharp, but her complexion was extremely pale. She stood with her hands behind her back and looked elsewhere. The white-clothed female was full of smiles, cupping her hands in greeting and said, "Haha. Thank you everyone. Thank you everyone. No need to praise, don't be too high profile. I'm very troubled by you guys acting like this. That's enough, thank you. Haha." Xiaolian. A large group of villagers surrounded him to look at the beauties. After looking at the beauties, they began to point at Qirong. Qirong was unhappy and shouted, "What are you looking at? I like lying on the ground. Get lost. What's there to look at?" The villagers saw that this person's actions were strange and his face was fierce and green. They were so scared that they scattered. Shi Qingxian said to Qirong, "This green young master, may I ask if His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is in the temple now?" Hearing this person call Xiaolian, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Qirong instantly lost interest in the two beauties in front of him and spat, "Buffed. So it's a dog official from the heavenly court. I'm not a dog that guards the door for him. Listen carefully, I am..." Before he finished speaking, he saw Mingyi walk over with his head down. Then there was a scream and a series of bangs. From Xiaolian's position, he couldn't see what Mingyi was doing. He could only see Shi Qingxian flinging his horsetail whisk and saying, "Brother Ming, this kind of violence isn't too good." Mingyi said indifferently, "What's there to be afraid of? He already said that it's not a domesticated spiritual beast." In order to prevent Qirong from being beaten to death, Xiaolian could only open the door and raise his hand to stop him. "Sir, show mercy. You can't hit him, he's a human." Seeing Xiaolian open the door, Mingyi lifted the hem of his black clothes and moved his boots away from Qirong's back. Shi Qingxian came up and cupped his hands. "Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince, I came a few days earlier. What's wrong with this person? He can't even hide his ghostly aura. Does he think we're blind? Sai, let's go in first. This time, I have something important to ask for your help." As he spoke, he was about to walk around Qirong, who was on the ground, and enter the door. Hua Cheng was still in the house. How could Xiaolian dare to let them in just like that? He hurriedly said, "Wait." However, it was already too late. Puqi Temple was only the size of a palm. There was no place to hide at all. The two of them immediately saw Desperate Ghost King, who was standing behind Xiaolian and washing the dishes. 8 eyes met and Hua Cheng grinned, revealing a little white teeth. His smile was awe-inspiring, but there was no smile in his eyes. In an instant, Mingyi's pupils suddenly shrank and she retreated 3 feet. Shi Qingxian threw out the Windmaster fan and took a stance, extremely vigilant, blood rain probing flower. Outside the door, Qirong, whose face was covered in dirt, was furious. "I'm still Green Lantern Knight Tour. How come you guys can't recognize me after beating me up for a long time? You can tell it's him just by looking at him." Mingyi had once infiltrated the Ghost City and worked undercover under Hua Cheng for several years. Not long ago, he was caught by Hua Cheng and locked in the maze dungeon to be beaten up. Now that he had met his enemy, his eyes were exceptionally red. The small Puqi temple was filled with the smell of poison both inside and outside. Hua Cheng threw away the rag in his hand and narrowed his eyes. "Master Geomaster is still quite lively. Mingyi also said coldly. His Excellency Ghost King is also as idle as before. After putting on an act and greeting him, Hua Cheng's tone and expression turned cold. He warned, leave. I don't care what important matter you guys have, don't come near here again. Although he was very afraid of Hua Cheng, his imposing manner was actually not willing to back down. Mingyi replied in a deep voice, coming here was not my original intention. Seeing that the smell of poison was about to become the smell of gunpowder, Xiaolian said at the side, This Master Wind, what should we do? Shi Qingxian tapped his forehead with his fan and said, I also didn't expect the blood rain probing flower to be coincidentally here with you. Didn't you guys just meet not long ago? How did you guys get together again so quickly? No matter what, it's best not to use force if possible. Violence is not good. If a fight breaks out, let's stop it. Xiaolian said, I generally agree. Qi Rong was looking forward to these two groups of people fighting, so he had been listening attentively. At this moment he suddenly said, Oh, so you're that bitch Master Wind? Xiaolian and Shi Qingxian both turned to look at him. Qi Rong scolded Shi Qingxian like this in his own cave, and he actually dared to scold him like this in front of him. It was unknown whether he was courageous or lacking in wisdom. Shi Qingxian had always lived like a prince. It was probably the first time he heard someone scold him like this. He blinked his eyes and said to Xiaolian with an inexplicable expression, Your Highness the Crown Prince, please wait a moment. After saying that, he went out of the monastery and closed the door, only to hear Qi Rong scream again outside the door, followed by a series of bangs. In a flash, Shi Qingxian opened the door and came in. He had already changed into a man's appearance and said, All right. Where were we just now? I'm also hungry. I think it's better for everyone to sit down and eat something first. If there's anything, we can discuss it. There's nothing that can't be solved at the dining table. Although Xiaolian didn't want them to fight in Puqi Monastery, Hua Cheng seemed to be extremely angry about the matter of Mingyi being a spy. He didn't know what the inside story was. It seemed unlikely for them to sit down and eat peacefully. However, Hua Cheng actually didn't express any objections. After confronting each other for a while, the coldness on his face gradually dissipated and he continued to wash the dishes. After washing the dishes, he walked to the pot and scooped a bowl of century-old soup. Seeing him take the initiative to withdraw his troops and stop the battle in time, the few of them all breathed a sigh of relief. The next step was to immediately change the topic and liven up the atmosphere. Thus Shi Qingxian said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, what's in that pot? Seems to be still hot. Xiaolian said, Oh, that's what I made. That pot had been cooked for so long, and the smell had already dissipated a lot. Although the color was unimaginable, the shape had been cooked until it disappeared. It looked much better than last night. When Shi Qingxian heard this, he became excited. Is that so? I've never eaten something personally made by a heavenly official. Come, let us try it. As he said that, he also took 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks and scooped 2 bowls. To tell the truth, Xiaolian originally wanted to stop him. However, because of Hua Cheng's repeated affirmation, it had planted a seed of confidence in him. In addition, when he reheated the soup this morning, he had mixed it according to Hua Cheng's suggestion last night. Thus he had the thought of, maybe I saved it. After hesitating for a moment, he still didn't say anything. He secretly looked at Shi Qingxian with anticipation as he handed one of the bowls to Mingyi and said, Come, Brother Ming, your share. Mingyi glanced at the bowl and reluctantly moved his face away. This was a bit rude. Shi Qingxian was furious. He handed it over again and said unwillingly, Come eat. Didn't you say you were hungry on the way here? Hua Cheng leisurely scooped up a spoonful, blew on it, and sent it to his mouth. After swallowing it, he smiled at Xiaolian and said, It's indeed a bit light today, but the taste is just right. Xiaolian also smiled and said, Is that so? I added more water today. Hua Cheng took another bite and said with a smile, Brother is considerate. Chapter 103. Xiaolian asked, How is it? Mingyi made a paw sound. Face down. He collapsed on the altar and seemed to have lost consciousness. On the other side, Shi Qingxian was silent and 2 streams of tears flowed down his face. Xiaolian hesitantly asked, Sirs, in the end how is it? Can you pull yourself together and use your words to comment? Shi Qingxian came back to his senses. She wiped her tears. She grabbed his hand and shook it hard. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Xiaolian held him back. What? Shi Qingxian was tongue-tied and speechless. After a long while, with snot and tears streaming down his face, he pushed Ming Yi, saying, Ming Xiong. Brother Ming, what's wrong? Come on, wake up. Ming Yi lay motionless on the table. Shi Qingxian had always been unable to tolerate others not responding to him. The more he pushed, the more ruthless he became. Finally, he grabbed the other party and started shaking him. Xiaolian couldn't stand it anymore. He couldn't help but remind Windmaster, why don't you put down the broom first? Let's talk it out. Shi Qingxian pinched the broom and turned around, shouting, Ah? Your Highness, what did you say? I can't hear you clearly. Xiaolian helplessly shouted into his ear. Windmaster. The one in your hands is not the Geomaster. Lord Geomaster is here. At this moment, Ming Yi suddenly sat up. He actually returned to his male appearance in an instant. His face was ashen, and he immediately said, I have an inner demon. Please help me get rid of it. Xiaolian was shocked that a single spoonful of soup could cause an inner demon. He stammered. I don't think so. Shi Qingxian pointed at Ming Yi and said with his eyes wide open, Wait, you? What kind of monster are you? How dare you play tricks in front of this Windmaster? Where's Brother Ming? Quick, I'll cover you. We'll take him down together. While saying that, he grabbed the broom with one hand and brandished the Windmaster's fan with the other. With a swing of his fan, the entire roof would definitely fly away. Xiaolian hurriedly went up to him and hugged him, saying, You can't. Sirs, wake up, will you? Ha 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 ha. Outside the door, Qi Rong pounded the ground and laughed heartily, scolding, Serves you right. Corrupt officials. Ascend to the heavens. Delightful. That's great. The two heavenly officials in the room swayed left and right, moaning incessantly. Hua Cheng crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. Xiaolian looked at him, then looked at the Windmaster and Earthmaster, who were hugging their heads and curling up on the ground. In a low voice, Xiaolian said, Did I add too little water? Why is his reaction even bigger than Qi Rong's? Hua Cheng raised his eyebrows. I think it's pretty good. It was probably a problem with their taste. It happens all the time. Xiaolian had never thought about what Qi Rong usually ate, and what the heavenly officials usually ate. In comparison, the divine officials felt a greater disparity in stimulation, so their reactions were naturally more intense. Of course, he didn't even consider whether there would be anything else in the pot after it passed through Hua Cheng's hands. Feeling depressed and guilty, he gave Shi Qingxian and Ming Yi 7 to 8 bowls of water each before the two heavenly officials slowly woke up. Although his face was still green and his eyes were blank like Qi Rong's, at least his mind was clear and his speech was also clear. The only small problem was that Shi Qingxian still couldn't stop his tears from flowing. He would bite his tongue from time to time when he spoke, but it wasn't a big deal. After 2 hours of chaos, the 4 of them finally sat down neatly around the altar. Ming Yi was still lying face down on the table, motionless like a corpse. Xiaolian sternly said, Windmaster, you said just now that you have something very important to ask me for help. What is it? The haggard Shi Qingxian threw a soundproofing spell on the door to ensure that the people outside couldn't hear. Only then did he say in a hoarse voice, It's like this. Cough, cough, cough. Your Highness the Crown Prince, you have lived in seclusion in the city and cultivated in the human world for 800 years. You have walked a lot and seen a lot. You should have met a lot of demons and ghosts, right? Xiaolian crossed his arms and said, I have met some. Shi Qingxian said, Then I want to ask you. Have you ever met a vernacular immortal? Xiaolian was startled and said, Crying at a wedding banquet, vernacular immortal? Shi Qingxian lowered his voice and said, Yes. All of a sudden, Xiaolian felt his hair stand on end, and a gust of cold air rushed up his back. At the same time, there seemed to be someone beside his ear, sneering softly while humming an extremely strange tune. The warm and bright little Puqi temple, which was originally leaking in through the windows and holes, had unknowingly dimmed, as if it was shrouded in a huge shadow. And Xiaolian's limbs were getting colder and colder, as cold as iron. Xiaolian couldn't help but wrap his clothes tightly. He felt that it was necessary to be straightforward and said, I want to ask. Who is laughing? Who is singing? Who is blowing cold air behind my back? Who made the room so dark? Shi Qingxian wiped his tears and said, Oh, it's all me. It's just a little spell I cast. Don't mind it, it's just to make the atmosphere a little more lively. The other 3 people at the side of the altar were speechless. After a long while, Xiaolian held his forehead and said helplessly, Windmaster, why don't you stop blowing this cold wind? In this weather everyone doesn't wear much. And in fact the atmosphere was originally not bad. Once you added the cold wind and matched the music, it's all gone. Shi Qingxian said, Ah? Is that so? So he waved his hand and removed the cold wind that was pouring on the backs of the 4 of them, and said, But the room is still so dark. I'll light a candle, it'll feel better. As he said that, he really took out a candle and lit it up. The faint light of the flame shone on 2 snow-white faces and 2 white faces with a hint of green. It was indeed very atmosphere, very feeling. If Qi Rong, who was outside the room, saw it, he would be scared to the point of screaming like a ghost. The other 3 people didn't want to say anything. Hua Cheng leaned back and Mingyi remained stiff. Xiaolian rubbed the space between his eyebrows and said, Let's continue. Where were we? Vernacular immortal. You should have said it earlier. Once you said vernacular immortal, I didn't even realize what it was. Shi Qingxian was shocked and said, Your Highness Crown Prince, you're really bold. It's not good to call it that. Although vernacular immortal was called immortal, everyone called it immortal, just for the sake of giving it some face. They were afraid that if they called it too bad, if it found out, it would teach them a lesson. Actually, everyone wished they could call it vernacular immortal, vernacular monster. The worse it sounded, the better. Because it was really despicable. That's right, ordinary demons and ghosts were at most scary, but it was despicable. Because it liked to suddenly appear when someone was happy and pour a bucket of cold water on them. Imagine, a couple of newlyweds got married, and there was such a thing that appeared at their wedding banquet, drank their wedding wine and suddenly said, It won't be long before you guys separate. Or perhaps when someone's master was promoted, it would suddenly appear and say in the midst of everyone's congratulations, In a few years you'll be in prison. If it pestered a person, it would follow them like a shadow, tightly binding them, and constantly send out a completely opposite curse when that person's joyous occasion came. One could imagine how despicable it was, especially for those people who had a bad omen. If they encountered this thing, they would be extremely vexed. No one wanted to be pestered by this thing, but if they encountered it, they could only blame it on their bad luck. Because up until now, no one had figured out how it chose people to attack. It seemed that Shi Qingxian was very afraid of this thing. Xiaolian didn't mind and said, It's fine. There's nothing to be afraid of. To be precise, this thing was afraid of him. Shi Qingxian became spirited and said, It seems that your Highness Crown Prince has encountered it before? Is it possible for this thing to be completely obliterated? After muttering to himself for a moment, Xiaolian said, Many years ago, I did encounter 2 of them. After that, they didn't appear again. I don't know if they were completely obliterated, but with my experience it shouldn't be too difficult to deal with them. Shi Qingxian was overjoyed and said, 2? You dealt with both of them? Then I really found the right person. What's the situation? Xiaolian told him. The first one was like this. Many years ago, Xiaolian passed by a small town where a rich businessman sent his daughter to study in the imperial city. Because he felt that his daughter had lived up to his expectations, he announced it with great fanfare and was overjoyed. Who knew that extreme joy turned to sorrow? At the farewell banquet, a voice suddenly shouted, Your daughter will overturn her carriage on the road and fall to her death in the cliff. That rich businessman flew into a rage on the spot, and wanted to grab the person who spoke. However, after that person finished speaking, that person drilled under the table and unexpectedly disappeared into thin air. This time everyone was afraid. Coincidentally that day, Xiaolian had received some junk from this family, and was preparing to bring it back. When he heard about this matter, he knew that he had attracted something, so he told that rich businessman not to worry. He told that rich businessman to hire more than 20 guards. Including himself, they carefully escorted that young lady to the imperial city and guarded her side for a while. A month later, that young lady won first place in a beauty competition. Her chance had come. That night, everyone held a banquet to celebrate the young lady in a restaurant in the imperial city. Sure enough, there was another voice in the crowd that said, "In the future you will be." As soon as he heard this, Xiao Yan immediately grabbed the thing hidden in the crowd and grabbed its throat, not letting it say those words. Then he used a talisman to lock its body and beat it violently. Then he ordered someone to get a carriage and had it run wildly up and down the cliff. When it reached a corner, he cut off the reins and let the carriage fall down the cliff with it, fulfilling the curse it had given to the people around it. The other 3 people asked, "That's it?" Xiao Yan replied, "That's it. Dealing with trash." All right, the vernacular immortal. There are 3 ways to deal with the vernacular immortal. First, don't let it speak. Before it opens its mouth, strangle it. This can be guarded against for a while, but it can't be guarded against forever. Second, if it opens its mouth, don't let the person it curses hear it. Anyone who hears someone cursing them when they are in a good mood will inevitably feel a trace of fear. And this thing feeds on fear and takes pleasure in it. The more afraid you are, the happier it will be. And if you are truly frightened to the point that your mind becomes absent-minded and, like it said, mess up what you are doing, its power will advance by leaps and bounds. But unless you are deaf, you will hear it one day. In fact, even a deaf person might not be able to avoid it. Because in order to escape from this thing, some people pierced their ears, but it was still useless. On the other hand, if you ignore it no matter how it curses you or how it splashes cold water on you, it can't do anything to you. Therefore, the most effective method is the third method. Let yourself have many happy events. Don't put it in your eyes at all. It doesn't matter if it says anything or doesn't say anything. Let yourself become stronger and stronger. Don't follow the tragic future it has predetermined for you. In this way, in the end, it won't be able to obtain any pleasure from you, and will most likely leave with its tail between its legs. Of course, there is also the possibility that it is only temporarily hiding, waiting for the next opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Although this third method was the most effective, it was also the most difficult to accomplish. After all, who in this world could truly have a heart like a stubborn stone? Without a single ripple? The more sure Qingxian listened, the tighter his brows furrowed. He asked, "What about the second time? Did you also solve it like this the second time?" Xiao Yan replied, "The second time for others might not be of any use. After all, the situation is special." "How special?" Chapter 104. It was also many years ago. Xiao Yan met a vernacular immortal. That time, he had just built a small thatched cottage with his own strength. Just as he was standing below admiring the new house, a small voice suddenly said from the corner, "Your house will collapse in 2 months. Shi Qingxian asked, "What will you do?" Xiao Yan said, "Nothing." I said, "In 2 months? Can still stand for 7 days. That would be strange." Hua Cheng smiled slightly, then the smile faded. The vernacular immortal hid in the dark, waiting to suck Xiao Yan's fear, irritation, and uneasiness. However, it sucked in air for a long time. When Xiao Yan washed up and slept in the new house, he did not suck anything. Although Xiao Yan did not see its true body, he could also feel. It was probably very angry. A few days later, a bolt of lightning struck down at night. The entire house was scorched. The vernacular immortal was quite happy. It probably felt that being scorched was the same as collapsing. Its curse had come true. This time Xiao Yan should be afraid. However, it did not. It still did not suck anything that could fill its stomach. Of course, it was unwilling, so it followed Xiao Yan's side, waiting for the next happy event to arrive. Who knew that this wait would last for more than half a year? In this half a year, there was not a single happy event on Xiao Yan. If it was an ordinary person, they would have given up. However, the vernacular immortal had another characteristic, which was that he loved to stick to death. Once he set his eyes on a person, he would follow him to the death, so he also starved for more than half a year. Finally, the opportunity came. One day, Xiao Yan earned a large sum of money from collecting junk and made a small windfall. The vernacular immortal was overjoyed. After holding it in for so long, He immediately used all his skills and burst out a long string of wonderful life of Xiaolian eating, drinking, gambling, and getting sick and owing a huge debt after he became rich. He kept cursing. Xiaolian listened with relish as he counted the money. After listening, he still washed up and went to sleep. The vernacular immortals still did not suck anything. That night, Xiaolian's pile of junk caught fire. After the fire was extinguished, Xiaolian, whose face was covered in black ash, sighed to the vernacular immortal, "What a pity. Everything was burned up. Not a single coin was left. I haven't experienced any of the drunken dreams or golden floating world that you mentioned last night. I think what you said was quite interesting. Why don't you say it again?" This happened 3 or 4 times. In the end, Xiaolian even took the initiative to ask it if it had anything to say. "Do you want to say a few words?" The vernacular immortal couldn't take it anymore and ran away. To the immortals, Xiaolian was a plague that was extremely unfriendly. Either he didn't have a happy event and waited for years, or he was used to all bad luck and didn't have any fear or uneasiness. Moreover, his luck was so bad that it was beyond the imagination of the immortals. Therefore, their curses didn't hurt Xiaolian at all. They were simply blessings or daydreams. In short, from then on, Xiaolian was cut off from being an immortal. He even suspected that the vernacular immortal had bragged about how evil he was to his own clan after he escaped. Hearing this, Shi Qingxian could not help but burst out laughing. Hua Chong said calmly, "Is it very funny?" Shi Qingxian also knew that it was inappropriate. He immediately became serious and said solemnly, "I'm sorry, Your Highness." Xiaolian smiled and said, "It's fine. Anyway, I think it's quite interesting." He concluded, "The vernacular immortal absorbs magical power from people's hearts of fear, and then uses this magical power to promote the prophecy to come true, and then makes a new prophecy. This cycle repeats until a person is completely defeated and his heart is like dead ashes. Therefore, the less determined one is, the more they will suffer, and the more they have, the more they are afraid of losing." After a pause, he reminded, "Is there a believer of the Wind Master who received this kind of prayer and asked you for help? You are the Wind God, this thing is not under your jurisdiction. If you receive it, you can hand it over to the martial god." Shi Qingxian said, "It's not the believer who met it, I met it myself." This time, Xiaolian was even more curious. "You met it yourself?" Vernacular immortals generally don't dare to provoke the heavenly officials. Even if they do, with the dignity of the heavenly officials, they don't need to be afraid of them. Shi Qingxian sighed and said, "If I met it after I ascended, naturally it's nothing to worry about, but this is a long story. It was said that hundreds of years ago, when the 2 feng shui masters were still human, they were born in a rich merchant family. Shi Qingxian was the second son. When he was born, the whole family was happy. Because of this, the son was given the nickname Xian. He gave out porridge and did good deeds. At that time, there was a fortune teller who ate porridge and saw the baby in the swaddling clothes. He asked about the baby's birth date and 8 characters and said these words, 'After eating your family's porridge, I have something to say. This son of yours, although his fate is good, it's hard to explain in a few words. If you want to save him, you have to be as low-key as possible. Don't let him develop a flamboyant temperament since he was young. Don't let him be in the limelight. Remember to keep a low profile and get rich so that he can live a peaceful life. Absolutely don't give him a happy event, it will attract bad things.' These words were too unpleasant to hear. It was almost the same as talking about immortals. The Shi family was also a merchant family, they especially valued these things. On the spot, they cast aside their pride and chased the fortune teller away. Naturally, they did not take his words to heart. A few days later, they held a banquet for Shi Qingxian. They were decorated with lanterns and colored banners, gongs and drums sounded. However, at the banquet, just as everyone was drinking happily and singing to the second young master of the Shi family who was in the swaddling clothes, a voice suddenly came from underground, singing, "No good beginning, no good ending." This voice really came from underground, and it drowned out the voices of everyone else present. Everyone was stunned. The banquet dispersed in a panic. That night, Shi Qingxian, who was still a baby, had a fever and cried nonstop. He could not stop no matter what he did, and he continued to complain. His whole family was scared out of their wits. The Sure family remembered the fortune teller who was chased away not long ago because of his strange words. They hurriedly looked everywhere and invited him back. The fortune teller said, "I told you not to be flamboyant, you just didn't listen. This child has bumped into a true immortal. He will have endless troubles in this life. This high fever was nothing, and it would subside soon. However, this is just a greeting gift from it." The thing that he bumped into was naturally the vernacular immortal. However, this was not an ordinary vernacular immortal that could be easily chased away. This was the oldest and most powerful vernacular immortal. How high was it? Even without a wedding banquet, it could still cry at a funeral. Hence, it was called the vernacular true immortal. This true immortal could be said to not do business for 3 years, but once it did, it would eat for 3 years. It had a sharp eye, and the people it entangled were all legendary figures with ups and downs. Some people won it, but they also fought with it for their entire lives, providing it with many ingredients. Some people lost to it and became a part of its source of power. After thousands of years of accumulation, it had a deep foundation. Today, it had already rested for more than 100 years. Counting the days, it should be time for it to come out. This time, it was definitely going to eat a big mouthful. Coincidentally, the birth of Shi Qingxian at this time was to its liking, so it was decided by this true immortal. Although the little baby wouldn't understand its prophecy, the baby would eventually grow up, and one day it would be able to understand, one day it would know fear. Moreover, this fear that was buried from a young age would be deeply rooted in its heart, unable to be erased. Luckily, this kind of spirit often had a one-track mind. The way it thought about things was very strange, different from ordinary people. Hence, the fortune teller thought of a way to trick it. First, let the Shi family send Shi Qingxian out, pretend to send him away, then change his son's appearance, pretend to be a baby girl and send him back, saying that he was an adopted daughter from outside. Let the whole family call this young master Miss, and raise him as a girl since young. As long as that vernacular true immortal couldn't find the baby boy, after a long time, he might not remember who he had picked back then. Hence, Shi Qingxian grew up to 10 years old safely. Within 10 years, the rich and powerful family gradually declined. Second master's parents passed away, and the family fought against each other for property. Shi Wudu was annoyed, so when he was 16 years old, he left home with Shi Qingxian, who was a few years younger than him. The two brothers depended on each other. Shi Wudu was the first to go up the mountain to cultivate, leaving his younger brother in the small town at the foot of the mountain. He cultivated until late every day, and only went down the mountain in the evening. There was no food on the mountain, so he could only go home to eat at night. One night, Shi Wudu was so engrossed in sparring with someone that he forgot the time. Shi Qingxian waited for a long time, but his brother didn't come back. He was worried that he had no food to eat, so he decided to send food up the mountain. At that time, Shi Qingxian was still a child. He didn't know how to walk the mountain road, and it was dark at night. He carried the food box and walked for a long time, waiting for the toilet. In a hurry, he took off his skirt at the side of the mountain road. At this time, a black shadow came from afar on the mountain road, and asked, "Is that Xianer in front?" When Shi Qingxian heard someone calling his pet name, he thought that it was someone his brother had called to pick him up. So he quickly put down his skirt and replied, "It's me." The strange voice asked again, "Your date of birth, is it a certain year, a certain month, a certain day, a certain time?" Shi Qingxian was even more curious. He was curious as to why he suddenly asked about his date of birth, and he was curious as to why this person said it exactly, so he also replied, "That's right. How do you know? Who are you? Do you know my brother?" The voice did not answer, and finally said, "Come over, let me see your face clearly." This was a commanding tone. At this point, Shi Qingxian finally felt that something was wrong. Hugging the box of food, he ran away at top speed. As he ran, he heard the howling wind and wild laughter behind him. It was actually that thing chasing closely behind him, and it shouted, "You're about to fall." Shi Qingxian was scared out of his wits when he said the word fall. He indeed fell, breaking the box of food, and the food spilled all over the ground. Just as that thing was about to pounce on him, Shi Wudu arrived. Seeing that the person came, the vernacular true immortal disappeared. Shi Wudu carried his brother, whose face was covered in blood and rice, and the two brothers were extremely shocked. It still found out. After being hidden for so many years, the vernacular true immortal tasted the first sweetness. And from then on, it started to appear regularly, and each time it appeared, it became more and more elusive. This thing's Tao was too powerful, and the Shi family had already collapsed. The Taoists and venerable masters that Shi Wudu could invite were helpless, and they also did not have the strength to spend 1,000,000 merit points to directly transmit their voice to the heavens. Although it did not want Shi Qingshuan's life, the two brothers knew that this thing was just waiting to fatten up before killing it. Right now it was just giving you a few light slaps to remind you to be afraid of it, and one day it would come back with a big one. This was like a hunter not giving his prey a satisfying shot, but instead, he had to brush past his body and shoot a few arrows, causing the prey to be extremely afraid, and then he would eat it. It was like a death by 1,000 cuts. Luckily, the situation finally turned for the better. After cultivating hard for a few years, Shi Wudu ascended. Once he ascended, he immediately brought Shi Qingshuan to the central celestial heavens and smashed him with heavenly materials and earthly treasures. A few years later, Shi Qingshuan also successfully ascended. From then on, that vernacular true immortal disappeared without a trace. Shi Qingshuan naturally thought that it had finally given up and retreated in the face of difficulties. However, this seemed to be just his wishful thinking. A few days ago, he found a large group of friends to drink. When he was drunk, he suddenly heard a fierce voice in his ear. "You will never see your brother again." That voice was extremely familiar. From the time he was 10 years old until the day he ascended, he would hear this voice once or twice a year. The fear of it had long been engraved in his bones, and it was practically a clap of thunder in his ear. Shi Qingshuan instantly sobered up. He was so scared that he ran that very night to Pei Ming's territory. Only when he saw with his own eyes that Shi Wudu was having a good time with Lingwan and the others did he calm down. Afterwards, he wondered if that voice was a hallucination. After all, this thing had planted too deep a shadow in him since he was young, and it wasn't like he had never experienced it before. However, after thinking about it again and again, he was still a little worried. Thus, he pulled Mingyi along, and while he was at it, he came to find Xiaolian to ask. Unexpectedly, he bumped into Huacheng at Puqi Monastery. Enemies really were bound to meet on a narrow road. After listening, Xiaolian said, "If that's the case, then the one you met and the one I met are on a completely different level." After thinking for a moment, he asked Huacheng, "Sanlang, have you seen that vernacular true immortal with your own eyes?" Huacheng played with a pair of chopsticks in his hand and said, "Chum, I've never seen it with my own eyes. However, I've seen it with someone I know." As for who this person I know was, although Xiaolian was curious, he didn't ask too much. He only said, "How high is its cultivation? Is it really powerful?" Huacheng threw away his chopsticks and slowly said, "Very high." Hearing this, Shi Qingshuan and Mingyi's expressions became even more solemn. Huacheng then said, "It's different from ordinary small fries. It's indeed difficult to deal with." Although he said it was difficult to deal with, his expression was still the same as usual, as if he was just being polite. However, to be able to get such an evaluation from Huacheng, it was extremely not easy. Xiaolian said, "Lord Wind, it seems like the problem isn't small. Why didn't you tell Lord Navy about this?" Shi Qingshuan waved his hand and said, No. You know, my brother is about to cross his tribulation again. What if he goes to fight that vernacular true immortal at this critical juncture and gets distracted? I have to keep this matter a secret. I can't let others know. I also didn't tell any of the heavenly officials who are good friends with my brother." Chapter 105. Shi Qingshuan said seriously, "I want to try. I want to see if I can solve that thing by myself. No matter what, Your Highness the Crown Prince is more experienced. Are you free? If not, don't force yourself." Previously, Shi Qingshuan had helped Xiaolian a lot. Now that he needed help and needed his help, Xiaolian couldn't say that he had something to do at this time. But Huacheng was a guest from afar. He hadn't even played here for a few days. He left. Who would greet Huacheng? Although he didn't greet him very well. While he was still thinking, Huacheng supported his chin with one hand. He smiled and said, "Brother, do you want to see that white speech true immortal? If you don't mind, can you give me a ride? After all, it's a rare monster. I haven't seen it with my own eyes." Xiaolian said in his heart, "I'm ashamed. Sanlang understands me. He was very grateful for his consideration. He nodded. Shi Qingxian didn't say anything. He naturally knew that Hua Cheng wasn't here to help him. But at least Hua Cheng wouldn't cause trouble. It didn't matter to him whether he came or not. Xiaolian said again. But that white speech true immortal is elusive. I don't know when and where it will appear again. Shi Qingxian said, I don't know either. I plan to go to the best restaurant in the imperial city to book a banquet. I'll drink for 80 to 100 days, set off firecrackers and sing opera every day. It will eventually come out. Xiaolian said, this is also a way. However, even if it comes out, we might not be able to catch it. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Has the Wind Master investigated who its prey were in the past? How is their style? Let's see if there are any patterns to follow. Shi Qingxian said, my brother has naturally investigated this a long time ago. As he said this, he took out a scroll from his sleeve and unfolded it. Xiaolian moved closer to take a look and couldn't help but say, amazing, amazing. Good fellow. This thing was really too lazy to bait a small fish. Almost all the names on the scroll were famous and influential figures in the human world, and all of them had met a miserable end. Every one of them ended up collapsing and killing themselves. There were those who were defeated like a landslide, those who cut their own throats with their swords to end their lives, those who lost thousands of family fortunes in one day, those who lost 3 feet of white silk, those who sought fame and fortune but could not get it, those who were tossed and turned forever lost. These people weren't defeated by the true immortals, but by the fear of losing in their hearts. However, there was no emperor on the list. True emperors were protected by the aura of the Son of Heaven, making it hard for evil spirits to invade their bodies. Actually, generally speaking, people with the potential to ascend would also be born with a layer of spiritual energy covering their bodies, causing these ghosts to retreat. Therefore, Xiaolian faintly felt that Shi Qingxian being entangled by that thing was not that simple. Maybe someone had secretly done something to deliberately target him. If that was really the case, this person was definitely not simple. However, Shi Qingxian was still a baby when he was targeted, so how did he provoke such an incredible character? At this time, Hua Cheng said, brother, can you lend it to me to take a look? Xiaolian handed the scroll over to him and said, look. Hua Cheng scanned the scroll roughly and asked, who wrote this scroll? Shi Qingxian said, my brother. What happened? Hua Cheng threw the scroll on the table and said, it's nothing much. Ridiculously wrong. I suggest that your brother refine it. Shi Qingxian was about to make a decision when he heard this, blood rain on flowers. Xiaolian pulled him back and said apologetically, Lord Windmaster, please sit down, sit down. Forget it, San Lang has always spoken like this. He didn't do it on purpose. Shi Qingxian sat down and doubted himself. Always spoken like this? Xiaolian turned to Hua Cheng and asked, San Lang, what you said was ridiculously wrong. Where did you go wrong? Hua Cheng also leaned over to him, and the two of them sat much closer. Hua Cheng pointed to a few names and said, these few, they're wrong. Xiaolian looked at them seriously. Those few were all hegemons who had committed a lot of crimes. He said, how did you know? Hua Cheng said, because I killed these few. Xiaolian said, aren't these all suicides? Hua Cheng said, before I made my move, I sent someone to greet them first, and they ended their own lives. I don't know if this counts as me killing them. He didn't know if this counted as him killing them, but it could probably be considered very honest. Shi Qingxian coughed a few times uncomfortably. His lips moved slightly as he said, ghosts, can you not honestly describe how you killed people in front of the heavenly officials? Ghosts, can you not openly discuss this kind of problem with the heavenly officials in front of other heavenly officials? Hua Cheng pointed to a few more names and said, these few, they're also wrong. Xiaolian said, who killed them? Hua Cheng said, Blackwater killed them. Xiaolian was startled and said, that Blackwater Xian ghost, isn't he always very low-key? Hua Cheng said, that doesn't mean he won't kill people. Immediately, he said to Shi Qingxian, the scroll that Zun Xiong gave you is full of mistakes. He didn't even bother to check it. Instead, it's very suspicious. It's just a pile of rags. So I suggest you tear it up and rewrite it. Shi Qingxian snatched back the scroll and said, my brother wouldn't do that. Although his words were weak and feeble, his tone was very firm. Sure, Wudu shouldn't be careless about his younger brother's matter. Then there was another possibility. Xiaolian asked, every profession has its own specialization. In the process of investigating, Lord Shui sure should have also borrowed the power of others. May I ask who the person who organized the scroll was? After hesitating for a moment, Shi Qingxian said, Ling Wan. Xiaolian rubbed the space between his eyebrows and didn't say anything. Although the Lingwen Palace was always scolded by the heavenly officials of the other palaces for being inefficient, they wouldn't make so many mistakes. It was simply a perfunctory draft. The relationship between the malignant tumor seemed to be quite good, at least on the surface. As for what twists and turns there were, outsiders probably wouldn't be able to figure it out. Hua Cheng leaned back and continued, how do you distinguish between the real and the fake? Let me tell you another thing. Once a true immortal sets his eyes on a prey, he will cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Not only will his prey collapse and die, but the prey's relatives and friends will also be affected. Therefore, those above that only one of them died, while their relatives and friends are still alive and well, are all wrong. Hearing this, Shi Qingxuan's face paled for a moment. Immediately after, he pulled himself together and laughed dryly at Ming Yi. Then wouldn't Brother Ming also be in danger? You're my best friend. Ming Yi sat a little further away from him. His face was filled with the words, can I not want you my best friend? With this move he sat closer to Xiaolian. Hua Cheng's gaze swept over him, his gaze like a knife. Seeing that Shi Qingxian didn't forget to joke at this time, Xiaolian couldn't help but laugh. However, he could also faintly see the uneasiness of the Wind Master. It would be better to say that it was precisely because of the uneasiness that he had to restrain himself by doubling his excitement. Shi Qingxian opened his Windmaster fan, fanning 5 to 6 times faster than usual. His black hair was messy in the strong wind as he said, then let's go now. We'll go to the most gorgeous building to indulge ourselves in luxury. I want to see if it still dares to come out with so many of us. We have a lot of people, ha 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 ha. Xiaolian said, Windmaster, please calm down first. Wait for me for a moment. There are still some small matters in my monastery that need to be dealt with properly. He didn't know how many days this trip would take. With 2 children, 2 mouths, and a dead ghost attached to a living person's body, he couldn't just ignore it. He wanted to find a reliable family in the village to help take care of this place, but Hua Cheng knew every one of his considerations like the back of his hand. He said, if brother must go, then don't worry about it. I have people. After you leave, there will naturally be someone to take care of this place. Xiaolian let out a sigh of relief and said, thank you, Sanlang. It's still better to have someone look after this place. Hua Cheng also laughed and said, that's right. Someone needs to keep an eye on it. The two of them clearly didn't have the same meaning when they said look and stare. However, no one pursued the matter. Ming Yi moved away the altar and drew 1,000 miles shrinking array on the ground. Shi Qingxian fanned faster and faster until the afterimage of the fan could no longer be seen. He said, that's right, Your Highness the Crown Prince, I forgot to ask just now. Who exactly was that person at the door? Did I provoke him? The moment he opened his mouth, he said those words. Unexpectedly, he only casually asked this question at the end. If Qi Rong heard this, his angina would break out again. Xiaolian thought that it was indeed not the words of a human. He put away Wuxia and Fang Exan, who were leaning in the corner, and said, didn't he already introduce himself? Shi Qingxian said, what? Was that really Qing Gui? With that kind of conduct? 100 rumors are not as good as seeing. 100 rumors are not as good as seeing. Xiaolian rubbed the space between his eyebrows and briefly explained the situation. He repeatedly warned him to keep it a secret, especially not to let Lang Qianqiu know. In a few sentences, Ming Yi also finished drawing 1,000 miles shrinking array with a few strokes. Last time Nanfeng drew for a long time and was also very rough. However, Shi Qingxian was the complete opposite. His drawing speed was extremely fast, but it wasn't sloppy at all. One stroke to the end. The circle he drew with his bare hands was even neater than one drawn with a ruler. The words were also neat and tidy like engravings. Xiaolian couldn't help but secretly marvel. When the array was completed, Ming Yi said, let's go. Shi Qingxian took a deep breath and blew out the candle. Hua Cheng walked at the very front and was the first to push open the door. The small door creaked open. The outside was also pitch black. It seemed to be connected to an old house that had been abandoned for many years. The air was full of a musty and dusty smell. Xiaolian followed behind Hua Cheng. He softly thanked Hua Cheng, who took the initiative to open the path in front. Then it was Shi Qingxian and finally Ming Yi. After he came out, he closed the door behind him. Just as the door was about to close, a voice suddenly came from behind the door in the darkness. The place you are going will become a nightmare you never want to remember again. As soon as he heard this voice, Xiaolian kicked out. The door was destroyed by him on the spot. However, after the array was used, it had already lost its effectiveness. Behind the door wasn't Puqi Monastery, but a pile of scrap metal. Xiaolian coughed violently. He was a little glad that he didn't break the door Hua Cheng made. He covered his face with his sleeves and said, "Was that the white speech true immortal just now?" Shi Qingxian gripped his horsetail whisk and fan tightly and said, "It's its voice. Will it always be by my side?" Xiaolian waved away the dust and denied it won't. There were 3 heavenly officials and a ghost king in the house just now. If there was something following you, how could we not notice it? It must have just arrived. Mingyi also said, "Calm down." Shi Qingxian said, "Calm down. I'm very calm. I've calmed down a long time ago." However, Hua Cheng said leisurely in front, "It's important to be calm, but it's not certain that you'll be fine. Does anyone know where this is?" Xiaolian looked around and also said, "Aren't we going to the best restaurant in the Imperial City?" No matter how he looked at it, this abandoned old house didn't look like the restaurant that Shi Qingxian was talking about. The 4 of them walked around for a while and touched the door. It was actually locked by a few big locks. Xiaolian kicked it again, broke the lock and opened the door. After opening the door, what appeared in front of the 4 of them wasn't a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, nor was it a mysterious evil scene. Instead, it was an ordinary dull little town. Hua Cheng raised his eyebrows and said, "The Imperial City shouldn't look like this." Xiaolian also felt the same way. The bearing of the Imperial City couldn't be compared to this small town. He turned around and said, "Lord Geomaster, did you draw the wrong array?" However, Mingyi said, "I didn't draw it wrong. The original connection was not here." Chapter 106. Shi Qingxian said, "It flashed in and tampered with the formation after we left the Puqi temple? Then he overturned it, no? Can't be like that." Xiaolian also said, "Impossible. We had already pushed open the door and came out. Even if it flashed in and tampered with it, we should have arrived at the original location because the formation had already been activated, so it would be useless to change it. Therefore, it could only make a move for a moment." It was also the short moment when Mingyi finished drawing the formation and Shi Qingxian blew out the candles that the entire Puqi temple fell into darkness. However, this contradicted what Xiaolian had said just now. Shi Qingxian said, "But in the room just now, there were clearly only the 4 of us, in a small Puqi temple. 3 priests, a ghost king. If there was something along the way, how could they not know? And if one of them took advantage of the darkness to do something, the most likely. Who could it be?" Shi Qingxian could not help but glance at Hua Cheng. Although he immediately stopped, Hua Cheng did not miss this glance and said with a smile, "Why are you looking at me?" "According to what I said. Don't you think the Geomaster is more suspicious?" Mingyi also glanced at him. Hua Cheng said, "Don't just guess who did it later. What if the formation he drew at the beginning was wrong?" Mingyi did not refute. He did not express it. Shi Qingxian could not bear to listen any longer and said, "Lord Hua City, wait a moment. I know you guys have a grudge before. However, Brother Ming is really not such a person. This time he was just temporarily pulled over to help me. There is no reason to do so." Hua Cheng said, "There is not necessarily a reason to do something. Actually, Lord Windmaster, you are also very suspicious." "Huh." Shi Qingxian never thought that this would work. He pointed at himself. "Who? Me?" Hua Cheng said, "Yes. A thief calling to catch a thief is very strange. Why are you here? If you and your brother were really so afraid of the white words true immortal, why would you tidy up such a pile of rags? It is not impossible to say that the two of you colluded to set up a trap and deliberately led us here. Looking at his expression, it was obvious that he was just spouting nonsense without the slightest scruple. However, he did it in a way that made it seem as if everyone was worthy of suspicion. Shi Qingxian was about to waver as he said, Am I that bored? Hua Cheng smiled and said likewise, I'm not that bored. Whatever the other party used to hit him, he would use the exact same method to hit back. Xiao Yan was thinking about something. He waved his hand and said, all right, all of you stop. The matter hasn't even been resolved yet, and you're already suspecting your own people. Hua Cheng laughed heartily and stopped talking. His attitude was very clear. He was not going to help, nor was he going to cause trouble. He was purely here to play. There was no need to count on him, no need to be wary of him. After muttering to himself irresolutely for a moment, Xiao Yan said, actually, there's another possibility. When the geomaster inside the house finished drawing the formation, there was already someone outside the house who drew an even stronger formation on the door. At that time, in order to prevent Qirong, who was outside the house, from hearing their conversation, Shi Qingxian cast an isolation spell, and the Puqi temple was sealed. Relatively speaking, it was not easy to be discovered if they did something outside the house. When two similar formations collided, the stronger one would win. This stronger did not only depend on the level of the person who set up the formation, but also depended on the materials used to draw the formation. At that time, Mingyi used aged cinnabar that Xiao Yan picked up when he was collecting junk and didn't want. If someone used fresh blood to hold the line, it would naturally be better. Shi Qingxian immediately accepted this possibility and said, outside the house? Could it be Qing Gui? He's already like that, can he still cause trouble? Xiao Yan said, it can't be. Hua Cheng calmly said, he shouldn't even think about moving for 7 days. However, he isn't the only one outside the house. These words seem to have a hidden meaning. Xiao Yan said, in short, let's not make wild guesses first, lest we hurt each other's trust. After walking a few steps, he said, that monster's words are really strange. Why did he say that this place will become a nightmare that the Wind Master never wants to remember? Will we encounter anything in this place? Looking around, Shi Qingxian slightly frowned and said, wait, this place seems to be. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly saw Mingyi's gaze turn cold. His palm struck out through the air towards the back of Shi Qingxuan's head. Xiao Yan shouted, Windmaster, be careful of your back. However, he saw Mingyi's palm split open a wide square object with a bang. That thing fell from the sky and smashed straight towards Shi Qingxuan's head. He jumped a few feet away and patted his chest, saying, that was close, that was close. When he looked down again, his pupils suddenly shrank. Xiao Yan went up to take a look and was also slightly shocked. That thing was actually a horizontal board with golden characters on a blue background. The 3 large words Feng Shui Hall were written on it. Splitting the horizontal board of a heavenly official in half was a huge taboo. Mingyi retracted his palm, his expression grave and stern. Shi Qingxian was stunned for a moment, then immediately waved his sleeves and swept away the 2 halves of the board. He said in a low voice, keep it a secret, keep it a secret. Don't tell anyone. If my brother knew that his board was smashed, he would definitely go crazy. Xiao Yan turned around and said, this is actually a Feng Shui hall? That's right, the dilapidated house that they came out of was a Feng Shui hall. The Navy Master was the god of wealth. There was no one who did not love wealth. The temple that he presided over had always been full of incense, but it was actually in such a dilapidated state. It was as unbelievable as a stack of silver notes being thrown on the street, and no one picking them up. Shi Qingxian rushed back into the hall. The temple was filled with cobwebs and dust. It was a desolate place where no one cared about it. After searching for a long time, he finally found 2 statues that were too horrible to look at in the pile of abandoned junk behind the house. The goddess statue of the Wind Master was missing arms and legs, while the god statue of the Navy Master was decapitated. Furthermore, it was not due to aging and natural damage, but it was smashed by someone with a sharp weapon. It was as if someone had vented their endless hatred on them. These 2 statues were carved very realistically, as if they were alive. They were in such a sorry state, lying in the dilapidated and gloomy ancient temple with a smile on their faces, It was extremely uncomfortable. Shi Qingxian hugged a statue in each of his left and right hands and said, "What kind of enmity is this?" Even though Xiaolian also felt that this scene was full of malice, in order to stabilize Shi Qingshuan's mind, he said warmly, "Master Wind, calm down. If someone worships, then someone smashes. It's just common sense in the world, there's no need to care. It must have been deliberately set up for you by that thing in order to incite your fear and absorb magic power from it." Mingyi said concisely, "Can you do it or not? If you can't, then leave." Shi Qingxian brushed away the dust on the faces of the two statues, gritted his teeth and grabbed the Windmaster fan tightly. He suddenly stood up and said, "I can do it. I want to see what medicine it is selling in its gourd." The four of them left the dilapidated Fengshui temple and walked around the small town. The town was very quiet and stable. It was neither prosperous nor backward. There was nothing unusual about it. It would be better to say that they were the most unusual ones. Compared to the crowd of mortals, this group of people's appearance and attire were too eye-catching. Therefore, not long after, they flashed into an alley and changed their attire. Xiaolian's original attire was very simple, so there was no need to change. The other three people changed completely from head to toe. On the other side, Shi Qingxian was expressing his opinion on Mingyi's attire. On the other side, Hua Chang had changed into a refreshing black robe. His long hair was also tied up neatly and was adorned with a white jade. He was less lazy and more energetic, as if he was a handsome and talented junior disciple from a famous sect. He really forced the emperor to dress like a beggar and not look like a beggar. He was still very eye-catching. Looking at him, Xiaolian could not help but think of an old saying, "A handsome man must be dressed in soap." He secretly thought that it was true. When he came back to his senses, Master Wind remembered something and said in a low voice, "San Lang, there is something I have always forgotten to ask you." Hua Chang adjusted his sleeves and said, "What is it?" Xiaolian clenched his hands into fists and put them in front of his mouth to cough lightly. He tried his best to ask casually, "What is your spiritual password?" If he wanted to communicate with another person at any time, he first had to get the other person's password. For example, to find Shi Qingxian, he had to first recite the following 4 lines of doggerel in his heart. Master Wind is a heaven-sent genius. Master Wind is funny and unrestrained. Master Wind is kind and upright. Master Wind is 28 years old. Of course, for a normal heavenly official, their password would not be so difficult to say. It was still relatively normal. The spiritual password of a superior heavenly official would not be easily revealed to others, unless they had a close relationship. As a desperate ghost king, Hua Chang was naturally the same. Although the two of them had not known each other for a long time, their relationship could be said to be quite good. It was a bit strange that they had not yet gotten each other's password. However, thinking about it, every time there was something they would directly meet up. Whether they exchanged or not, it did not seem to matter. Xiaolian had never asked for any heavenly official's password, because if there was anything, he could just directly shout into the spiritual communication array. If he wanted to find someone to talk to in private, he could use the array to talk to them. This was also the first time he took the initiative to ask someone for a password. He had no experience and was a bit worried that it would be rude. Seeing Hua Chang's gaze flicker, yet he did not move, Xiaolian felt a bit awkward and hurriedly said, "Is it inconvenient?" It's fine. You don't need to worry about me. I was just casually asking. Because there was something I wanted to talk about in private later, I took the liberty to ask. I'll think of a way to quietly ask you." Hua Chang interrupted him and said, "It's not inconvenient. I'm very happy." Xiaolian was startled. "Ah?" Hua Chang sighed and said, "I'm very happy. Gitch finally asked me. Because you never mentioned it, I thought it was inconvenient and you didn't want to exchange passwords with others. That's why I never took the initiative to mention it. Now that Gitch finally asked, how could I say it was just casually asking?" Xiaolian let out a sigh of relief and his mood immediately brightened. Grasping Hua Chang's hand, he said, "So it turns out we both have the same concerns. Just now I was wrong. That sentence was just something I said casually to apologize to San Lang. So what's your password?" Hua Chang's eyes slightly brightened. Slightly leaning forward, he said, "My password." Gitch should listen carefully. I'll only say it once. After he finished speaking, he whispered a sentence. When Xiao Yan heard this, his eyes widened. Oh, this? Is it really this? Sanlang, are you sure? Hua Chang was calm and composed as he said, It's this. If you don't believe me, Gich can try it now? How could Xiao Yan dare to try it? He said, Then doesn't that mean every time someone comes looking for you they have to silently say this sentence to you 3 times? This. Wouldn't that be very embarrassing? Hua Chang giggled and said, It's precisely because I don't want others to look for me that I deliberately said this sentence. I want them to know when to back off. However, if Gij wants to look for me, I'll accompany you anytime. Xiao Yan still felt a little unconvinced. In his heart he said, This is too bad. He hesitated. He wanted to use his psychic ability, but no matter what, he couldn't say that password. Even if he said it silently, it still wouldn't work. Seeing Xiao Yan cover half his face and turn his head away, unable to make up his mind, Hua Cheng finally laughed enough and said, Okay. If Gij doesn't dare to say it, I'll look for you. What's your password? Xiao Yan turned his head and said, Just recite the Tao Te Ching 1,000 times. Hua Cheng raised an eyebrow. After a while, Xiao Yan heard his voice in his ear. Just recite the Tao Te Ching 1,000 times, these 11 words, right? The two of them were clearly standing face to face, but they didn't say a word. They communicated with their eyes and used a voice that others couldn't hear to whisper to each other. It was quite interesting. Xiao Yan also used his psychic ability to reply, Yes. You actually didn't fall for it. Hua Cheng blinked and continued to reply, Ha. I almost fell for it. This is really too interesting. Xiao Yan also blinked and revealed a smile. It should be known that this password was something that he had seriously thought up 800 years ago. He thought it was very interesting, so he used it after ascending. However, many other heavenly officials didn't seem to find it interesting. Even after falling for it, they were speechless. Mu Qing directly said, Your Highness, this idea of yours is too cold. Forgive me for not being able to laugh. Although Feng Xian laughed until he was rolling on the ground and shouting himself hoarse, Feng Xian's sense of humor was very low and inexplicable. He laughed, but Xiao Yan didn't feel any sense of accomplishment. Since Hua Cheng also laughed now, it probably meant that it was really a bit interesting. The original plan was to go to the most expensive restaurant in the Imperial City to drink, but since they didn't go to Changhuang City, it didn't matter where they drank. Thus, the group went to the largest restaurant in town and asked for a private room. After sitting for a while in boredom, the waiter brought the wine. Xiao Yan said, Excuse me to ask, what is this place? Although this question was very strange, it was the most direct and effective way. The waiter asked curiously, Honored guests, you actually didn't come because of the fame? This is Bogu Town. Xiao Yan said, Fame? What fame? The waiter gave a thumbs up and said, Our town's social fire. It's very famous in this area. Every year at this time, there are many outsiders who want to come and see this strange thing. Shi Qingxian asked curiously, What's social fire? Xiao Yan said, It's the entertainment that the people use to celebrate during festivals. There will be some acrobatics, local plays, and so on. You can watch it. It was a bit similar to the Xianle country's Upper Yuan Sacrifice Tour. However, the Heaven Sacrifice Tour was a royal operation and was controlled by the government. On the other hand, social fire was the entertainment of the people. Shi Qingxian said, But today isn't a festival, right? At most it'll be cold dew tomorrow. Xiao Yan said, It doesn't necessarily have to be a specific festival. Sometimes it's to commemorate someone and choose a special day to make a fuss and have some fun. At this time, a commotion came from the crowd on the street below the restaurant. Someone shouted, Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Children and women, don't stand in front. Everyone move back, the troupe is coming. The 4 people looked downstairs. What they saw was incredible. Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly widened. They saw a long procession of people walking down the street. In the procession, everyone wore bright red makeup and all kinds of strange clothes. Moreover, there was a sharp weapon stuck in their foreheads. Chapter 107. Xiao Yan suddenly stood up. Shi Qingxian also stepped on the table, rolling up his sleeves as if he was about to rush down. However, Xiao Yan quickly pulled him back and said, It's okay. Windmaster, calm down. Shi Qingxian said. Is it okay if your eyeballs are squeezed out? Xiaolian said it's okay. It's really rare to see the Blood Society fire here. Shi Qingxian quickly took his feet off the table and said, Blood Society fire? What's that? The two sat down again. Xiaolian said, different places have different schools of fire. The Blood Society fire is a special school. It's extremely rare. I've only heard of it. I've never seen it because its performance is bloody and strange. And the makeup technique is top secret. It's getting rarer and rarer now. Shi Qingxian was stunned. Makeup technique? Are these all fake? This is too realistic. I thought it was made by some evil method. What he said was not an exaggeration. Xiaolian also sighed. There are many capable people among the people. Looking at those wandering performers, not only did the sharp weapons on their foreheads penetrate 3 points, some of them had their intestines pierced and their stomachs rotted, missing arms and legs. Some of them were crawling on the ground crying. There were also a few people carrying a tall wooden frame. There was a woman hanging from a beam. Her neck was tied with a rope, as if she had hanged herself. 2 more people came dragging a girl by her legs. The girl's clothes were torn to tatters. She was dragged face down, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. It really looked like a scene from hell. It was clearly a performance by people, but it was much more terrifying than the ghost city, which was full of ghosts. Compared to this place, the ghost city was simply a bustling bazaar on earth. No one knew how that makeup was done. Even if Xiaolian had heard of this tradition when he first saw it, he almost thought that it was a demon. Many women and children couldn't hold back their curiosity and wanted to squeeze in front of the crowd to see. But when they saw it, they were so scared that they screamed and retreated. Shi Qingxian said, Your Highness, didn't you say that the social fire is to celebrate? How can there be such a celebration? People are going to be scared away. The little girls will have nightmares. Will people really be happy to see this kind of performance? Whether people would be happy to see this kind of performance, it was really hard to say. As a matter of fact, killing and seeing blood would indeed excite people. Regardless of whether there was fear or not, after the fear, many people would feel a trace of pleasure in their hearts. There seemed to be a name for this kind of blood society fire in the local dialect called stabbing happiness. Xiaolian's understanding of it was, stab someone to death with a knife, and you would feel happy in your heart. In the depths of people's hearts, there was a thirst for slaughter. But of course Xiaolian wouldn't say so much. He just looked at it attentively for a while. In the majestic parade, there was a black-clothed, white-faced man. He was tall and skinny, holding a sharp weapon in his hand. He suddenly smashed towards the head of a gorgeously dressed performer. The knife immediately pierced into the other party's head, and he then used a long spear to lift the other party up and hang him in the air. It was extremely cruel and bloody, as if he had really killed someone on the spot. The crowd screamed in fear, and there was also a wave of applause. Xiaolian said, I'm guessing that they're acting out a story. This black-clothed man should be the main character, and the people he killed should be the antagonists, the villains. The whole story wants to express punishing evil and promoting good. Speaking up to this point, Xiaolian's heart suddenly moved, and he said, Master Feng, look carefully. Shi Qingxian said, I'm looking. Xiaolian said, I'm letting you watch the story. Look at what kind of people they're acting out and what kind of story they're telling. There must be a reason why that vernacular true immortal sent you here. It just happened to pick today, maybe it was to let you watch this blood society fire. The black-clothed man's eyebrows were tightly locked, and his expression was one of pain. He killed over 100 villains in the parade, and he himself was also stabbed by a messy mess of sharp weapons. In the end, he hugged several corpses with their skin and flesh split open, and white silk hung from their throats. He hung his head and didn't move, unexpectedly ending up in mutual destruction. One parade passed by, and the next parade continued to act, and so on. Xiaolian said, Do you guys see what the story is? Shi Qingxuan's eyebrows were tightly locked, and he said, No. I don't feel like I understand it. I don't really understand. He's just killing people. Besides Xiaolian, Hua Cheng unhurriedly said, Presumably, it's not a story that everyone knows. Ask the locals, and see if it's from a local character's journal. Coincidentally, The waiter of the restaurant came up again to deliver food. He asked honored guests, "Is it good? Is it exciting?" Xiaolian said, "It's good, it's exciting." This waiter, may I ask, who is the person your town's blood society fire is acting out? Sure enough, the waiter said, about this, outsiders generally don't know, so they all have to ask. Our Bogu town's blood society fire is acting out the story of a local legend. According to legend, several hundred years ago, there was a scholar here with the surname He. This He Shang, although his family is very poor, he's very capable. Ever since he was young, he's been frighteningly smart. He learns everything quickly, and he's also famous for being a filial son. No matter what he does, there's nothing to say. Unfortunately, this person, he's very unlucky. Whatever good things happen to him, they don't last long. His fiancée was his childhood sweetheart, gentle and virtuous. But his wife and sister were snatched away by a rich family to become a concubine. One refused and was beaten to death, while the other couldn't stand the humiliation and committed suicide. He went to argue but was framed for adultery and theft. He was thrown into prison without food and almost starved to death. His 70-year-old parents begged for mercy on his behalf and kowtowed for a whole night, but to no avail. They were locked up for 2 years before they were released. His mother had no one to take care of her, so she died of illness. His father was old and had to work hard to support the family, so he was on his last breath. He stopped studying and went to do business, but because he did too well, he was suppressed by other big businessmen. Every bit of money he earned was taken away, and he even owed a lot of debt. The waiter sighed and said, "Everyone, tell me, how can this person be so unlucky?" Xiaolian lightly coughed and sincerely said, "Yes. Other than him, how could there be anyone else who was so unlucky?" After the waiter finished sighing, he beamed with joy and said, "Later, this person went crazy and lost his temper. One night, just like today, the day before the cold dew, he brought a large number of weapons and hacked all the people who had harmed him to death. That killing was so bloody that flesh and blood splattered everywhere. It was delightful. Because those people he killed had been the common people of the village for a long time. Everyone applauded and cheered. So later on, every day before the cold dew, the town would use a blood society fire to commemorate him, hoping that Lord He Shang would bless us and kill the evil people. They said it was to punish evil and promote good. But in the end, good and evil didn't have a good ending. The waiter left. Xiaolian saw Shi Qingxian looking pensive and said, "Wind Master, do you have any thoughts?" Shi Qingxian came back to his senses and said, "I seem to have some inexplicable thoughts, but it's still too inexplicable, I can't say why." "Your Highness, what about you?" Xiaolian said, "I'm thinking, could this He Shang be the predecessor of the vernacular true immortal?" While they were talking, the next line of traveling teams began to play out the story again. Shi Qingxian looked down again and said, "Predecessor?" Xiaolian said, "Yes. The source of this kind of humanoid monster is often related to a person's particularly strong resentment or obsession. For example, I heard that Japan has a kind of monster called Hashiheim, which is formed from the resentment of a woman. Rumor has it that it's because of the sorrow of a woman waiting for her husband to not return, and it's also because of the madness of a jealous woman. If we say that the formation of the vernacular true immortal originated from someone who was plagued by misfortune, then it's not impossible to hate an unfortunate fate, or envy towards a lucky person." Mingy said, "Check the local records. I want the exact time." Xiaolian said, "Yes, I want to check." If he wanted to know whether this possibility was true or not, he had to check if this He Shang appeared hundreds of years ago. If he appeared later than the earliest records of the vernacular true immortal, then it wouldn't be true. Shi Qingxian nodded his head. After thinking for a while, he still said, "There's one more small matter." At this moment, a voice suddenly came from below, laughing loudly, "Just you wait. Your closest relatives, your best friends, all of them will die without a burial place because of you." Hearing this, Shi Qingxuan's expression suddenly changed. His left hand pressed on the table, and he lightly landed on the restaurant. That voice came from the crowd of people. Xiaolian shouted from upstairs, "Lord Windmaster, come back." Shi Qingxian landed in the middle of a group of bloody zombies and said angrily, "Come out! Come out!" However, the performers' expressions were wooden. They completely ignored him and continued to walk forward as if they were sleepwalking. Shi Qingxian was led around in circles by the flow of people. He couldn't tell which person had a problem at all. When he saw one suspicious, he wanted to knock it down with his fan. When he saw another, he was even more suspicious. If he knocked the wrong person, then it would be a human life. Hua Cheng placed the untouched vegetables on his plate into a smiling face. He didn't even raise his head and said, "It's useless." It's very easy for an old monster with 1,000 years of cultivation to hide the fox's tail. In such a strange group of people, it was too easy to sneak in. Moreover, the form of the vernacular true immortals was originally very similar to humans, let alone the vernacular true immortals who had the highest cultivation among them. After a while, Mingyi also jumped down the stairs and brought Shi Qingxian out. The group of people left the main street and walked towards the Feng Shui temple. Shi Qingxuan's hand that was holding the fan was still trembling slightly. Compared to the fear at the beginning, it was now as if he was angry. He carried a wine pot out of the restaurant. After walking for a while, he took a big gulp and the blood in his eyes gradually dissipated. He said, "Brother Ming, it's better if you don't be my best friend for the time being. Wait until I kill this damn thing, then you can be back." However, Mingyi said rudely, "Who is that? I'm not one to begin with." Shi Qingxian was furious. "Brother Ming, this is very boring. You can't just see that the situation is critical and immediately fall out with me?" They quarreled and pinched each other for a while. Xiaolian shook his head and took out 2 things from his sleeve. He said, "I think, Windmaster, you should still use this." Shi Qingxian took it and said, "Earplugs?" Xiaolian nodded and said, "Although this method is stupid and can't cure the root cause, it's still effective for a while. As long as you can't hear it, that thing can't do anything to you. I've made a formation. The password to enter the formation is Heavenly Official Blessings. Nothing taboo. Next, we'll talk to you in the formation first." Shi Qingxian plugged his ears. Sure enough, he couldn't hear anything. The 4 of them entered the formation one after another. At this moment, Xiaolian suddenly heard Hua Cheng's voice whispering in his ear, "Brother, brother." Xiaolian looked up and only saw Hua Cheng blinking at him. He didn't open his mouth, but his voice still echoed in his ear. "Don't you have something to say to me? Since you didn't come to find me, I could only come to find you." Xiaolian smiled and replied, "Who told you to set the password like that?" Hua Cheng said, all right. It's my fault." Shi Qingxian adjusted the position of his earplugs. Seeing that the 2 of them were clearly not saying a word, yet they were looking at each other and smiling, he wondered in the spirit communication formation, "Your Highness the Crown Prince and Blood Rain Tanhua, what are you 2 doing? Could it be that you exchanged passwords and are secretly talking about something?" Xiaolian coughed lightly and solemnly said in the formation, "There's no such thing." Hua Cheng slightly raised his eyebrows and transmitted his voice, "You're lying." Xiaolian's feet slipped. While pretending to be serious, he walked forward without looking sideways while replying, "San Lang, don't mess with me. I have something I want to ask you for help with." The 2 of them walked side by side, not looking at each other. Hua Cheng asked, "What is it?" Chapter 108. Hearing this, Hua Cheng turned his head. His gaze fell on Shi Qingxian and Mingyi, who were still fighting behind him. He pointed at one of them and said, "Him?" Xiaolian nodded. Hua Cheng said, "How do you want to test it?" Xiaolian said, "Many years ago, I dealt with 2 white language immortals and was pestered by one for more than half a year. At that time I tried to trick them and also tried to find out one of their characteristics. This characteristic, some of them didn't even realize it, but as long as I put in a little effort, you'll be able to tell." He secretly passed on this technique. When Hua Cheng heard this, he said, "It's easy," and so on and so forth. After the 2 finished their discussion, they returned to that broken Feng Shui temple. It was slightly cold in autumn, the sky was slightly dark. Shi Qingxian searched everywhere for the head of his brother, the water god statue, and glued it back. He straightened the 2 statues and placed them on the altar again. Xiaolian started a fire in the ruined temple hall. He picked up some broken wood and burned it. The 4 of them sat around the fire. Shi Qingxian covered his ears. He drank a few pots of wine. He finally couldn't hold it in anymore and said, "We can't just sit here and wait for that thing, right? Is there any program that can liven things up?" He took the initiative to suggest it, which was exactly what Xiaoyan wanted. However, Mingyi stirred the fire. At this time, what other programs do you want to liven things up? Shi Qingxian said yes. Doesn't that thing want me to be afraid? I'm not afraid. I'll play whatever I want. I'm even happier than usual. I'll celebrate the new year and anger it to death. Xiaoyan said in the spirit communication array, why don't we play dice? Shi Qingxian frowned and said, dice again? Comparing size again? Your Highness the Crown Prince, are you addicted? Xiaoyan said, how could I? Shi Qingxian said, forget it. Anyway, I don't have anything else on hand, so I'll play. But there are 4 of us. It's a bit messy when we play. Xiaoyan said, it won't be messy. It's like this. He opened his palm and there were 2 small and exquisite dice. Xiaoyan said, the 4 of us will be divided into 2 groups. Sanlang and I will form a team and the 2 of you will form a team. We'll see who has better luck. 2 dice, 1 roll per group, 1 roll per person, and the result would be recorded. The team with more points wins. Furthermore, they can request the other team with less points to answer their questions or do one thing. Shi Qingxian said, I have a question. Xiaoyan said, please ask. Shi Qingxuan's legs trembled as he said, why? Of course, the 2 of you are in the same team, Your Highness. Have you considered our feelings before you divided yourselves into groups? Xiaoyan coughed lightly and said, well, if you guys want to change groups, that's fine too. There is no difference. Shi Qingxian inserted the horsetail whisk into his collar and said, forget it. Actually, I don't have any objections to this grouping. But since Blood Rain Tanhua is so lucky, wouldn't our team be at a disadvantage? Xiaoyan smiled and said, you can't say that. Although Sanlang's luck was extremely good in our group, my luck was extremely bad. Adding them together, 1 above and 1 below, wouldn't that make it even? Shi Qingxian thought about it and felt that it made sense. He slapped his thigh and said, good. That's it. He turned his head and elbowed Mingyi, saying, did you hear the rules, Brother Ming? Don't drag me down. Mingyi glanced at him, and his cold voice sounded from the spirit communication array, forgive me for not accompanying you. Shi Qingxian hurriedly pinched him back and said, it's fine if you drag me down. Forget it, come. You should accompany me, otherwise it would be so miserable for me to be in a group alone. Thus, the 4 of them simply swore to abide by the rules of the game and began to play. In the first round, Shi Qingxian threw a 5, Mingyi threw a 4, Huacheng threw a 6, and Xiaoyan threw a 1. Shi Qingxian was overjoyed. Ha 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 ha. Your Highness, your luck is really too bad. Ha 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 ha. Xiaoyan rubbed the space between his eyebrows and said in a warm voice, although what you said is the truth, can you not say it in such a happy tone? Shi Qingxian said, cough. All right then, if our group wins, this Wind Master will ask the 2 of you to do one thing. That, Your Highness Blood Rain Tanhua. I order you to immediately help the other party take off their clothes. Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan said, Wind Master? Mingyi turned around with a disgusted expression and held her forehead, as if she didn't want to see this kind of bad taste scene. Shi Qingxian shouted, come. If you're willing to bet, you must accept your loss. A dignified god official and a dignified ghost king won't act shamelessly, right? I'm already seated. Please begin your performance. Xiaoyan looked at Huacheng. Huacheng spread out his hands and mouthed silently, brother. It's not my fault. Xiaoyan was helpless and could only say, how much? Shi Qingxian was just playing around. Of course he wouldn't really embarrass them. He shook his legs and said with a smile, it's enough to take off 1 piece. It'll be easier to continue after leaving a few pieces. He actually wanted to continue. Xiaoyan hesitated and secretly transmitted his voice, Sanlang. Huacheng's face didn't change, but his voice seriously comforted Xiaoyan's ear. It's fine. Didn't we agree that we could let them win a few rounds? There will be times when they lose later. This was indeed what they had agreed on in advance. It was just that Xiaoyan didn't expect Shi Qingxian to play like this. He felt as if he had shot himself in the foot. He slowly untied Huacheng's belt. After a long time, he finally helped Huacheng take off his black shirt, revealing the snow-white undershirt inside. Huacheng also helped him take off his coat with a calm expression. His movements were gentle and slow, and he didn't touch Xiaolian's body. In fact, both of them had only taken off a coat. It didn't hurt or itch and it was completely harmless. However, Xiaolian still felt that this matter was extremely strange. He sat up straight and said again. In the second round, Shi Qingxian threw a 3, and Ming Yi threw a 6. Hua Cheng still threw a 6, and Xiaolian still threw a 1. Shi Qingxian pounded the ground and laughed loudly. Xiaolian looked towards Hua Cheng. The two of them had never stopped communicating. He transmitted his voice. San Lang. This was different from what they had agreed on. Hua Cheng replied apologetically, sorry, I forgot just now. Brother, don't be angry, it's my fault this time. Shi Qingxian shouted again and rolled up his sleeves. Alright, this round I order you. Xiaolian hurriedly said, hold on. We did it in the last round and we took it off. This round it's time to ask questions. Shi Qingxian laughed and said, ask questions? Alright. Then my first question, Blood Rain Tanhua, in your heart what is the most painful thing in the world? Hua Cheng's smile suddenly faded. At the same time there was a slight silence in the Feng Shui temple. Shi Qingxian said, don't misunderstand, I don't mean anything special. I'm just really curious to be able to become a ghost king like you, Blood Rain Tanhua. Is there anything in this world that can make you feel pain? Maybe it doesn't exist? Hua Cheng asked, what do you think? Shi Qingxian thought for a while and guessed, Bronze Cauldron Mountains Gu City? This was indeed the first answer that popped up when many people thought about this question. However, Hua Cheng smiled and said, there's nothing to be afraid of. Shi Qingxian asked curiously, isn't that so? Then what would it be? The corners of Hua Cheng's mouth curled up, the arc quickly disappeared, and he said, I'll tell you what it is. He said softly, watching the person you love being trampled and humiliated with your own eyes. But you can't do anything about it. You understand that you are nothing and can't do anything. This is the most painful thing in the world. Hearing this, Xiaolian held his breath and focused. In the dilapidated Feng Shui temple, no one answered. Shi Qingxian could not say a word for a long time. After a long time he said, oh. Ming Yi's expression was still cold. He stirred the fire and said, continue. Shi Qingxian scratched his head and waved his hand, I'm done asking. Brother Ming, you can do it. Thus, Ming Yi raised his head slightly and stared at Xiaolian, saying, Your Highness. Xiaolian came back to his senses and said, Ming Yi said, what is the thing you regret the most in your life? He did not expect that Ming Yi, who was usually quiet, would ask such a blunt question. Xiaolian was stunned for a moment. Should I not have listened to the advice and insisted on going to the lower realm? Should I not have overestimated myself and went to Yong and to Rain? Should I not have wishful thinking and wanted to protect Xianlu? Or should I not have spared some people's lives? He knew that it was none of these. After a long time, Xiaolian said, the second ascension. The other 3 people in the temple looked at him and did not say anything. Xiaolian was lost in thought for a while. After a long time, he suddenly came back to his senses and said, what's wrong? Everyone, I'm done answering. Hua Cheng said calmly, nothing. Continue. Third round, Shi Qingxian 2. Ming Yi 2. Hua Cheng 6. Xiaolian 1. Seeing this, Xiaolian let out a huge sigh of relief. The heavenly official's blessing finally won. It was Shi Qingxuan's turn to be punished, but he was eager to try, as if he was not afraid of anything, and said, come on. Anything. Xiaolian smiled and said, then I'll do whatever I want. Lord Geomaster, please go first. He turned to Ming Yi and said, Lord, you have to answer the questions I'm going to ask next. Do not lie. Ming Yi did not speak. Shi Qingxian waved his hand and said, don't worry, Brother Ming will not lie at all. Xiaolian smiled and said, okay. First question. Who am I? Shi Qingxian was stunned and said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, what kind of question is this? Aren't you you? If you're not you, who else can you be? Hearing this, Ming Yi slowly raised his head and looked Xiaolian in the eye. After a moment, he answered, the Crown Prince of Xianlu country, Xiaolian. Xiaolian nodded and said, second question, who is the person sitting next to me? After pausing for a moment, Ming Yi answered again, the Master of Ghost City, Blood Rain Tanhua. Xiaolian said, then the last question, who is the person sitting next to you? Shi Qingxian was even more baffled. Your Highness, what are you guys playing at? Who am I? I'm the Wind Master? Xiaoyan said. Lord Geomaster, please answer. This time Mingyi didn't answer so quickly. After dealing with the vernacular immortals many times, Xiaoyan discovered a wonderful rule about them. Once the vernacular immortals opened their mouths within 3 sentences, there would definitely be at least one lie. This characteristic was like an ordinary person. No matter how strong and healthy their body was, they must drink water within 3 days. Otherwise, they would die from dehydration. It wouldn't change with the level of their ability, unless they ascended and were no longer human. The thousandly shrink formation was drawn by Mingyi, and the door was also the last one Mingyi passed. If he wanted to do something, he would have the best chance. Xiaoyan's first suspect was naturally him. However, at that time Shi Qingxian was clearly uneasy. If he immediately revealed his suspicions, it would undoubtedly cause Shi Qingxuan's mind to waver, causing the vernacular true immortal to be able to absorb even more negative emotions from his body and turn them into a source of mana. Therefore, at that time, Xiaoyan quickly found another possibility. However, in fact, he didn't give up on the most direct possibility. Although the relationship between the Wind Master and the Geomaster was extremely good, if the Geomaster was the vernacular true immortal in disguise, the Wind Master would definitely be able to see through it. However, what if the vernacular true immortal had already quietly attached himself to Mingyi's body? Therefore, from the beginning he wanted Hua Chang to cooperate with him and beat around the bush to get Mingyi's words. Hua Chang suggested that the two of them didn't interact much with Mingyi in the first place, so it would be unnatural for them to get information out of him. It would be better to first use the name of the game to create as many opportunities as possible for Mingyi to say a few more words. Then they could see if they could find out the truth without being detected by the Wind Master and Earth Master. However, Mingyi always spoke very little. No matter how warm the atmosphere was, his words were like gold. Just now during the game, Xiaoyan had been paying attention to every word. Whenever he opened his mouth, most of it was ambiguous. It was impossible to determine whether he was lying or not. In the end, he could only use his trump card. He borrowed Hua Chang's ability to secretly control the dice and make Mingyi lose. Then he suddenly threw out 3 questions, making it difficult for him to get off. He had no choice but to answer on the spot. Because they were in the game, Shi Qingxian wouldn't be able to react in time. He would still think that they were joking, so he wouldn't be taken advantage of by the vernacular true immortal to absorb his mana. As long as Mingyi answered incorrectly and gave himself away, Xiaoyan would immediately subdue him. He already knew that for something like the vernacular true immortal, there would definitely be at least one lie in every 3 sentences. Now Xiaoyan asked 2 questions, and Mingyi's answers were both true. Chapter 109. If he really wanted to get away with it, by making the wording a little ambiguous, or he could even pretend to be joking. However, Mingyi's answers to the first 2 questions were concise and comprehensive, without any tricks. The last one should be the same. Otherwise, that didn't seem like Mingyi. This also proved that something was amiss. Xiaoyan and Mingyi looked at each other calmly. After a while, Mingyi finally spoke. He replied in a tone no different from the previous 2 sentences, one of the 5 masters. The younger brother of Navy Master Wu Du Master Feng Qingxian. Shi Qingxian shook his head and said, "Sai, why didn't you say my best friend?" Mingyi looked at him. Who is that? Hearing this, Xiaoyan breathed a sigh of relief. As mentioned earlier, although true immortals were called immortals, they were not true immortals after all. As long as it still belonged to the category of demons and ghosts, it was impossible to get rid of the characteristics of this race. 3 sentences were enough, and all 3 sentences were undoubtedly the truth. It seemed like there was no problem with Mingyi, unless Shi Wudu and Shi Qingxian were not biological brothers. However, this shocking reversal left everyone speechless. It should not exist. Who knew that before he could completely relax, Mingyi would suddenly make a move? It went straight for his throat. Xiaoyan and Hua Chang went to intercept his hand at the same time. The 3 hands were like 3 bolts of lightning, dazzling Shi Qingxian so much that he jumped up and said, "Brother Ming, what are you doing?" Mingyi stared at Xiaoyan and said in a low voice, "You've asked 3 questions. In the previous round I only asked one. Xiaolian smiled faintly and said, Lord Geomaster, please recall the rules carefully. I did not say that I could only ask one question per round. Mingyi said, that's good. Let me add my question now. Who are you? Xiaolian said, didn't you already answer this question yourself just now? Mingyi said, perhaps I answered wrongly. Otherwise, the Crown Prince should explain why he suddenly designed this game and why he asked these three strange questions. Your Excellency Ghost King's manipulation technique is amazing. Using it on this kind of fun is a waste of a sledgehammer. Hua Cheng laughed. What do you mean by that? You can use it however you like. One must know that Xiaolian and Hua Cheng found Mingyi suspicious, but Mingyi also found them suspicious. Shi Qingxian did not know what they were arguing about, but he did not dare to take off his earplugs rashly. He could only say, stop, stop, stop. I order you all to stop immediately and tell me what happened. Otherwise, add me in. As he spoke, he also opened the Windmaster's fan. Mingyi pushed him away and said, move aside. Don't cause trouble. Just at this time, a sudden gust of cold wind blew past. The bonfire that the four of them were surrounding was blown up and down by this gust of cold wind, dancing chaotically. The fire shadows were chaotic, reflecting the faces of the male and female deities on the altar of the dilapidated temple. It looked like they were smiling yet not smiling, crying yet not crying. It was extremely strange. Mingyi grabbed Shi Qingxian again and said vigilantly, something is coming. Shi Qingxian had just been pushed to the ground by him and was unable to get up. Now that he was caught again, he said with stars in his eyes, Brother Ming, can you be nicer to me? Mingyi said, I'm not free. Xiaolian had been staring at the two deity statues and suddenly said, look at their eyes. The four of them looked back and saw that there were 4 bloodstains on the faces of the 2 smiling feng shui divine officials. There were actually tears of blood flowing from the eyes of the clay statues. Consecrating the light, erecting a statue of a deity that had received incense and worship, had a certain deterrent effect on demons, devils, and ghosts. Even if they did not retreat, they could not be destroyed or defiled by non-human things. That true immortal was indeed skilled. Shi Qingxian was still here, but it made the Windmaster's statue bleed and cry in front of the Windmaster. More and more tears of blood flowed and fell to the ground. They slowly gathered into a twisted and complicated shape. Shi Qingxian was puzzled. What is that? Is it drawing a picture? He could not understand what shape it was. He did not go near it, but changed directions and tried to figure it out. After a while, Xiaolian suddenly came to a realization. This is not a picture. This is a reversed word. He immediately shouted, don't look. It's written for you to see. Mingyi struck out with his palm and with a boom, the blood stain on the ground and the 2 deity statues were smashed into pieces. Shi Qingxian was dumbfounded. Brother Ming. You don't let my brother know, otherwise he won't forgive you. Destroying the statues of other divine officials was a great disrespect to that divine official. But today Mingyi first chopped the horizontal board and then the statue. This was no different from going to a restaurant and smashing their signboard and giving them 2 big slaps on the face. If word of this got out and people found out, they would definitely not let it go. It was unknown whether or not there would be a reign of terror. At this moment, Xiaolian inadvertently turned his head and suddenly saw that the words on the horizontal board that they had smashed and placed aside in the day were not right. The horizontal board was clearly written with golden words on a blue background, Feng Shui Hall, but now it had turned into a blood-red distorted word, vaguely showing the half of the word, dead. He quickly covered Shi Qingxian's eyes and shouted in the spirit communication array, close your eyes. Shi Qingxian said, what's wrong now? Xiaolian said, nothing, it's just that the words on your temple's plaque have changed. That thing knows that you can't hear it now, so it changed to writing. Shi Qingxian said, dead? Then I can't hear or see now, wouldn't I be deaf and blind? Xiaolian let go of his hand and said, it's okay, calm down, we're here. Mingyi grabbed the back of Shi Qingxian's collar and dragged him to the side. Shi Qingxian still closed his eyes, put his palms together and said, it's really reassuring. Just as he finished speaking, there was suddenly a burst of noise outside the dilapidated temple. Xiaolian's eyes blurred and in the next moment, a large group of people screamed and rushed in like a pitch-black tide. This group of people really came in all kinds of strange shapes and sizes. Some were beheaded, some were hung, some had their heads cut by a large knife, some had their stomachs cut open. There were all kinds of things. Although Shi Qingxian couldn't hear or see, he felt that the footsteps around him were messy. In the chaos he was pushed a few times. In the spirit communication array, he said in surprise, "What's going on? What's coming? Why are there suddenly so many people?" Xiaolian said, "It's not a big deal. It's a blood society night tour. We should just leave quickly." In some places besides the day tours there were also side activities at night. Not only did the swimmers want to enjoy this thrill of scaring people, many ordinary people also couldn't bear the itch in their hearts. Thus, they also imitated the makeup of the blood society and took advantage of the night to come out and scare people. Perhaps right now the four of them just happened to run into this wave of night tours. The makeup of this group of ordinary people was admittedly not as exquisite and lifelike as the orthodox swimmers in the daytime, but it was superior in that there were so many of them that it was too much for the eyes to take in. Moreover, it was dark and it was hard to see clearly, so it was also very frightening. Therefore, in towns with this kind of side activities, on the night of the Blood Society fire performance, the locals would close their doors and not go out. It wasn't easy for these night roamers who were wandering around outside to see people inside the dilapidated temple. They found their prey and were extremely excited. All of a sudden, more than 50 people rushed in, and the dilapidated temple instantly became incomparably crowded. The four of them were submerged in the chaotic dance of the demons. Xiaolian frequently turned his head back, but he could only see that Hua Cheng was still beside him, forever not more than 2 steps away from him. As for the other 2 people, they had already been rushed 7 to 8 steps away. He said, "Everyone, quickly get out." However, among these night roamers, some were purely messing around for fun, while some were ruffians or small businessmen. They specifically looked for foreign tourists who came from afar to see the Blood Society fire to squeeze a little money out of them. They blocked them and refused to let them go, pestering and making a ruckus. "2 young masters, give us some tips. We've worked so hard to dress up. If it's fun, give us some tips." "That's right, it's not easy for us brothers, we only do this once a year. If you don't give us some tips, be careful that the Ghost Master will come looking for us." As this matter had nothing to do with him, Hua Cheng looked on with folded arms. He was not worried at all. Hearing this, he laughed and said, "I'd like to see just what kind of ghost would dare come looking for me." At this moment, Xiaolian swept his gaze across the crowd and suddenly saw a pale-faced hanger ghost at the edge of the dilapidated temple. It was currently smiling slyly as it wrapped a hemp rope around a person's neck. Although it was noisy all around, everyone was drenched in blood, their noses and eyes slanted, and they were constantly pretending to kill each other, and "you die, I die." There would be people falling to the ground with strange cries from time to time. It was impossible to distinguish the real from the fake, but Xiaolian instinctively felt that there was something wrong with that person. With a wave of his hand, Ruoxi flew out and struck the hanger ghost's head. As expected, the hanger ghost let out a miserable cry and turned into a wisp of black smoke, burrowing into a crack in the ground. The bystanders had no time to pay attention, but Xiaolian saw it clearly. He said from within the spirit communication formation, "Everyone be careful. Something's fishing in troubled waters." Compared to before, this feng shui temple now had a wisp of faintly discernible ghost qi. Naturally, it wasn't a true immortal, but a small fry that had snuck in from who knew where. Pretending to be a ghost all day long would eventually attract a real ghost. Appearing at this juncture was like adding snow to snow. There were too many people in this temple and it was too chaotic. Heads bumped into each other and feet stepped on each other. It was impossible to tell who the ghost qi was coming from. Xiaolian pulled Hua Cheng and rushed out of the feng shui temple. When he was about to ask Master Feng and the others how they were doing, he discovered that his transcendence energy was running out. He was unable to communicate with them. In a moment of desperation he said to Hua Cheng, "Sanlang, lend me a bit of transcendence energy. I'll return it to you later." Of course, this "I'll return it to you later" was just nonsense. He had never been able to return the transcendence energy he had borrowed before. Hua Cheng said, "All right." He reached out and grasped his hand. Xiaolian felt a faint wave of heat pass over him. Coincidentally, A few more bloody people came running out of the feng shui temple and chased after him. The last one had lost his internal organs as he ran. His face was covered in livor mortis, and there was a faint layer of ghost qi emanating from his body. Xiaolian subconsciously raised his hand and struck him through the air. He only heard a loud explosion. At the same time, an extremely dazzling white light lit up. Only after a while did Xiaolian react. The place where the disemboweled ghost had been hiding in the crowd was left with a pile of charcoal-like residue. As for the feng shui temple in front of him, the entire roof had been blown away. The noisy night roamers in the temple were all dumbstruck. They had long been stunned by that loud explosion and that white light. Xiaolian raised his head to look at the feng shui temple that had lost its roof. Then he lowered his head to look at his own hand. Finally, he slowly turned his head back to look at Huacheng behind him. Huacheng smiled at him and said, "Is this enough?" Xiaolian said, "It's enough. Actually, really a little is enough." Huacheng said, "It's a little. Do you want more? You can have as much as you want." Xiaolian hurriedly shook his head. Previously he had also borrowed magic power from Shi Qingxian, Nanfeng and the others. They had also lent him very generously. However, Xiaolian had never experienced this kind of feeling, as if the blood in his entire body had turned into electricity and was currently flowing in his body. If the magic power he borrowed before was said to be frugal, eating one mouthful at a time, not daring to waste it, then right now, he felt that it wouldn't be a problem for him to eat one bowl and pour out 10 bowls. The magic power that Huacheng had transferred over was too strong. It filled his entire body, so much so that Xiaolian almost didn't dare to move carelessly. He was afraid that with a wave of his hand, something next to him would explode. Taking advantage of the temporary silence around him, he hurriedly said in the spirit communication array, "Master Feng, where are you? I left the temple and didn't see you." Shi Qingxian said in the array, "Oh my God! Your Highness the Crown Prince, why did your voice suddenly become so loud? I also left the feng shui temple." Xiaolian slightly retracted his magic power and said, "I'm sorry, I couldn't control it. How did you leave? Are you all right?" Shi Qingxuan's ears were blocked and his eyes were closed. Shi Qingxian replied, "Hey, how else could I have left? Brother Ming pulled me out. Fortunately, I wasn't trampled to death by that group of people." Immediately after, Ming Yi's voice also sounded in the spirit communication array. However, what he said caused the smile that had just bloomed on Xiaolian's face to freeze. He said, "It wasn't me. It wasn't.